analyzed well the last pick, because again, like there were holes in their draft that I think are covered now. Now it comes down to how well can you execute.
Are there any holes from the other side? Are there any problems that BV is throwing PVISION?
The Train Protector is always going to be an X factor because with that living armor and no dispel against it in the early game, it can clutch some engagements, clutch some trades. We talked about Slider versus Ember being important. Put the armor on that Slider and suddenly that lane becomes even more difficult.
Yeah, if you put some distance now with our train of thoughts and we look at just the lanes, I feel like BB team, they have secured themselves what they really enjoy the most, which is having dominant lanes. Like they're running Treant lanes versus a Beast lane. That's super favorable for them. They're running a Slaughter versus Ember mid, which again should go in Slaughter's favor. Obviously, it is no one playing Ember, but still it is GPK playing Slaughter. And I feel like a Timber Call lane cannot go wrong. It's like you're just gonna, either you're winning the lane or you're just damage controlling by clicking your spells off cooldown and playing for stacks. So they could just run away with that good of an early game that, you know, they're just unstoppable.
So for PVISION, it is very important to make sure they don't bleed too much in those first like 10-ish minutes.
Every wave is going to matter because we've seen what BB team can do with an early lane advantage.
We have seen
Can
that.
you hear me?
It is not pretty for the receiving team, that is for sure.
I think I was.
Sounds like
Yes,
we got
what's up?
a great game ahead of us. Of course, it's only game one of a best of
How's it going?
sure both teams will
Kimea,
look for
welcome to the stream. We finally came live and I am live.
changes will be, we'll have to find
But where are you? No sound other. You can't hear me?
It is time for game one with Gap and SVG.
It's time for the grand finals. And we're here with BB team versus PVISION. We've already got some early scouting from Katomi as he's going to be playing the Tree Protector, getting some early information against PVISION. And who is going to get that first blood, Avery?
A lot on the line in this game one. We've seen how much pressure can exist. As these series go later and later, you want to get off to a good start here. You want to start to gain momentum. And particularly between these two teams in terms of the strategy, the drafting, that's where this game one matters a lot. You're trying to force some of your strong heroes early on in this series. And if they fall
Hi Big, what's up? Welcome to the stream, bro. Jai Madari, bro. Main game, who I can't hear you. Okay, aaram se, bro.
This is where you can strike first, gain that edge, and say, hey, like our idea of the meta right now is just flat out better. What are you going to do about it? So I always think this game one in the series defines a lot in terms of what we're going to see over the long run. And I like what Seb talked about. He said, you know, grand finals always have a meta of their own. And you have to respect that.
Yeah, I can hear you, Dada. Okay. Oh yeah, I'm good. Kimaya, thank you for asking. How are you?
Kind of feel the flow of the series. What's actually working, what's not. What is particular about the matchup between these two teams and how you feel in the game. And that's where these two coaches have to listen to their players, respect what they're viewing from an outside perspective, and make it all come together as you progress through potentially 5 games here.
And I feel like, I mean, is there a player matchup that you feel like is really emblematic of these two teams matching against each other?
I view the mid lane. If you look at no one, this guy, he is the consistency god. He is probably the most consistent mid laner that we've ever had in Dota 2 over such a long time period. And once more, he will rise to the grandest of stages where the lights are brightest to try and claim his first world championship that he's never been able to get. And on the flip side, you have GPK. This is a modern mid, all right? This is not your old school archetype. This is a guy who's redefining what the mid lane looks like in the last 5 years in particular. And he has had one of the prime performances, especially in that last TI. What does the mechanical mid look like? Kataomi, he will snatch the first blood here. The Treant might be slow, but he's off to a fast start here.
And a late Shadow Realm from 9 class, rare mistake there from the young 4 position of PVISION.
Kya dangerous picks hai, bro. Slada, Timber, Treant, KOD और Klinks. Klinks carry है. Klinks carry PL को मारेगा. जानने के लिए रहिए. इधर ही सब दिख जाएगा. Oh भाई bro, Satanic my favorite. मेरे को Satanic चाहिए जीतने के लिए. क्या player है वो? I'm not sure आज काफी Dota वाले लोग आएंगे stream पे.
They have a lot more identity as a 5-man unit. It's not all about the individual players. That, of course, is still there. You still have PJ as the KDA leader for this event, and Save is number 3. So, like, these two guys are the standout players for me in the squad. They always will be. If they're feeling their heroes popping off in a series, you always have a chance to win. But it has to be the team coming together because PVISION, they're the highest KDA team.
ये तो संडास गिरी है bro, इसको heal मिलते रहेगा mid वाले को.
Strategies are on point. They understand their win conditions, and that is what strikes me the most. Can you stop PVISION getting to that 30-35 minute high ground where the game just ends?
Yeah, they just rolled over so many teams
Exactly.
in that area. It feels like the game is like maybe slightly favored their way, and then they just blow the whole thing wide open.
Can't afford to give up some of those big core kills around that 25-30 minute Roshan where PVISION just run away with it. I think one thing for BB is they are a very strong laning team. And that is something that PVISION have exploited against some of their, not necessarily weaker opponents, but weaker laning opponents.
Slather is like
early edge, it's a lot easier to find those
owning the lane.
Just go high ground early. You're not going to find that edge against PVISION.
16-9 है वो 17-9.
Lose lanes.
हमने 9 deny.
You can go even. You can eke out some minor.
10 deny.
You're not going to beat GPK mid in almost any matchup. You're not going to crush Kirtich on this. Never seen here hero last pick, so he's pretty cruising up here in a very good Timber game with Chalker Magic to back him up. You can potentially get stacks. You can potentially play more aggressive.
Hard game.
Infinite mana pool. This is a hard lane.
He's better. No V1 now. Good.
In a game 1.
Hey, do you feel like this
His
is
weakness है थोड़ा.
should win?
Keep bringing a lot of water.
Is this a matchup that you're looking at? This Timber Saw is going to win this lane, maybe even kill the Phantom Lancer.
Coconut water रहेगा तो coconut water भी पी अच्छा है.
There's just not a lot of room for any sort of pushback.
ORS.
Against Timber 2. This is one of Wyvern's worst matchups in Dota. Your embrace is useless. Your ult is useless. You do slow burn.
अच्छे से खा बैठ लेकिन. मेरे को तो ये गेम समझने को जन्म दिया जाएगा. हाँ बहुत टाइम जाएगा देखो कि मैं ये गेम मैं मतलब मैंने खेला भी है ये डोटा काफी मतलब स्ट्रीम पे भी खेला है मैंने. ये गेम काफी पुराना गेम है ना तो इसलिए people don't like. I don't know why, but like this is a very hard game to understand also.
This lane should go well for Miro. Just not a lot you can do to kick the Timber out of here.
We
already have the Sardar mid matchup against Ember Spirit.
चढ़ रहा है वो तो.
He is favored. GPK may be favored as a laner against no one as well. So that's going to go the way of BB team. And then you've got Clinks versus Beastmaster, which is a favored matchup for BB team as well. So it feels like this is going to be a game 1 where BB team walk away with potentially a 3-lane victory.
कैसे जीतेंगे ये लोग यार?
Which is a good sign for them.
Mid game में अगर कुछ होएगा तो होएगा. Early game तो looks pretty good for these guys. BB.
However, I don't know if PVISION mind. Again, I think they're playing for the mid game. They're playing for when this 5-man lineup comes together and it's the team fighting. That is the scariest thing about this squad. As long as someone has a good start, you can always play around that hero. Just has to be one of the 2 or the 3 here. Make space for the Phantom Lancer. You're going to be cruising.
BB team just can't.
झाड़ पे रहते रहते उसने उसको deny किया bro. मतलब first power किया.
Has easy camp open. He's
2 level max किया.
They do manage to get this pull now.
They have a couple stacks brewing too. So they haven't been able to get the pull, but you're getting stacks on that triangle. Neither of those camps got blocked out early. You're looking at the early invasion from PVISION.
Oh.
If the Ember were having an absolutely free Ember game, that's where it would come from. But no one, he's getting pushed off mid. GPK is doing his job in this matchup. Took a commanding lead. No one just forced a jungle very early here. He's gonna have to play from behind.
This is something that we saw in the semifinals, but it didn't go as well. The Ember Spirit was still able to get through the laning phase pretty well against the Slardar, and then ultimately became the monster that we've seen the entire tournament along. I mean, you pointed to Ember Spirit as being the hero of the tournament, and well, we'll see if it's the hero of this grand finals or if this is where it's going to finally falter.
Dead.
Tommy sneaking around from behind.
Stun.
They have the crutch to slow him down even further.
मरेगा नहीं मरेगा. वो नहीं मरेगा. Backup. तू क्या है? अरे रे.
So many heroes though that PVISION are only able to get really a 2 versus 3 after already losing the Wyvern. No one comes in.
Very weak heroes, dude.
There's going to be a lot of damage on the mid tower. Whew, look how low Satanic got from the pressure of the Timber Saw. So he might have gotten the early laning phase. He's still walking away with the best CS, but the pressure is mounting up from that Timber Saw.
Beautiful execution of your lane advantage. You go to the highest pressure lane where the Ember's the most susceptible, still not level 6 for no one, not a hero that PVISION want to fight around, and you have 2 side laners that also have some good matchups here. So when you leave them in the vacuum, they're going to take advantage of it. They're going to kick the other 2 cores off the lane. You're putting a lot of pressure on the map, Katome. I don't know if you're winning this battle.
Nice try.
Dead.
He'll look for it, and he'll pay the price. Nice little pick up for notice as he pushes towards that helm. They're on the board. Still worried about this top lane though. Satanic, he's salving up. This is investment in regen just to try and get a little extra experience up here, but you can't stand against this Timber. And there's just no way.
You can just kill off this creep wave and make it so the siege wagon finally dies. It'll be a lot happier. Doppelgangers away. Miro starts tanking the aggro, and this is a tower that's gonna, I mean, likely just die unless PVISION moves some supports over here.
No, you don't want to come up to this lane. Nobody wants to fight this Timber this early on.
Yeah, he's fat.
Be the vessel against him, but because the Ember's so far behind, that's going to be the most delayed here. His Timber Saw is going to be a problem in this game. He has Chakra Magic backup, he has Living Armor backup, he's not on his own. You can have the Slardar going beside him and kind of make space.
Katomi spotted again, trying to block out some camps, but PVISION, they're already losing some map control, so they got to make sure at least their triangle remains unblocked.
GBK doing so much work in this lane that just set the early game up beautifully here. We saw this Ember Slardar matchup in some of the other series, and it did not go this poorly. So little lane execution making a big difference.
Take the stack and reblock it.
Dude, at this speed, GPK is going to get his blink in like, I think 10 minutes.
That is juicy right there.
Which is what no one was hoping to interrupt with the Ember Spirit. We've seen these Ember Spirits just be able to play in enemy triangles and interrupt stacks so many times. And
steal 3 small gold.
All right, you got 29 gold away from them.
Hey, everything counts then.
And similar game plans apparently from the 5 positions. Ducalis comes over and blocks that medium camp.
This is the real damage. Like this, it's not just you're getting so many stacks here, it's the efficiency about it, right? It happens very quickly. It doesn't cost you anything because you have Chakra Magic.
Oh, bro.
Just such a nice injection. And
he get out, he has his ult.
Still just getting beat off of the mid lane.
Oh, thank God.
Right as he comes out of the cold embrace there.
I didn't realize he kept his remnant behind.
Very strong start. We're gonna smoke GPK at the end of this. That's that same smoke that was used for the Ancients, by the way. So even more efficiency coming out from that play.
Got him on the solar bind. Ducalis can fly, but he can't go far. He's gonna be stuck in
no
the
backup.
embrace.
No backup.
Just delay his death.
Ouch, bro. GPK.
Maybe they get the treat.
Bro.
A little something for no one.
लगा डैमेज दे दिया उसने उसको.
He's gonna hit the crush on no one. No one
I know what
come off with the slight. The blood grenade did miss.
Yeah, that's some extra gold thrown away.
Katomi lives.
I feel like that TP from GPK was just saying like, no, I'm not going to give you anything in this game.
Yeah.
I don't care if that TP is good for me, but I know it's bad for you.
Look at this rotation. Notice. And Kiritich both pushing in for the 10-minute power
Aldi?
here. Savis is kind of
Aldi
with GPK pushing these heroes back through the mid lane. Roar on him. Here comes a blast though to try and heal up GPK with a crush.
Dude, GPK is between 5 people. What is Katomi doing? Oh, okay.
Takes 1 and 2. Kiritich is fighting alongside this Miro. Yeah, they're gonna keep it going.
You can't fight a Timber, bro. Timber's fat.
Where are you going? We can win this fight.
Timber G is fat.
Mid lane at 10 minutes. This is your average European pub right
here.
The tempo picks up.
क्या चालू है भाई?
That is the importance of these runes in this game and the importance of winning that clash. It's just an escalation, right? If you're going to bring some here, then we have to bring one more. And if we bring one more, then we have to bring our carry into the fight. It's only the PL that doesn't want to join that exchange, which very reasonable. I think if PL joined that, everybody would have been confused.
Bring a knife. I bring a gun. Both teams ended up bringing a bazooka to the mid lane. And does result in BB team having a decent lead off this laning phase, 3,000.
No one has... He's way behind, dude. No one is way behind on Invent. He needs some kills. What are you doing, bro?
And what is BB team's plan here for...
He wants that NC.
Is this the kind of hero in their lineup? Are they able to hunt down this Phantom Lancer, or are they just going to be playing to kind of win the 5 versus 4?
Can you kill him?
The rest of PVISION down enough.
I think you're looking to push the rest.
नहीं बहुत damage चाहिए उसको मारने के लिए.
Miro getting chased off here.
Yeah, he's the one kind of getting punished here. Does have Lotus in the pool, not going to go for it. Timber chains far enough away.
नहीं मरेगा bro, he's too fat.
It's going to be fine, but it does say something that the Timber Sock gets pushed out of lane like that.
Oh, for sure.
उसका HP reason बहुत ज़्यादा है.
Gain some map control. Force the Timber back.
मेरे को तो ये गेम और से कैसी होती है ओहो यार राइट वालों को स्पैम करना बंद करे बंद करना अरे अरे डैम इतना काफी यूटिल्स है इसमें यूटिल्स एबिलिटीज, ये सब एबिलिटीज है इनके. हर हीरो के 4 एबिलिटीज, 5 एबिलिटीज और 5वां अल्टी रहता है. मतलब 4 एबिलिटीज रहते हैं, उसमें से एक अल्टी रहता है. अल्टीमेट.
It's kind of one of those supports that is just always going to be on the enemy side of the map.
I like this lane pull. One, you're dodging that Slardar in the mid lane, but two, you're kind of soft scouting the stacks.
Sure.
Like, while you have this haste rune, while you have that get out of jail free card, there's no way no one dies on the map right now, so you may as well get as aggressive as possible.
Dude, the stage is so cool.
Get as much information to the team. This is a kind of a cheeky smoke to bypass that.
This is a tough kill to
Very
land.
tough kill.
They're going to lead off with the crush.
There you go.
There's going to be the danger here. If he gets far enough away, they have him on the chakra. They managed to get the real solar bind on the real Phantom Lancer, but he's already underneath the tier 2. It's not worth.
Threads wand blink है इसके बाद भाई 12 मिनट. टेसो आ गया इसका. 13 मिनट हेलो.
I would almost like to see them have gone into triangle. Again, ignore PL, shut down the other heroes because
13 मिनट टेसो.
reliable ways to take them down.
So the first reveal of the Blink Dagger for GPK doesn't really amount to much here. No one's going to try and continue to draw attention around this mid lane. It is freeing up our side laners quite a bit. Overgrowth. And let's see if they chain all the stuns here well enough. Well, Bash and Crush is not good enough, and no one's now going to get away with the haste rune. So this is exactly what he wants. Drawing heroes to the mid lane, away from his Phantom Lancer, away from his Beastmaster.
Power the haste rune in that situation. He knows his limits. Very few early game stuns on this BB squad, and that's something they're going to have to recognize. You can maybe end up in a situation where you get like a cheeky double crush with Chakra Magic going into GBK at the right time, but that's about it. Wonder if we'll see some sort of early disable come out. Like sometimes you could go Atos on the Timber for an extra stun here. I don't think any of these heroes really want to buy an early Orchid. Otherwise, your options are pretty limited in this lineup. Maybe Save will buy something cheeky. Sometimes we see him rush some crazy item on the Coddle to help with your lockdown situation, but otherwise you have to understand these smoke plays are not going to be that efficient. You're going to have to take areas away and kind of put PVISION in a spot where they feel pressured to fight into you. There is a Wisdom Shrine taken away by the Wyvern.
Nicely done by DeCall.
Super big pickup for him. You need some extra levels on this hero.
I would say another option for Disable, right, would be Orchid Clinks. We've seen some of these Clinks build that item, but because he's matched up against Phantom Lancer, he kind of just needs the raw damage output. You have to go Deso, you have to go Shard, and then from there, it feels like you just always have to build more damage in order to threaten him in all his solutions.
Yeah, I don't want to see the Orchid on in this game. I think it's a way too risky of a pickup. Maybe you get 1 or 2 connections on the Ember, but how much does that change the game?
Yeah.
Like, it's not your job as Clinks to shut down this Ember right now. It's your job to kind of deal with some of the beast pressure and assassinate the back line. Maybe the Orchid give you some value against the supports. That could be in a consideration, but I doubt we'll see it here.
Agreed. Well, he's kept the Beastmaster from taking the tower. Another jump here from GPK. But again, a lack of disables. No one is pretty unconcerned about this whole thing.
तो कैसे मारेंगे यार? Orchid ही चाहिए.
I do feel this is pretty Ember favored as we go into the mid game. The chain's controlling you.
Trying to land the Bramble. Now threatening the Terrorize, trying to catch up to the Bedlam. Blinding Light pushes back 9 class, limiting the damage. And Save is going to live for now. With Miro showing up, everyone's going to back away. Miro's going to try and run him down. Heritage joining in here.
Once a Deso hit.
Gotta get those charges.
Oh my god!
Burst it down nice and quick. Heritage is scouting out. They make a jump there from GPK. Satanic.
What is it? Why is Satanic? Oh, okay. Damn. That's some crazy jukes. Juker.
Nice jukes, nice space created as the mid lane push
Satanic.
from the Beastmaster, gonna force a response.
That was a good move.
They're gonna bring the Timber.
मजा आया देख के.
Classic PVISION. We're seeing them just kind of move you around the map. You unsuccessfully are chasing heroes. Towers are being hit on the
Wait a minute.
as a result.
Hunting no one with the Clinks, but again, this isn't a threat. I don't think he dies here.
He keeps it a minute.
He has the bash ready to go.
मार देगा.
Is it going to be enough? It's
नहीं मार पाएगा. He needed that extra bash.
Kill an Ember Spirit who just will not die.
You have to be able to find these pickoffs against PVISION or they're going to out-farm you right now. Lead has not grown since that end of the early game at 10 minutes. In fact, it's gone PVISION's way.
Top network भी क्या है भाई?
More out of the map right now. The Beast is getting the lanes in without dying.
ऑलमोस्ट नेक टू नेक है ये लोग, क्लिंग्स और ये लोग से अपना PL.
Invade their triangle, take away the ancient space, play around the tree and scouting.
Yeah, we never saw deep smoke plays into the right, the corner amps there so much. They didn't play for the 14-minute wisdom.
लेट गेम ऑनेस्टली बोलो क्या, लेट गेम मेरे को अच्छा लग रहा है यार PVISION का compared to BB.
It would have been a nice area to get into. I just never saw it happen, which means you have to go back to some stacking, some efficiency of your own, and make sure this timber saw keeps getting fat alongside the clinks here. That's going to be your real scaling power against the PL in particular. It is a good matchup for the timber. You're in the top 5 here.
Is now that he no longer has, the double chakra, his bags, is that a suitable replacement against Phantom Lancer? Is that actually any good for that hero?
You're a damage threat over the long run in a team fight, but you're not a hero.
Sanja क्या है bro?
I don't know. Personally, I feel like whenever I play against PL, I want one hero that can lock him down.
यहाँ पे अलग-अलग जगह लिख रही मेरे को ये sites है. There are 3 lanes. So there's mid lane, there's top lane, and there's bottom lane. So each lane में creeps आते हैं, वो creeps को मार के, ये जो छोटे-छोटे creeps है ना नीचे, जो spell डाल के उसको मार रहा है, gold निकल रहा है ऐसा, वो creeps को मार के basic gold मिलता है. वो gold से तुमको invent खरीदना है और वो invent से you become more and more stronger. And the same even the opposition team has to do. Same thing they also have to do. Oh my god, that he just melted him, bro. Oh my god, beast master मर रहा है ऐसा तो भाई थोड़ा देखना पड़ेगा. Really good smoke gank.
Target to kill. Don't need as much control. And you can just translate that into a quick objective here. 30 seconds off the map for the beast. That's enough to do Roshan with this heavy physical lineup.
And they can also then do Tormentor in 50 seconds as well. So, pretty well positioned. These are going to be very efficient plays off of the physical damage minus armor.
And I think this is how you want to play against Phantom Lancer.
Roshan ले लिया उन्होंने 19 मिनट पे. Bro,
he's going to be in your head. But you just want to play Dota. Like you want to take objectives, you want to
accelerate. 7-3 score हुआ है, वो score कैसा मिलता है? 7-3 is you're killing the heroes ना. These heroes that are moving. इसमें से एक वो लोग ने हीरोज वो लोग ने 7 बार मरे और ये लोग ने 7 बार मारा 3 बार मारा वो लोग को ऐसा स्कोर है मतलब. So BB has killed them 7 times and these are the kill. So the kills doesn't matter in this game. What matters is the towers. So there are 3 towers and 1 main throne of each team. So each tower that keeps going, you're getting more closer to the throne. So it is about to defend the throne. That is the game.
Manta is like a farming item, but
it's like a little hard to explain, but like you have to play this to understand the game.
Extra damage in the fight. There's the Tormentor shard to the tree, pretty nice here.
Tree को मिला है.
Control with those eyes, and you're still defending this tier 1 mid.
It feels really.
He's got a Lotus and he's got a Sanja Shah, bro.
Good.
He's doing really good for his team.
Some decent net worth advantage for BB to play with. Let's see what they can do with it during this Aegis period. Who they choose to hunt.
Oh, cool.
They can successfully hunt. Those are 2 very different
things. Each lanes has like 1 mid tower, 2 mid tower, 3 mid towers. So there are 3 towers in mid. We say 3 lane towers, bottom lane में और top lane में. तो ऐसे सब towers को तोड़ के you have to go and break the throne.
Take some more gold for themselves, plus 250. Kill that cannibal. Keeps all your tier 1s alive, and that's another reason.
Clinks का क्या फार्म है? ओ भाई, इसके पास ड्रैगन लैंड भी आ गया, क्रिट्स भी आ गया.
Powers up, you have to accumulate some map pressure somehow. This is pretty nice for the team, abusing his invincibility. Will you run out of damage though? There's a nice timing for BB where they're gonna have a lot of sustain. Living armor, Coddle Blast, Timber regen already has a Lotus online. The Clinks can be pretty tanky. That's a lot of HP to get through.
Come back again. What is the game plan here if you're Katomi? You're gonna bonk him, overgrowth him, maybe a crush.
मैं तो बहुत जैसे abilities spam करना लग जाऊंगी, रहने दो. बहुत है ऐसे heroes जो you can there are that you're supposed to spam. You're supposed to keep spamming. ऐसे है बहुत heroes. अरे बहुत crazy game है. नहीं मारने दे. ओ मार दिया.
GPK with holding on to the bash hit just for that extra bit of timer to allow the Timbersaw to get there in time. They actually put it together this time.
And you know what? He dies because he also didn't have Yules off the courier. The courier got sniped by Kiritich earlier, so he's missing a lot of extra net worth. Don't know if it bails him out there, but they probably made the play like he has no dispel in this situation. The Trine can set up. He's not just going to be able to Yules himself out of it instantly. Very nice read. Perfect execution.
No one was also part of the reason he was playing there. He had Illusion Rune in the bottle, right, which is a free dispel against Overgrowth, but it timed out right before Train Protector makes that play. Probably part of the reason Katomi made the call there.
Well, the illusions are still cutting the way.
He's going raidless BKB.
Alive even in death. Gets a flag bearer creep and maybe one more here. Gold efficiency right there.
All right, start cutting into that dire side map. But you've got some nice defensive wards already laid out here. Though one of these is going to expire soon, but they've got another one to try and protect Satanic and the farming at the top part of the map.
Eyeing up no one again. Still
oh, they're scouting him. Oh, bro, did he see him? Oh, he saw him.
They're going to get some nice eyes in the forest down too. So this Vision game, it's going to be pretty brutal for PVISION to play against this early on.
They're doing a nice job getting the wave cut going though. Like even this 9-class move up here is really annoying. Even if you kill him off of this, you don't feel great doing it. It's just delaying your push top. This tier 2, it's going to get glyphed in fact.
And he sees the chase coming his way. The TP gets out before GPK hits the crush.
Perfectly timed. That lets the Ember go into mid. It lets the Beast creeps push in bottom. This forces TP.
They're reading well, man.
The map, out of BB. Not what they wanted for their starter to have to deal with this.
Although they are behind in kills, but they're playing actually well. Oh, bro, he's got a he's farmed. He's got a Manta and a Calm.
And they just got the blink dagger onto Calm. So if you in your
Skadi I guess is going to be a problem.
Run down these heroes on the side of PVISION, clump up too much.
Ember का यूज है उसको सिर्फ घुमाने के लिए रखा है वो उधर इरिटेट करेगा घुमाएगा टाइम वेस्ट करेगा
kind of blind smoking into areas hoping he gets something. He actually might not even off the smoke. Gets the stun onto no one.
How?
Of course, no one ready to jump to his remnant, but there is. Oh,
was it in smoke?
He had a sentry laid out. Get some extra vision on a Heritage here.
Those Aegis.
An Aegis, so this is not really a PVISION play whatsoever.
Ouch.
Gets himself maybe killed though.
Ouch, bro.
Looks to run him down. Got the invisibility, and now he's going to try and juke it, but there's Say blasts him down with a blinding light.
That does a lot more damage than it used to.
That is true.
Yeah, man. That is so much of damage.
BKB arriving for GBK down on that bottom gives you the confidence to go in there. There's the BKB for the Timber, so you're hitting a really nice timing here on the second half of this Aegis. You can still pressure some towers.
अभी ये लोगों को टावर लगाना चालू करना चाहिए. क्या मेल्ट कर रहा है टावर भाई?
Until there's an important
मेल्ट कर दिया टावर को.
where you can force the fight.
Bhai, hi Didi, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. You left that day and I lost my rank up. Oh. तू खेला तू नहीं खेलने वाला था ना वो दिन उसके बाद अपन कैन कर दिए थे तू खेल ले उसके बाद Bro, I lost a lot of maps, bro. I lost a lot of matches yesterday. 25 आ रहा 50 60 आ रहा down हो गया मैं. I'm like at 102 103 dude right now. Oof, don't why is this guy killing people, killing like everything so easily. इसका Skadi आ गया ना.
I think you can put the clinks up there, let him siege it with the long attack range. He has
Satanic ही कुछ कर सकता है अभी.
Like you're not going to be able to outspam him too easily.
Hello G, hi, not back. How's it going? Welcome to the stream. कैसा है brother? Long time. It's always a rank up game. It is.
They don't have any like scary repositioning tools or anything like that.
It's as good as it gets, honestly, in most games.
Nice pickup though. Got no one again. This time just between the Timbersaw and the Slardar.
How?
A crush bash duration.
Oh my god, that's brutal.
That changes a lot in terms of how aggressive he's going to be trying to cut these waves and get on BB side of the map, which, by the way, you look at the vision, they've lost all vision on that side. So there's just not a lot to play off of here. You run up a ramp, you run into two heroes.
The amount of damage.
That is what the Timbersaw gives you. Kills anybody in Dota.
Yeah. Flip card is no defense against those two heroes, so...
He was around the trees as well.
Heritage immediately taking advantage of this. A nice push through the bottom lane by himself. He could take the tier 2, but with the siege wagon, it's made just that little bit faster.
BB is really good at translating these kills into further objectives, further map control, or aggressive farming. Like you never see them get a kill and run to their side of the map.
Right.
And these little things that add up over the course of a game, over the course of a series.
So what he means to say is they get a kill and the next objective is the tower and they make sure to take the tower.
You also got a lot of PVISION back into their base, and that's even more valuable. Lets you set up the next move here, get better vision out. Again, look at where the wards are on this for Dire on this map. There's two in the top river. you see nothing else. And you're playing against a Treant who's scouting. With eyes in the forest early shard off the Tormentor.
Yep.
There's a lot of information.
Look at this guy, bro. These guys have so much vision.
That's right. It's going to become a satanic 1v5 kind of game.
Yeah.
He's the only one out on the map.
It's going to be a satanic game.
Still keeping neck and neck with the Clinks, but they are 8,000.
I want to see what's this.
I will say, if you're going to pick a hero to 1v5 in this meta, PL's one
They're
of the
neck to
better
neck, bro.
ones.
They're
Like, this hero can do it if it's the right setup.
oh, he's got his Manda.
If he can start on like one of these supports
Agam and Skadi.
with the charge in, a lot of illusions.
यार अगर उसको पकड़ लिया तो मार देते, वही problem है.
That information doesn't count for as much
Gem भी ले
on the
लिया.
side of BB.
खत्म.
And you have to make a quick call. Are we trying to bail out of this PL situation, or do we take the fight into him?
Right. Daedalus done.
Oh my god, he's got his Daedalus. He's gonna be, he's fat, dude. Klinks is fat. He's got his BKB up, he's got his Daedalus, he's got his Dragonlance, and he's got his Desform on with 4 charges.
How strong the PL is. Yeah, there's a lot of Cloak of Flames in this game.
I just kind of want to see
Yeah, look at the Cloak of Flames.
him firing into a satanic horde.
A lot of greedies too.
How much could he actually? How much damage is he going to do the real PL?
I think it's going to be underwhelming. That's my gut read here. It sounds good on paper, and then when you fire it, they're not all going to land. You might not get the right part of the clump.
Satanic ने gem ले लिया.
Satanic has a decent amount of armor here too. You know, it's not ignoring his armor,
and if he's able to start the fight the right kind of way, he could just doppelganger.
And they gave him the gem. I think that also tells you they're feeling in this game of like who is able to get out on the map and be survivable right now. Clear some of these eyes, clear some of the wards. It's the Phantom Lancer. It's not the Ember anymore.
अबे शिवास आ गया इसका bro. Champs qualifiers चल रहे हैं अभी. By the way. कौन सा Champs? आज खेलना खोलो बताना. आज तो bro ये मैप्स इसका ही कुछ 4 घंटा जाएगा आराम से स्ट्रीम करते करते. फिर इसके बाद मैं फीफा का मैच देखने जाऊंगा ब्रो एक दूसरे घर पे. सोच रहा हूँ किक पे स्ट्रीम करूँ, वो लाइव स्ट्रीम. पूछ रहा हूँ मैं 2-3 दोस्तों को कि कर सकता हूँ कि नहीं कर सकता हूँ, देखते. वॉच अलॉन्ग वाला होता ना.
Spot 9 class and surprise him.
9 class को तो बेचारा.
Crit of 666 damage for the skeleton.
Good thing he didn't have the gem.
Beastmaster.
BKB and the Ember Ags, and that's going to be your next window to teamfight here alongside potential Butterfly for the Phantom Lancer. That would be huge.
Yeah, that would be huge. Because he doesn't have an MKB.
Oh yeah. Ember game that we've watched at this tournament.
Champs कौन सा बोल रहा है? मैंने एक ही MOBA गेम खेला है आज तक. I'm also somewhat new to this. This is Dota 2, bro. This is the game, the OG game. There is no better game than Dota 2.
Luxury item wise, so we've already got some of the utility Glimmer, Force Staff from Save, and the Tree Protector. Rocking the Essence Distiller.
Timber में मारा तो PL. यो चिंता नहीं होता, बैक टू द स्ट्रीम. 1v4 भी कर लेगा. Timber मारा तो PL 1v4 भी कर लेगा. ऐसा बोलता तू? ना buff है क्या Timber अपना PL? ये मेटा में.
I think is where he kind of has to choose. A lot of times when he goes this early use, he does consider just committing to the Wind Waker.
लेकिन full 1v5 ही लग रहा है PL.
This is a game where it looks pretty juicy against the single Beast Roar, which is the only real stun you're worried about here.
Yeah. And not really having that good of a hero.
Timber has the DD.
Right, none of these heroes really want to build it. They probably will have to.
But you're not going Timber Ags. You're not upping the value of a Nullifier here for the Beastmaster or
that's a good point.
The PL. I would like the Wind Waker rush from the
Timber keeps the ages, bro.
I think it looks pretty juicy. They're going to give the ages to Kiritich, level 20, and they're going to look for the fight bottom.
Oh, a little off. A little off.
He knows that there are heroes somewhere down here, just wasn't sure exactly where. Whiffs on the initiation. And
last वाला देखा क्या fight में? क्या blind वाला stun मारा था?
Others will continue farming these neutrals and take the farm away from the Radiant side as much as possible.
Yeah, Roche cost you some net worthly. That's how efficiently this PL is farming the map right now. Highest net worth in the game.
Oh, and the same's going to probably apply to this Tormentor play, especially to Callis. What a play this would be.
Really hard to make something happen here.
Ulti?
We'll see what he can do.
He's going to get somebody. Oh, the
मर जाएगा bro.
Timber stuff.
Unlucky.
Timber chained away from the Clinks.
The thing is you have to go because you're going to die to Tormentor there.
Yes, exactly right.
Shard will
Baapre.
also go
that was just
here for a nice
too much damage
nice
to be around.
Some extra chip damage on these towers. Yes. Well, it's 11-3. We haven't had much action here, but BB team is about to force the clash. They're up 7,000 net worth.
अबे ये लोग 30 मिनट में T3 मार रहे.
But they do have this very intense firepower on buildings. These buildings are dropped fast. Satanic is going to try and put this Clinks to the test. And yeah,
मर गया Clinks.
It was not impressive at all against the Phantom Lancer. It's going to be up to the Timbersaw to try and deal with him.
Clinks पे एजेस है, मेरे को लगा उस पे था एजेस. मर गया Satanic. इतने मिस हो रहे.
That's huge. You can reset, heal, come back into this fight right now. BB, they need to make a call if they want to linger around.
But they have their
They've
X.
only got a few more seconds till Satanic can join the fight again, and they just take the one building and out. So a tier 3, a ranged barracks, and they call it quit, a reset here now.
There were a lot of things that were close to swinging that fight one way or the other. You had the all-in attempt on the Slardar when GBK went in with the BKB, you get roared and you're getting focused down, but he barely lives. The Ember commits not enough to finish him off going into the overgrowth. Then you had this battle between the PL and the Clinks, which is always going to be super PL favored, but we saw at the end, you can kind of isolate him in some weird situation, get some hits in. You have the single target burst to bring him down.
PL 1-on-1 तो नहीं हार पाएगा इससे Clinks से.
Hero's got a heart almost finished up.
Oh, he's massive.
Man, he's just going to exist on this front line.
I don't know what you do to this game. He's going to be the hardest target for PVISION.
Oh,
yeah, Phantom Lancer doesn't really interact with him because you're just maxing out his reactive armor stacks.
But Timber
He has so much armor there. Ember's not doing enough magic damage early on. Spirit Vessel was an answer, but we saw that Ember was too far behind.
Valo
Timber
champs.
was too far ahead.
It's not going to end well for you. There's going to be a
हाँ वही लेवल भी ऐसे ही क्या ऐसे ही
That's a good opening. Really quick execution. Now Satanic hunting for more. Going after the Slardar, but he's going to be terrorized up very heavily. Controlled. Crew's trying to help him out where he can. He does manage to get 9 class. Now the run down on Kiritich, and they can't get away from Satanic. Kiritich in some trouble, trying to death pack, heal his way up. He turns around, knows there's no escape. He goes after Notice. It's not nearly enough damage.
Dude.
And now it's just Miro left alone against 3 different
Dude.
cores. Exactly.
Did you just see what happened?
If you're PVISION, you drew it up. Ignore Miro, kill everyone else.
A perfect team fight from them. The PL gets to stick on all the targets he wants to. You get a gem out of that as well.
अच्छा gem इसमें.
And swift damage coming out from Satanic here. This is the Phantom Lancer problem. This is
कोई से gem उठा सकते ना?
Matchup in a nutshell. Like you're just stuck trying to chase him and deal damage. But with this Axe, he's a lot more mobile than he used to be. He can get on the targets and deal the burst damage a lot faster. I mean, look at how fast he cleans up GPK here. Like,
yeah, dude.
And you're just gone.
GPK का HP ऐसा गया है bro.
And now you're just instantly onto the Clinks. No way.
इसका भी देख कैसा HP गया है.
Has no shot of fighting back. And what's Miro supposed to do? I mean, he's just trying to land as many spells as he can. But this is where I go to.
Setnik चाहिए क्या उसके पास? उसको setnik चाहिए रहेगा.
To me, it has to be hex control.
Setnik थोड़ी बना दे Clinks पे.
Some ability to save your backline when he gets there. But there's got to be something, because otherwise he does reign supreme in these fights. I don't think the Timbersaw can output enough damage fast enough to counterplay it.
Come on, ParaVision, come on, come on.
He's still not going Hex.
Satanic.
Yeah. What do you think about, I mean, it's a long ways away here, but level 25 does that change things? If you can blink crush, you hit the Phantom Lancer.
मेरा गेम तो आसान लग रहा है मेरे को ये देख के मैं लगा जैसा टैक्टिकल एफपीएस है वैसे ही डोटा मोबा है कैटेगरी है डोटा कैटेगरी है दिस इज गेम नेम इज ओनली डोटा 2 दिस इज एन आरपीजी गेम नॉट ब्रोकन बट सिंगल टारगेट कोज है क्लिंक्स और सरदार जुक कर लेगा पीएल टिम्बर एओई लूज डैमेज एंड चेज भी है और स्टैट्स भी कम कर देता है बट मतलब फॉलो अप डैमेज के लिए वो स्लादर और क्लिंक्स काफी नहीं है ना पीएल को मारने के लिए
A slight change, even a momentary pause there lets them snag the haste room.
ये उड़ता घोड़ा वाला कौन सा हीरो है KOTL bro
PVISION feeling a lot more comfortable
क्या बोले
that last fight. They're like, all right, yeah.
ये तो लिखा ही है
We just need to play around him, assassinate supports.
वो लिखा है ये अच्छा और क्या रे भाई hey डॉलर व्हाट्स अप वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम अरे कल आके गाली देके क्या रखती है ये
solutions to Phantom Lancer.
बेंगलोर सुपर बोल रहा है कल आके दो स्ट्रीम है I'm launched too क्या बात है
He does have it. I don't
OG के मैचेस देखने में जो मजा आता था वो अब नहीं है obviously
keep trying, Austin. You keep trying.
but still यार अच्छा है मतलब देखने के लिए टाइम पास तो है Dota can never be boring, bro.
Almost got an Octarine.
इसके पहले वाला जो था ना वो थोड़ा वो पैच थोड़ा बोरिंग था जो सब कन्वर्ट कर रहे हैं हेल्म डोमिनेटर बना के वो थोड़ा बोरिंग पैच था मारामारी वाला पैच always fun.
The most disables and those limited disables, they have to pump a lot of physical damage into Ember Spirit. Him having this
bro, Ember is fat, bro. It's satanic, not satanic. Satanic.
You can see PVISION are just saying, all
एक satanic है और एक satanic है.
And the game on us.
Two different pronunciations.
Fight. Didn't actually take 80 objectives really off of it. They still have this mid-tier 1 tower up at 37 minutes.
I will say you kind of are hitting Satanic's prime right here.
देखा Satanic.
Fill this last gem slot with something big, probably the Bloodthorn, just to maximize his damage.
हम लोग वो इन्वेंट है ना वो इन्वेंट को सेट नहीं बुलाते थे बट इसका नाम इससे Satanic रखा है नाम है ही Satanic ऐसा आगाम आ गया उसके पास आगाम पे क्या होता है आगाम पे पता है क्या कुछ होता है इसका मेरे को याद नहीं आ रहा है चिंतन
And there's wind wakers and hexes, and the game can get
Klings ka agam.
Okay, is this a real concern or is this 60 minutes games get weird concern? Like, do you actually think they wouldn't be favored late game?
I think it is a soft concern, you know?
Okay.
It's like in the back of your mind. You're not going to overthink it.
You still think they're favored in the late game, but... Miro gets his Timber Chain talent. We're just back
Timber Chain range. Achha.
And that farm is not really going any direction one way or the other. We're just stuck at a very minimal 4,000 net worth lead for BB team. They're going to wait for another Roshan, another opportunity to head to high ground. And with that Aegis,
अभी तो waste लग रहा है ना यार अभी काम हो गया इसका
I'm tempted to agree with him there.
I'm down.
अभी इसका काम हो गया स्लादर का
See what happens. You got tanky frontliners. You've got a bunch of sustain.
उसने ऑक्टा क्यों बनाया अपना सांझा से क्यों बनाया ब्रो ऑक्टा समझ में आ रहा है सांझा अच्छा भाई मैं बहुत पिया कल समझ गया मैं ब्रो दिल की बात तेरी निकल गई दिख गई मेरे को कल अभी को भी भरा तू मेरे को भी भरा
Definitely don't want to have to come back to deal with
Orchid बनाया इसने
It's kind of a waste of time for everybody on the side of PVISION.
Yeah, this could be a window to work with. They get this next Roshan.
Orchid क्यों बनाया रे BKB से इतना late
will still be on cooldown.
They've had some really unlucky Roche spawns.
Yeah, the longer Roshes are definitely not for them.
याद नहीं है haven't touched serious क्या बात कर रहे चिंतन उसे देख रहा है तो उस पे क्लिक करके दिख जाएगा नहीं नहीं मैं YouTube पे देख रहा हूँ
Did hit 25 on the Timber. That's also a nice talent to try and help him keep up with the PL because he's not dying as Phantom Lancer.
Twitch पे भी देख सकता हूँ मैं Twitch पे देखूँ
They do have Nullifier on notice. They did end up going for it.
इस पे दिखता ना ये मस्त है उधर अटकता है कभी-कभी Twitch पे No way. बेचारा अभी जा देख कल का स्ट्रीम देख तू जब आया
Get that Bloodthorn on Satanic.
बोलता है BKL सुपर अबे
biggest damage item for sure.
तू BKL डॉलर फिर अभी को भर दिया तूने
It feels like it's always up. No, worse than it used to be. Didn't it used to be it went down to like a 4-second cooldown?
With the talent? Yeah. I think it was 4 or 5.
Now it only goes down to 6 seconds. But
Phantom Lancer players crying everywhere about their 6-second doppel. What a shame. Smoke through mid lane. They are ready to just push it straight up. Satanic on the front line is not
क्या हुआ कल लॉल आधा आगे भर के जा रहे थे कल सबको डॉलर इसने और बड़ा वाला ऑर्किड क्यों बनाया है
Please let me find him
Oh, for him. But BKB.
That's the best they have. The curse stops him from Timber chaining away. Can they commit though with the bounce back of the Lotus? It kills the winner Wyvern. And Katomi's going to die as well. So it's going to be support for support.
इल्लू से मार दिया उसने
Sick overgrowth to bail him out. He's dead 100% there.
Yeah.
You can't free some space to get the BKB off. Remove that Orchid slash Bloodthorn damage. It's going to be a big item to think about in this game. You don't want to let Satanic get in there, Bloodthorn you, and have that Soul Rend pop. It's going to be a huge burst.
It's going to be very important that Miro, or rather Save, can play around Miro to, you know, be there for that exact.
इतना aggressive खेल रहा है.
The second Lotus Orb over the Hex.
Timber रोशन के पिट से ऊपर high ground. Timber chain मार के जा रहा है बाबा.
Trying to force the Roshan.
Dead. Shit ने कैसा चल के आ रहा है तो मारेगा ही. नहीं मार रहा.
They're gonna poke the Timber. Don't want to commit to him without Roar or that Winner's Curse. Missing too many ults right now to force the fight straight up.
No one checking inside the pit. And Kiritich has made the call. He wants to push out this bottom lane. He does not want to take the straight 5-on-5 around this Roshan pit. Doesn't want to risk it. If he can force heroes down to this bottom lane, which is already naturally going to push in thanks to creeps. He just has to deal with the Helmet Dom.
He's going to show, though, and the smoke is coming through from PVISION. This gives you a green light to start the fight. You know the Clinks isn't there. Even if he's going to wrap bottom, the fight is more important.
Atomi's going to be the one to break the smoke here. They try and find him. They do manage to get him off the dust. He has a buyback to work with.
Good pick. If you get this guy, it's a very good. अंदर जा रहा है वो.
Immediately come back. Miro goes in. He does get roared immediately here.
SPL. The PL's on GPK.
Battling. He's retreating. He's trying to get away from this Phantom Lancer as best he can.
Skadi है.
Too tough. He turns around, crushes. The illusions are still chasing
अबे क्या भाग रहा है ये?
chasing after him all the way into the tier 3, and they got him. Meanwhile, the Clinks is already cleaned up the melee barracks. Is now going for the tier 3 in the mid lane. It's a full-out split push from Kiritich, who's now going to BKB TP out after forcing teleports. He is away. Back over that mid lane. Winner's Curse laid on to Miro. The Chaka laid out. Almost catching no one. Still has his solar bind on him. He's so far away, but the Timber Chain is just as far.
Oh, it did.
He goes down.
Perfect Timber Chain. That was the only tree there.
A massive pickup, and Miro has now put himself pretty deep
wait a
here
minute.
against his Phantom Lancer. It's scary. The Bloodthorn goes out. BKB plus the Lotus.
Oh, he won
That's a TP here.
Timber Chain is up. He makes his long jump away. Save has to disappear. Doesn't want to get spotted by the Phantom Lancer, who can always run you down. They pop the
Clinks is back.
Yeah, the Clinks is back, and they're start putting damage on Satanic. Gives
much
you a bad
evasion.
health. He does manage to doppelganger away. A bit of reset. Miro goes in once again. Pops his Lotus, but now the Bloodthorn is
Big over.
अरे big ulti यार.
Now these heroes though. Miro doing lots of damage. They froze him, but they got the damage. He managed to Bloodthorn him. The Lotus Sword bounced back the Bloodthorn and ends up killing him. Satanic. Now that he's down,
that was heavy, yeah.
itself. BB team. If they could get potentially a dieback here on no one who's
He's out of remnants.
Doesn't have any remnants. 8 more seconds. There's
Dead,
nobody
dead.
juke this. Miro's just an absolute monster, and he's taking them all down one by one.
Triple kill for the big raid boss in this game. It was going to be a question of who dies first, the Phantom Lancer or the Timber, because that is what these fights are coming down to.
But Timber इतना tank क्यों कर रहा है? इतना tank कर रहा है bro? No way बेचारा. Twitch पे आया जाएगा. Sorry भाई. I'm glad तुझे ही बता. किसी के टीम में नहीं घुसा. मेरे को नहीं पता तूने और क्या किया है.
Who you're saving the utility for. BB, they understood it in this game. It's about this last pick Timber Saw. It's about keeping Miro alive, and he will win you the long fight eventually.
Oh, he's melting. Oh, BKB pop.
The Winner's Curse, though. He's together, so they can kind of play off of this one. Of course, Ducalis dies to that bounce back, just like he did in the Roshan.
Don't you think PL is missing a heart?
Racks, though, from some of the Clinks damage, getting the glyph out earlier. BBR they're just outplaying him here in these late game team fights.
And there's still Roche to be taken. He's going to buy out the accent on Kiritich. Grab this Roche, grab this Aegis, and there is still the thought of the Divine Rapier.
Honestly, the pressure Kiritich put
Dust
on
together now.
in this entire sequence was beautiful because this Clink's just entering the fight straight up against the Lancer.
This ult, dude. Trient's ult.
You put some pressure on the buildings, and this overgrowth was huge. Satanic could not get out of it. Then he got embraced, as you're kind of saying, like, oh, are you going to be able to get out of it?
I just feel that instead of
reflection with the Lotus Orb, it all came together.
I don't know, man. He shouldn't have froze him.
Like
the moment he got
2 minutes before that
the whatever freezing power that I forgot what that freezing power's name is. The moment that happened, I think he couldn't get out.
BB team's gonna
तो वो निकल सकता था. I think, I'm not sure.
Oh, Clinks is gonna teleport back to the outpost.
That's what I thought.
He has a refresher orb. Why does Slather have a refresher orb?
Said, I'm gonna take your buildings. You have to come back.
Slather से अच्छा tree है ना 2 ult.
19,000 net worth. 1 lane of barracks left to mega creeps. They're just going to send it down this top lane. Looks like instead of a divine, it's going to be a nullifier.
कब आया था start में या last में? वो याद नहीं है यार. I think.
Let's put more pressure on the back line here. Get through that Ghost Scepter Wyvern.
बीच में आया था.
Level 25 for the Beastmaster is picked up alongside a nullifier that he's rocking.
Oh, Beastmaster ने X बनाया.
Cooldown for the spam while you're sitting on the high ground.
Yeah, I think
I'm back. Yo, what's up?
it's a lot of damage too.
मैं भी खेलता हूँ randomly.
These fights are
I'm
going
back.
pretty long.
मैं तो ML भी खेलता था. ऐसे ही था वो. Oh.
Grind your way through in this game.
Satanic gonna go back for a defusal. These long fights, I don't really blame him here. It would be nice to just burn out some resources. Inhibitor.
That does cost him a buyback. He will not have it for this high ground.
Spotted the tree protector. An easy pick off, perhaps. And he's hit the cheese. Got a Lotus on him. And PVISION don't want to overcommit, but the crutch in from GPK.
He's stuck,
hit
though.
3, but he's stuck inside the gate. He's got to go all the way around. That just means he's dead. Completely isolated.
Why is he stunned? Oh, Lotus.
Trying to come in. They have to winner's curse him to hold back this Timber Saw. They go for the kill on GPK, who's still trying to get out. They finally give him the 4 staff he needs. Meanwhile, Miro's on the one on the front lines, and he's okay for now. And in fact, it's Chakalis and Notice who are both getting so low. Satanic has to go back to the front as well, and the buildings are open for the taking. Kiritich gonna claim Megas here. PVISION, they may be
call it.
but barely.
Timber meta, bro. They called it, dude. Timber meta.
Did not have enough firepower in the tank. These heroes are just too tanky. 5,000 HP tree and stomping on your ass.
PL नहीं मार
That's
पाएगा.
one way to end game 1. I thought they were going to have a lot more trouble as this PL got to his peak, but that's where I said this game keeps going later and later. Like PL does not 1v5 in Dota anymore. No matter how good of a game it is.
I thought 1v5 करता था यार. PL he doesn't.
Razor thin margins though. If Miro dies on some of those all-in plays with the Phantom Lance, if he doesn't get overgrowth, if he doesn't get a Lotus Orb, the fight is way different, and that game swings wildly. So that was an incredibly thin margin of execution for the BB team. I think you're very happy with the win. I think you're like, we played really well in that game, but I also think you come out of that game and be like, I don't know if we want to have that thin of a margin to decide those fights. You know, let's create a little more wiggle room in the draft here, because that PL pick definitely put the pressure on him, and he was cruising through some of those fights when it lined up for him. But damn, what a Timbersaw performance. We said he had to be the hero of this one. He ends this game 9-0-5, never died. The team backed him up beautifully.
Game so close so many times, but I mean, you said this all the time. In this tournament and previous tournaments, you talked about how it's so important when it comes to drafting and you're playing inside the game that you all understand what you're playing through. What are the key heroes that you're going to go
100%.
for? And it was this Timbersaw, and you saw whether it was Saber Katomi and the item builds, right? Save picking up that Lotus, a great example. They always made sure to play near Miro where they could. GPK jumping in at times to try and bail out Miro in very key moments.
That's
what
all understood the Timbersaw was this win condition, and that's what gave BB Team the edge in this game.
That's what separates a grand finals champion from a runner-up. Is like you execute these little ideas on the margin that much better. The overgrowths were huge in this game. Like, shout out to Katomi. He had some of the biggest overgrowths I've seen against heroes that are not easy to land overgrowth against.
Yeah, man. Katomi's ults.
That's when it's really important about this spell. It's not like I landed a 4-man overgrowth, ha ha ha, it's cool. It's the moment you land him. Like, even this one in the base fight, it ended up catching the...
Such an ult, bro. An ult, bro. Look at his ult.
Just sick gameplay from him.
Fantastic performance from
Ahora
BB
marra
Team,
now.
but it is a best-of-5 finals. A long way to go before we crown our victor. Let's head back to the panel to recap.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. BB Team victorious here in Game 1 of this best of 5. We'll see what PVISION has in store for them for Game 2, but let's attempt to break this game down. It was a very cool game, and I want to start
very cool game.
highlighting. Of course, we have to highlight
like the stream.
Miro played godlike game.
Yeah, and I think it was really required. Like so, and you know,
I don't know. It's a really good. मैं एक tank था उसका ultimate was he turned into a car and rammed into enemies. Wow, he's there on top lane. They are enemies all. That's cool, bro. क्या बता दूँ यार ये गाली दे रहा था ना कल आगे यार नहीं देखो BKL बोल के क्या तेरे को ना मेरे को.
Like more than stable, great, but if also he can just take a game and carry it on his back, like kind of I don't want to say
से अच्छा Silver Edge जाता है.
That's what it was. It's too many players. It's just too many.
Timber के लिए.
Yeah, I mean, Miro's an extremely dependable player, and having your offlane player have that kind of performance on the Game 1 of a Grand Finals has to be a huge boost going into Game 2, because that's typically what we see from Notice and PVISION in this tournament. He's put in situations where he gets a pick where They're like, carry the game for us. This is your game. And he's able to deliver. And Miro, while he's had a great tournament, I don't think I've seen him have a game like this so far. So exceptional from him.
And we said that this would be the game where he has to do it because they did get that last pick and they did go for the Timber Sound. We're like, well, he has to pop off in order to have BB win this game. There are more aspects to this game, of course. I want to touch upon the mid matchup as well because I think we talked a lot about the Slardar versus the Ember Spirit and how it might or might not be a counter depending on how No One and GPK both performed. What's your thoughts?
GPK cooked so hard on that Slardar. I mean, watching that, it made it seem like yesterday versus Yandex when they were winning the Ember versus Slardar matchup, that should not have happened. But GPK was able to really control that lane, and something that BB team did that was excellent was they brought their supports to the mid lane while Ember was level 5, and they used that level advantage on Slardar when he was 6, and they did not let No One breathe. Like, Save Scottl was sitting on his ass for most of that game. They were pushing him behind the tower, and they did not allow Ember to have any kind of comeback within that game.
You love to see it, like, you know, to me Dota is like a lot like math in a sense. It's like at the end of the day, some things are just supposed to happen, and you only get to see it with like the best in the world, where like the execution on both sides is so perfect that it happens, and you know it's going to certainly happen. And when there's like a level discrepancy, sometimes you're like, wait, Ember's doing actually pretty well against Slardar, what happened? It's not happening in a GPK versus No One matchup. Like, Slardar is supposed to have an edge on Ember. It happens. Supports understand it too, so they also played their lanes accordingly. They're ready to rotate. Like, everybody knows what's happening on both sides, and this is when, you know, they're basically moving chess pieces around, and you get to see, you know, the greatest lines at work. But what a performance by GPK. Honestly, all of them, they really delivered. And then what's cool is how they're able to switch the dynamic in the game. It's like they play around GPK because he's very strong at that point. He won his lane, and this Slardar is supposed to fall off at some point. It is not a good Slardar game besides the mid matchup. Like, Slardar versus Beast, not great. Slardar versus Wyvern, terrible. Slardar versus PL, even worse. And then the dynamic just switches where they start playing around Miro. Like, it's just very nice, you know, adaptability from BB in this game.
Yeah, and we just have to bring it back to that Timber Cell, because at some point in that game, it just felt like PL versus Timber Cell. Who is the stronger monster to push the team over the edge? And ultimately, it was Miro. He had a really amazing Lotuses too. He Lotused a couple of Winter's Curses. He tanked a lot of roars in those games, and he just felt like this giant body. He got a Heart of Tarrasque as well, just standing in front of the barracks while his team is pushing, and it felt like there was no way to address this giant rock in your base.
Maybe too much weight on Satanic at the end of the day in this game, and on PL.
Too much weight on Satanic, bro. A little too much weight for him, like on him.
Time in the game where PL felt unstoppable.
Platon से अच्छा Silver Edge था Lord. ये अभी आपके जैसा था, इसको भी कुछ याद नहीं लॉल.
We know he likes to carry games. That hero turns into a carry in the lane.
Maybe I slept at that time.
9-0. He would have been a great hero to
Could
have
be.
on your fantasy team for EWC, because not dying in a game like that is incredibly important.
डेंजर हो गया था इधर.
It makes me wonder that on the
एक बार
side
शायद चेक कर लेना यार, और कहीं नहीं चले गए ना आप. Oh भाई. Hey bro, hi Max Surya, what's up? Welcome to the stream bro. अच्छा எப்படி இருக்கீங்க? Welcome. எனக்கு ரொம்ப ஆறா எடுத்துட்டீங்கடா டேய். I came down to 105 RR, dude. I was at 165 RR.
Perhaps they were
but they all played really good,
sequences where they should have maybe like not kind of dodged what BB was doing, especially around the mid lane. Mira mentioned how they grouped up around the Slardar, and Ember was just not ready to respond, and it kind of leaves you wondering, like, yes, you're rotating your supports there, but you're kind of just watching them do what they want to do, because when you get too close, you're dying, and there's not much you can do about it. Like, it's in level 5 Ember.
Guys, ये game के बाद मैं एक be right back मैं आ जाऊँगा, फटाक से खाना खा के आ जाऊँगा, ठीक है?
Even though Dota, you know, the right thing is to look at the rune, the right thing is to defend your tower, but when you can't, you can't. I think this is when it hurts extra, when you're doing things because you have to, not because the game allows you to. You know, it's like you have to look at what's in front of you at the end of the day. It's like, yes, the rune is spawning, but can we contest it? You can't, just let it go. Do something else on the map.
Yeah, we saw the laning stage very heavily go in the way of BB team already, and PVISION obviously saw that too, so they tried to delay the game. Effie, I think you've got some examples for us of how they tried to do this.
Yeah, I mean, after that dominant laning stage from BB Team, one would expect them to roll over their enemies, but we're just going to look at a couple of moments that allowed PVISION to extend this game and why BB Team had to take it as long as they did. And something that no one did very well, particularly in this game, was just tank a lot of the spells and tank a lot of rotations. This isn't the first time this game where we're going to see him tank like a 3-man, 4-man gank, and he was able to get away. In the next clip, it's going to be actually Satanic doing something very similar, in which BB Team bring all of their pressure and all of their heroes, and it's moments like these where if your PL dies and doesn't make a play like this sub, then the game just snowballs out of control.
The composure that it takes to just hold still. 4 heroes, the crowd is roaring, everything is just silent in your headset. 4 heroes are just turning like sharks, you know, around you, and you just have to stay there, not flinch, not move your mouse, don't click, don't move, you know. It takes a lot of composure. I love to see these sequences.
Yeah, and we see just that was kind of the key of the game. It was BB Team trying to catch and PVISION trying to escape. And I just had to shout out this clip because I do feel the game would have ended here. And as Dota players, we've all been in these situations, but he missed every single hit on this PL. And that's what allowed PL to then get the fight afterwards that held the game for longer.
He just picked up the butterfly at this point, so it's also like, I think these great players, they make these situations happen because he probably committed as much because he has the butterfly, and he's kind of keeping them guessing, yeah, I might die, I might not die, I have butterfly. And I'm sure they clicked the butterfly after. It's like, he survived, he just bought butterfly. But what an impact from this item.
Yeah, incredibly great. Seb, earlier this week, or maybe the week before that, you told us that you found BB Team to be a team that's like the tier 1 Dota exam. You know, if you beat them, yeah, you can be in the top 6, top 4, and if you don't, then you're not meant to breach even top 8 potentially. They're in the grand finals now, so how do you look at it now?
I mean, call it tier 0 Dota exam or something, but it's like, what I meant with that is that they are so good at doing things to perfection. You know, like they will win the lanes they're supposed to. They will be on the rune. They will have the proper ward. They will de-ward your wards. Like, you know, like they will just do everything perfect. And it's like a reality check of like, how good are you at the game? It's basically AI, you know, at this point. Like, it's just, everything is just top notch. And they don't take that many risks in a sense. That's also why I flavored them with this label, because I feel like, you know, you have to bring something new to break them. You have to push them out of their system, because if you don't, you just don't stand a chance. Whether it's drafting, whether it's play, you have to kick them out of their comfort zone.
I'm sure that PVISION is going to try to do exactly that. How do you think they should break this formation that BB has in the laning stage, Effie?
Hello, एक chat आगा पर ठीक है. She is used to it. अरे
mid laner in GPK who's gonna get a favorable matchup.
Hello खेलने वाले brother. आज तो नहीं यार, ये EWC grand finals है यार. इसके best of 5 है. अभी जैसे एक game खत्म हुआ है और 4 matches बाकी है. And now I don't know what is gonna happen. तो आज तो थोड़ा no लग रहा है ना. मैं तो कितना हारा हुआ था ना. बहुत हार गया. बंद कर रहा है, कोई और गेम चालू कर दूं. हेलो बंद कर दूं थोड़े टाइम के लिए. How are you bro? Welcome to the stream. How's it going? How's your day? Sunday के साथ Sunday.
The Slaughter, I mean, they picked Ember into Slaughter, so they put both of their cores into like an unfavorable matchup, and Satanic is just doing Satanic things, which, you know, playing the hard carry, and he also wants time. So at the end of the day, you have a PL and you have 2 cores that lost their lanes. That's not a lot of playability through the game, and you're doing that versus a team that excels at pushing the advantage they get from the laning phase. So maybe you reconsider and rebalance it a little bit. Do you really want to put yourself in that situation against probably the best team in the world at punishing it? Probably an adjustment is required at this point.
Yeah, we are in a best of 5, so adjustment is the name of the game. And adjustment, of course, in these 15 minutes that the teams have, very important, but adjustment in the game also very important. The communication in the game also very important. We don't often get a chance to listen to that communication, and oftentimes even a lot of teams will be fairly secretive about how they communicate, but we've got a little insight. Semi-finals happened yesterday, and we got, for those semi-finals, the Saudi radio comms.
Oh, so cool. Like the stream guys, like the stream. Up South Indian ho kya? Half bro, 50-50. Rajput South Indian. Duo grind, I would love to bro, but क्या करूँ?
спине ты.
Я держу его, я держу тебя. У меня нет ответа, парень.
Кончено. Да, на мероприятие.
Хорош, парень.
Хорош, парень, финал ряда.
I'm pushing mid, guys. I
I'm
wanna
just farm
control
there,
round.
Africa.
Yeah, we need to take mid tower right now.
Oh, here,
I'm TP to base, I'm TP to base first.
Okay.
Here.
Guys, I'm running to mid. I'm running to mid. Wait me a bit.
I'm region, yeah, and we can fight.
I'm careful, Slardar here.
They kill me, guys.
On me.
Try to... Guys, can I help Duka? No.
It's chain feed, guys.
Yeah, my bad.
All good. All good, all
Also
good.
good.
Yes, sir. Uh-huh.
No Lotus on
coming
them,
to
guys.
J. Yeah,
No
yeah.
Lotus. T. He will
1
die.
second.
He's dying.
Yeah.
Not rush.
Not
Go-
rush, not rush. Farm,
Push
farm.
lanes, push
I'm
lanes.
gonna go bot. And gate to top. You put a ward on two.
I'm running. Let's watch your buyback
hex.
monkey. Maybe he doesn't buy
Hoodwink,
this.
hoodwink.
Yeah.
I'm used second roar. Guys, be careful.
Careful, no roar, yeah.
I have one, guys. I'm fine.
Kite, monkey, buyback.
They used everything
Yes,
here.
kite. I am. It's
They're
fine what they're
attacking.
doing.
Alan, you need to buy Alan. We are without buybacks.
I have no buy. Okay, careful. I don't have buy.
क्या काम है बे इतना क्या काम वाले कॉम्स चल रहे
We have glyph.
Need to poke, yes.
We have second. So.
He's rep.
We can sprout throne, guys, also.
Yeah.
Into arena hard.
Yeah.
They're dying from access.
Subs, yeah, dying.
They die one. Hero. We need to go. They will try to end, guys.
Yeah.
We need to suicide.
Watch to put traps.
SF.
मार दिया
Can we kill PL, guys? He's super low.
Yeah. Here they all by backing.
On me, PL, on me. Real. We're here. Gaga. Nice.
Very nice.
Oi,
He thinks he can come in here and play my
बैर का इन्वेंट क्या कर उन्होंने बाप रे 7 पटके में मार रहा है वो टावर को
You're done.
Is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
An overarching trend that we've seen with our Saudi radio comms is that
So,
it doesn't
match
matter
two,
whether
match
you're
two, match
really
two.
close to winning
Let's
or
go.
really close to losing. The teams
हाँ
will
और गुड
continue
एंजॉय
to be
डियर मैं जाऊंगा
focused
WC
regardless how
फाइनल
close
देखने
they
तो
are. And I think that kind of
तो
focus
था ही
is the
2
only
गेम में
reason you get to be
let's
on
go
stage in a grand
बने
finals. You need to be able to believe no matter what.
बने
you still
बने
have a chance
मैं भी
to
जाऊंगा
push
ब्रो
back.
मैच देखने के लिए रात को है ना 12:30 1 बजे को कुछ तो है
To respect
आप
the
स्विच
enemy
करो
for having
बिटवीन
that
स्टोरी
chance to
मोड एंड
push back
FPS
at you.
For
एक
sure.
ही गेम खेलोगे तो फेड अप हो जाओगे ना आई एम गोइंग टू प्ले सम गॉड ऑफ वॉर और सम थिंग पता नहीं स्पाइडरमैन वगैरह कुछ तो खेलना चालू करूंगा ब्रो मैं बोर हो गया मैं वैलो से I think it's about time that I stop playing these type of games अरे कि भी मेरे को लगा मैं डिस्कॉर्ड में कुछ आगा चेस्ट नंबर 1 ये बस कौन क्या आपको यार ये भी का फुल फॉर्म
they were actually being
PB
proactive on
ये PVISION है PVISION
Yeah,
BB
you have to go back to the
का
draft, right? And to how you set
नया
up your
टीम है
lanes
कोई
and- 'cause,
उसके
you know,
इसमें भी
you kinda-
BB ही लिखा था
It's like, okay, you took the beast and then maybe put noticed in a very quiet game because it was just hard for him to really impact that game. It was not the best beast game. Just like as a 5 versus 5 composition, he had a really tough lane. He has no business winning this lane. Like Beast versus Klinks, it's pretty much unplayable.
BB I think it's bet boom
Sorry, I mean I'm just looking at this. This
Bet
is like
boom.
we're back to first pick draw. This is like
And
day
इसमें से
one of EWC. We
जो
completely
एक
went
प्लेयर है
away
ना
from
bet
it,
boom
but,
PB में टीम में
apparently
ये
we're
प्लेयर बहुत
what
क्रेजी
day
है
is it? Is this still the grand finals? Are we starting
no
the
one.
group stage all over again? Is this a time lapse?
It's cool though. We don't see this very often. We did swap sides. We got
ये
Vivian
पप्पी
Bayer this time
इनका
around,
टीम का जो
Vision
कोच है ना पप्पी
Radiant
गॉड है
at
वो
first
गॉड है
pick, obviously goes away
Legend.
with the Drow Ranger. We're going to focus on lanes for this game, and Drow is a pretty decent laner for carry.
Very good, and I think the bans also kind of enabled that draw. Darcy or Prophet, two of the best meta heroes, I would say, at punishing draws early game, I don't think there's such a thing. You can't really punish draw on the lane. I don't think any hero that really does that. But what you can do is bring numbers and kick her out of the lane after she's dominated the first 5 minutes. I just want to mention that PVISION's approach already seems quite different to me, where it's like they're focusing on themselves rather than trying to address what BB team is doing.
Yeah.
Like, they drafted quite reactively in the first game. We talked about how they stole the beast, and then they're picking the Ember anyway. Like here's like, okay, we have our invoker strats, we're going for it, and we'll cover the angles, but they're pretty much dismissing the draw at this point.
I mean, the Draw Rangers, while she has kind of been quiet, not versus PVISION. PVISION have this hero banned against them consistently in the first phase. It's SF and Draw that are never given away. So Vivi had an idea that they were going to take it away and play it themselves. And they've looked good on it as well. Both of their Draw games this tournament were wins. But I don't think it was the overall first phase, so I'm pretty curious what approach PVISION will take, because Notice likes to play gap close offlaners. Dawnbreaker is one of his specialty heroes that other offlaners aren't doing, and it's something you can comfortably play against the Draw Ranger.
Yeah, it's been banned very frequently against him, the Dawnbreaker, but it seems like BB team isn't really worried about that hero. They just let it through, so surely they know that he's gonna be thinking about this hero. Darcy would have been the second or the first option. That's not obviously an option anymore, so yeah, Dawnbreaker would make a lot of sense. I think it's also pretty good with Invoker. At some point the map becomes just hard to play, and the lanes also become hard to play, because you have this Invoker that is pretty much dominating the mid lane, chipping at your tier 1 tower with Forge Spirits, with Meteor Hammer, and there's a Dawn ulti. It's just really hard to go on him and to kick him out of that area.
There's a support that is still in the pool that I'm questioning why it wasn't picked instead of the Hoodwink, because I've been told Bane is a very great pairing together with the Invoker.
Yeah, it's been banned also in the first game. I believe it was banned by PVISION. They were banning the Kataomi Bane, so it's up for grabs for both teams.
Yeah, I mean, BB need their melee support for this draw. Since they first picked her, they might not be able to do a double ranged, like a Clockwork or a Tusk, because Undying is taken out of the pool. And I feel Clock is a very cool hero against Invoker in that early game as well.
Yeah, Bane may be a little bit worse against Invoker also, so not as good as an option. Yeah, it doesn't look like the best Bane game. They could maybe still go for it. Just comfort, like probably one of his best, if not his best hero. But the lane isn't ideal, as mentioned. That's an early Earth Spirit. I mean, I guess GPK sees the mid matchup. I'm quite surprised, because a lot of teams' answer to Earth Spirit have been Invoker. Like, I'm thinking of Team Liquid, for instance. They lost a couple games early on in the tournament, and then Nisha decided, yeah, just pick me Invoker versus Earth Spirit, I'll be fine. So different approach and different take.
Earth Spirit mid? I don't think Earth Spirit mid is going to happen. But as a support, I'm sure he can make a lot of plays that will disrupt Invoker.
I'm sure the guy
is gameplay.
Good enough to play any Dota
pick me, bro. Setting. Oh, why? Setting ka pick to ho na draw na.
Darkseer isn't in the picture. Support Earth Spirit is half the hero. I mean, unless you're willing to play lanes like Viper or Enigma from that offlane, I do think this is a GPK Earth Spirit. And I think that Invoker is an answer in the lane, but not necessarily through the game. I do feel that Earth Spirit out-rotates him, and he's a very natural BKB buyer. That's like his second or third item usually, and once he hits that timing, and can't play against it very easily.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. They go for the Bane anyway. I think I like the pick, to be honest. Like, it's not ideal,
Centaur
but at the end
Rubik.
of the day, very high synergy with Earth Spirit. Great hero in the hands of Kataomi. I think the lane also is pretty much unbeatable. Like, Bane draws, like, these are probably two of the strongest laners in their positions. Even if it's not very synergetic, just the stats and the nature of the spells, you can't really win that lane. We're gonna see a 9 class, Rubik in a really good Rubik game. I mean, just Bane is enough to make it a good Rubik game. So in that sense, you know, you're always happy to grab that hero. We've seen some questionable Rubik picks. I don't think this is one of them. Like, Rubik Centaur is a very strong lane, and they have Sunstrike on top of it. So this lane is a menace, and it's going to make up for the weakness of Rubik in the first 3 to 4 minutes of the game.
I do wonder, though, Seb, like, looking at this Drow plus Bane, is this lane strong enough to play against Centaur plus Hoodwink? I mean, Drow lanes are very hard to play against, but typically you have this melee hero that can absorb for you. And I think Centaur plus Hoodwink are gonna have a lane where they trade farm.
I think the concept is
okay, this is going to be interesting. They've taken Largo, bro.
Because he's just so tanky. Like this hero has so much stats and so much armor as a range that he's
Boom
kind
bam.
of a melee
Okay,
hero
nice.
with Brain Sap just standing there.
Sekiro खेलो बहुत ही calm and peaceful game है. Sekiro.
On the lane, you have to have kill potential.
ये भी है आराम से. Same. सुरमे थाली रत्नागिरी easy. ओ भाई.
Do you have the Fairy Fire? Do you have your Blood Grenade?
ओ भाई.
It's all about assessing. Does Bane die? Yes or no? Because if you go on him and you throw your spells on him and he doesn't die, this is when this draw is just gonna have the chillest time in the world, and all of a sudden draw is level 3. She's been untouched for the first 4 waves. She got a lot of denies and the lane is over. So playing against Bane is all about knowing if you can kill him or not, and obviously being a good Bane player is all about knowing whether you die or not and playing off the limits.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, and Katami's been a great Bane, but my heart is not feeling good about BB teams.
Let's see.
Their draft. It's just because I look at Hoodwink plus Centaur. Centaur with Retaliate is already more comfortable versus Drow than a lot of other melee offlaners. Hoodwink, I do feel out-trades Bane, especially if you factor in the Sunstrikes, which are the first pick. So you think this Bane Drow, they're not playing versus 2, they're playing versus 3 with this Invoker. There are 2 stuns. I feel like if Bane messes up at any point, he's dead, and then Drow's kicked out of the lane.
Also, you know what the part is? They're very weak. Look at this. Except for Largo, I'm guessing Bane, Aeol Spirit, and Rowan are very weak heroes.
And this is really what you want when you play Invoker mid, and because at the end of the day, you first pick Invoker, you know you're gonna get counterpicked, and the matchup might not be the best. Like GPK is gonna have a couple denies on him, maybe more than a couple. We've seen it last game. But as long as no one is able to secure Sunstrike kills around the map, he'll be super happy.
Respect paid to Satanic's Meepo.
Securing those Sunstrike is going to be hard.
As for PVISION, we're still looking for a hero for Satanic.
Yes, 100%. And we haven't mentioned something important, which is the Earthspit Largo combo. I feel like Largo really excels with these like magic damage, you know, mid heroes. Like you think of, we've seen it a lot with Puck. Obviously, Puck has, you know, fallen off in this meta, but we've seen it with Ember Spirit, with Earth Spirit. Like this scales immensely in the late game. So looking forward to see how PVISION is going to address that, because the scaling on BB team, I have to say, is pretty worrisome. Like the Draw Ranger and this Earth Spirit being buffed by Largo. Satanic, obviously, he has a late pick in the draft. He's going to try to cover that. But he has a big job to do.
He does. I do think an early pipe on Centaur can go a very long way while Drow is still getting ready to fight. Because
now what?
Earth Spirit is the main source of damage until Drow is activated, and it's purely magical, especially with Largo. He's joining in with magic damage, and ES plus Largo, they take incredibly long fights. They don't win these fights in a few seconds. Like we're talking fights that go up to 30 seconds. And so it's about
actually Juggernaut is not going to be a good pick.
Going back in and
Sula dega, entry build dal dega, waste ho jayega.
Just the Earth Spirit for me right now. Whereas with PVISION, they can disengage with Stampede. They're probably going to have their supports with kiting abilities. They're going to have this Invoker resetting with his spells.
So do you want the last pick for BB team to also carry a little bit more of a punch, a little bit more damage coming out from that last pick?
Some freedom, you know, some motion to go in and out.
Wind Ranger
and freedom. It is, after all.
I guess that's his save Wind Ranger, right? Like this is like his specialty at this point. I mean, it's a solid pick. It's laning presence. He could even scale. I mean, he is a Wind Ranger player at core, so you always think of like, hey, my focus fire, you know, maybe I could get myself like a Maelstrom or something. You can get baited. We'll see if the game drags on. I mean, he has draw aura. Like maybe that's enough of an excuse to not get flamed by your teammates if you start buying like core items on Wind Ranger. But it's a solid pick. I think at the end of the day, it's gonna come down to GPK's ability to, you know, dictate the pace of the game, because the scaling on PVISION is, I mean, we don't even see Satanic hero, but it's already scary. I feel like
I think they need a really good carry.
This hero thrives in the late game also.
Like,
the hearts, the Aghanim save, all his spells are just crazy. The later the game goes, Invoker, that goes without saying, plus the Satanic hero. So I think, you know, BB team, they're gonna want a repeat of last game where they need to get ahead essentially. I don't think they can afford to be even with PVISION.
Do you think they can play Kez last pick? They are taking a lot of time thinking about it here, but they need to carry with gap close, something to get on top of Draw Ranger.
Nyx?
Okay, they go for the Nyx instead.
Wow.
I think Kez would have been very nice too.
They want to infest with Centaur.
I actually haven't seen this hero much, if I'm honest. Like,
काफी time हो गया Nyx देख के भी.
Very good against Earth Spirit and against Largo. They have no infest target for Centaur. That's a combo we haven't seen in a while, but devastating versus range carries. Like Draw hates being jumped by any hero, so let alone two. So, but yeah, I mean, honestly, like I haven't seen enough Nakes to know. It doesn't feel like this explosive last pick where you're like, wow, they're in trouble, you know?
Yeah.
But I could be mistaken about it.
I've seen it a couple of times in the survival stage, and I was picked versus Darkseer and Centaur, and it looked fine, but what it needed to succeed was a good carry matchup and a way to have that Infest Bomb. And the Infest Bomb does exist with the Centaur. The only issue that I would think about when it comes to Lifestealer is the Bane and the Fiend's Grip. That's a
So
big
what,
issue
Invoker
for him,
versus...
but you do have a Rubik covering this Bane threat, so that makes the Lifestealer look
Invoker
more
versus
viable to me.
GPK mid?
I mean, even the Draw matchup in a sense, if somehow Draw is allowed to reposition, whether it's Spike, whether it's Earth Spirit Kick, anything really, then the Nakes is pretty sad because there's no such thing as staying alive versus Draw. There's also a bunch of silences, but I don't think Nakes really enjoys playing against. Like there's the Earth Spirit silence, the Draw silence. And, you know, Nakes, I guess, is going to buy Radiance. It's probably still the build. So you go for a damage over time approach versus Largo. It's like, I'm yet to be convinced about the Nakes pick. Obviously, Satanic, you know, absolute expert, knows exactly why he wants the Nakes. But I'm just going to sit and learn why Nakes was the last pick in this case.
One step at a time. First 10 minutes.
I don't know, I would have gone personally for a Faceless Void or
I think
a
PVISION
PL.
very nice lanes
I think they want to pick off the other heroes, and Nakes is really good at doing that.
Spirit, but I think Invoker will do fine. I think the off lane of Centaur plus Rubik will also do fine. And the safe lane, I'm curious about it. I think Largo should out CS Lifestealer for like the first 4 levels, but after Lifestealer gets a couple of small items, he should be able to do okay on that lane.
Much more even than game 1 on the laning phase. It's going to come down much more to execution and outplays essentially.
Cool. That means we got a good one coming our way. We wanted to see some adaptations after game 1, and we certainly got those. It is 1 game up right now for BBVision. BBVision? Wow. For BB team against PVISION.
BBVision, okay.
In this best of 5 grand finals. Let's see if they can make it a 2-0 or if we're going to tie the series as we're heading over to Cap and SVG.
No worries, Sheevers. We do have a bit of alphabet soup here between BB Team and PVISION. BB Team is already challenging the existing narrative. So many people that I talked to going into this game, I think the most common prediction was 3-1 PVISION. And BB Team, well, they've already got 1 win. And we'll see if they can double up on that and put themselves just 1 game away.
2 मिनट कैम ऑफ कर रहा हूँ इधर ही हूँ मैं फटाक से खा के आ रहा हूँ गाइस 5 मिनट में आ जाऊँगा
in this playoff run yet. So in extremely consistent pace they are setting. They're kind of doing it with everything. They're looking good at multiple stages in the game. Their laning phase is very solid. Again, just you're not going to run this team over in the laning phase, so you're always going to have to beat them in the team fights around the objectives, and that is where they impressed me most in that game 1. Like those late game team fights could have got messy, could have got really chaotic. The PL always puts a lot of pressure on you to make very clutch decisions very quickly, and they were there. The Lotus Orbs were there, the Overgrowths were there, the decision making out how they were using the utility and who they were using it for was there. It all came together really nicely there, so that gives you a lot of confidence going deep into this series, saying like, hey, like we can just outplay this team in the late game. This draft from PVISION, there's definitely a lot of scale here. Like when you first pick Invoker, you're basically saying to your opponents, you're not going to win this late game. You're just not going to have more scale than us. If we want more scale than you, we're going to be able to get it in because we first picked Invoker, and that's life, and you're going to have to deal with that. And it's going to be a tall order for BB Team to deal with this no-one Invoker because he has Stampede, he has Cart, he has the Rubik to interrupt some of the grip or other control and turn it back against BB Squad. And then you have this Lifestealer to bail out other heroes with an Infest save, go and be a frontliner. Like there's so much room for no one to play around in this game. And no surprise, because I think Puppy is very practiced at playing these Invoker lineups and understanding what the hero needs to succeed. Yeah, I think he definitely has it here.
GPK getting the early deny over the Invoker. We always see this, okay, the Invoker's going to go for the range creep. He's going to drop a Sunstrike on it, and the opposing side tries to stack it. Oh, Kiritich doesn't actually walk into the Sunstrike and will survive here. They actually did too good of a job body blocking him out and punishing him on that positioning. Katomi might still be able to nab the first blood, though, as it didn't go to the Drow Ranger, nor will it go to the Bane, at least not initially. He still is going to try and hunt for it. Managed to get the Nightmare, and that will be the death of him. First blood goes to Katomi.
Almost an unlucky body block that you dodge your own spell. Should have been a first blood there. Gonna put some more pressure on Kiritich, try and force him off some of the CS, but the damage is done. First blood for the Bane. Kantomi having himself a series so far.
Yeah, he really is.
Like, he was almost MVP in that game 1, because you have to be so on point with those overgrowth timings. The scouting he did early, he used the early shard well. He did a lot in that game, and here he is on one of the signature 5s of the tournament, in my opinion, this Bane. It's been a menace for a lot of teams to deal with. The pick-off pressure around the map is where this hero shines. You can start to find those big sleep or grip kills on targets that turn into objectives. Could look a lot like game 1, and you always have the nice counterplay for the Nakes here. Not a hero that Lifestealer likes to play into.
Talking about some of our other lanes, that bottom lane is kind of a weird one. Wind Ranger 4 position with a Largo 3 against a Lifestealer. Did you believe in this Lifestealer pickup when you saw it? Was that a hero that you were like, oh, they really got him?
I think so. I mean, maybe there's like some carry that theoretically can perform with some higher synergy with the Invoker or something. I'm not going to say it's the best Alacrity hero. It's not a hero that sets up Invoker spells, but it's pretty nice here against the Largo. It's great against the Earth Spirit. You have to try and throw the grip into him, and there are counterplays for that between the Rubik and the Centaur. It's going to be annoying on the front lines here. You're really going to have to play for your Drow scale to deal with Satanic in this situation, and that's the position you want to put the Drow in. Like, you don't want to relieve pressure from the hero. You want to put him in a spot where you have to truly scale and carry this late game. The hero can sometimes deliver, but you have Centaur to gap close. You have some Invoker with some long-range artillery. There's a little bit of counterplay in this, so I think Lifestealer can pose a big problem here for BB, and he's going to free farm almost no matter what.
This battle between the supports, it always comes down to maybe a Sunstrike kill. Not quite, but T'Challa still cleans it up. And he will at least make Save pay for blocking out his easy camp.
Not the first blood, but a nice little solo pickup for him, as both these guys find a little action here. Both Sunstrikes missing. Unfortunate for no one. He wants the extra golden experience here, but what can you do?
You combine that with GPK having such a good laning phase here. 13 denies over this Invoker. He is
crushing it.
Running inexperience on the side of no one.
This guy is maybe the most underrated laner of all time. Like, I'm just going to say it. I feel like he's never in those discussions, but every single game, he is just owning the lane in any matchup. He is, even the lanes where it's a losing lane, he's overperforming. And the lanes he's supposed to win, he wins them. So you kind of have to just accept that. And that's what it's looking like in this series. And it's not the worst situation for no one. Especially when you first pick Invoker, you're kind of expecting to lose the lane anyway. So in that sense, you're almost saying, okay, whatever. Like, yeah, you can win the lane if you're GPK, but we first picked our mid hero. It's a greedy mid hero. If no one gets out of this with a decent start, we're very happy with that. And honestly, he's doing fairly well. Like, this is a lane GPK's winning, but I think in terms of your expected outcome for a first pick Invoker, you're very happy with this if you're no one.
Okay, sure. Not a hero that's expected to dominate the lanes.
No.
But it is interesting, the BB team. I feel like there was this narrative for the longest time, BB team, oh, they're such an incredibly lane-dominant team. You really have to make sure you get out lanes against them. And I feel like that narrative kind of dialed down quite a bit over this last year and maybe even the year prior. And I think BB team became a more well-rounded team. But here in this finals, they're kind of back to some lane winning. Once again, top 3 CS in all 3 lanes. Multi-shot coming in. 9 class is going to die with the rotation of Save, surprising the top lane duo.
Nice little pickup for him. Recognize the wave was going in bottom for Miro, so you can leave this frog alone for a little bit with the equilibrium advantage and get some rotations going. You're gonna try and cascade this in towards that mid lane. Look for the Invoker. This is what you want to do against this hero. To me, it's not as much about the lane matchup as trying to kill this hero 2 or 3 times before he gets to that first farming item.
But look at PVISION already set up for it, and they're going to get the punish here. Tossing back Kantomi. GBK
Magnetize already
really
there.
good Magnetize, though. Oh my god, he got level 6 right as they went for that play.
Perfect.
So even though PVISION was in a better spot closer to the tower, it's just the overwhelming advantage of having this ultimate.
No chance you're taking that fight with Magnetize already online. And maybe they just weren't expecting it. That's all those denies adding up. Right, you're kind of looking at your mid laner XP and thinking the other one's kind of close, but with 19 denies, he's a full level ahead. Beautiful rotation from BB, and that is exactly what you want to do to punish this first pick Invoker. Put some deaths on the board, slow down that Meteor Hammer. It slows down his entire game. Gets GPK off to a fast start and an amp damage.
Force Spirit. He was trying to race to get the deny on that power room, but it does go to GPK. Of course, he's not a bottle hero, so this is not something, it's not a power room he's going to be able to hold. for the Wisdom Shrine, but we may see some action still around those, especially Katomi getting in there already.
Another one.
Sunstrikes are just not landing for no one.
Whew. He's got some stuns to set it up, but just some little jukes here. And yeah, you're right. No bottle for GPK. Kind of interesting. I've seen a lot of Earth Spirits offer that bottle. He decides to just go the Soul Ring route with some extra strength stats.
It makes sense, I think, in an Invoker matchup, right? He just maximizes stats, so he just gets a massive CS lead.
It's paid off here. We'll get
Tornado setup, Meteor. GPK with a cold snap on him. He's slowed down. They need to land the Sunstrike. And GPK this time! No one! He set it up. He says, I know you're good enough, GPK, to make the read that I'm using my Sunstrike. I know you're going to dodge it. Reads him like a goddamn book.
That's veteranship right there. That's the next level play.
I mean, imagine you just look like the fool. GPK just walks straight back. No one. What a sick read.
Absolutely sick. I mean, that's kind of playing into like some respect. You know, I respect you're a good enough player to look at my mana while you're running away and recognize when it's coming out and play for the 50-50 on the juke. You're either throwing it down or you're throwing it up there, but you're definitely not throwing it where you expect him to run. Big pickup for him. He needed one of those to land. He's going to get another here, and suddenly...
Oh, beginning to cook now.
Oh, yeah. That's why you needed to kill this guy a couple times in the early game. There's too much setup in this game. He's always going to find some Sunstrike connections if you're not just going on him. Do have another Magnetize available.
Illusion will be denied, but GPK, okay, especially with Miro joining in, they have a chance to get 9th class. Bushwhack holds him back. Miro's still going to keep the chase up, though, giving these heroes the extra movement speed. And now they surround 9th class for the pickoff.
This Earth Spirit Largo combination is going to be really strong. You got to respect it in this game.
Nice read. They make the read that there was a high ground ward there as well. So, bit of extra golden experience. Takalis could set up Nightmare to a full power shot or shackle shot. Power shot to lead things off. They split up to make sure the Bushwhack doesn't land. The Sunstrike. Oh, what a shackle, though. Catching Satanic and Takalis there. Katomi needs some help. GPK is going to roll in. Hits the Magnetize onto the Invoker. A TP away. Can they do the damage fast enough? Not with the Infest. The Infest bomb bails out the Invoker and allows him to complete the TP.
And your Magnetize disappears at the same time. So you might have to wait another 90 seconds if you're GPK to get something going here around this mid lane. Power the Lifestealer here. Can bail out some of these heroes and be a nuisance in the fight. Not an easy target to focus down. Gonna try and run down Noticed in the river. How did he end up here and with Kiritich chasing him? Very awkward situation for him as GPK gladly rolls in and cleans some of that up. This Drow is free farming.
Kiritich must have seen the opportunity, like Stampede got used. Okay, I can put pressure on the Centaur, and results in some sort of awkward positioning.
He's pretty fat on this Drow.
Yeah. One of the scariest heroes of this patch.
Oh, for sure. Absolutely. I think it's been figured out a little bit, but I still got to respect what this hero can do and how fast it can come online if it has a free game like this. Quick smoke. No Magnetize available, but looking to get some earn charges for GPK.
Look at this move. Satanic. Miro's kind of baited it out right now. Satanic doesn't get hit by the roll-in from GPK. Still got him on the silence. And then from the other side, Kiritich came through the gate. Combos it with the Gust.
Perfect timing. That Shackle's not landing, so you need a little extra disable there. And right on time. The connections have been so fluid for BB in this series. They are nailing the timings. That's going to get a tier 1 tower, kick this Lifestealer out. Suddenly that free farming Satanic hero, he has to sit on the bench for a little bit as this Drow pulls ahead. TP the Earth Spirit into mid. He has Magnetize here. Not a guaranteed tower push.
No, not at all. Boulder Smash will clear out the creeps. A minimal amount of damage done to this tier 1.
I will say, PVISION have a lot more of the go shove we're used to kind of seeing from their lineups that they can play around this game between the Invoker, the Helm off of the Centaur, and the Lifestealer. If you're aware of like the grip cooldown and how far you can push lanes with the Rage TP.
Okay, yeah.
It could become a similar game to how we've seen them dominate the map in terms of like you're getting lanes in, you find that one pick off, and then you just chain it across the map. So you have to be a little wary here, BB, in terms of the Sunstrike threat, the Stampede threat, like some of these global abilities that can turn a simple Bushwhack, a simple lift into a full out kill.
And especially since you've got three heroes on BB team that don't really want to deal with lanes and just kind of want to run after heroes, right? Earth Spirit, Wind Ranger.
Yes. That's the biggest factor here, is like who's going to show on these waves as we go later and later in this game, and how do you do it safely? That's another reason you need these cores to be as fat as possible.
Right.
You need to get the HP totals up. You have some strength heroes that can sit on those waves and tank a lot of spells, assuming you can get the levels. Some of those early items up online, and
feels like the most important one in that regard has got to be Miro, right? He's the one who's going to show the longest in these lanes, pushing outside.
That's what it feels like Meteor Hammer for him. I was thinking Vessel for the Earth Spirit, but GPK is actually just going Ogre Club, opting for a faster BKB. So he's choosing survivability over a little more early game aggression, which I think is fair. I think it's going to be hard to just force your way onto PVISION's side of the map. They have a lot of defensive options in this game.
Do you think it's is it the Invoker that's putting him in that position? Like, do you think he would go this build against any other hero?
I think it's maybe the lineup as a whole. Like, it's the Invoker plus 3 other stuns.
Okay.
If you don't have BKB and you roll in, you just get stunned by something, you're going to get chain stun, you're going to get burst down by no one's damage. So I think the Invoker is the biggest threat here for sure. BKB is your best option. I think it's also all the control he's worried about just rolling into.
They will have no disables to pierce through that until Lifestealer gets a bash. I suppose there's always the stolen Fiend's Grip, which is something Katomi's going to have to be careful with. Always kind of hard to play Bane against Rubik.
Some nice spells to steal in this game, that's for sure. These Earth Spirit spells are a lot better now than they used to be as well. Both the kick and the pull, especially the pull.
Yeah, if you get a shard, then you have Telekinesis save and Geomagnetic Grip save. We've seen some great plays with that. We've also seen some not so good ones. Thinking about that Rune Eaters game.
Okay, that was, that was a unique situation.
yeah.
Not throw them out of the bus. They get the Dom creep. They're doing stacks right now. Another very efficient game from PB. They pretty much held the lead this entire series. That's what I want to say.
Yeah.
Looking to get that Largo nice and juicy. Get those extra Croca Genius points up, and that's when this Earth Spirit Largo combo is going to shine. So much damage coming off of that. You will need Dispels, you will need BKBs in this game at some point. Maybe another reason you just go faster BKB here if you're GPK. Like, you have Largo boosting you up. You need to make sure your team fight connects. Oh, a little off the mark.
That was a Sunstrike for sure.
Instant TP top, trying to roll in the Centaur in instant stampede.
He's already out of here.
Yeah, that was going to be a tough connection.
And, I mean, because PVISION made that read, it's like instant. Mid tower's going to die off of that.
And Satanic just getting kicked out of here.
Yeah, that is annoying, especially since he's so close to his Radiance. Been delayed from that gank by the Drow Ranger and Earth Spirit from earlier.
A lot of space for the Invoker, though. Like, they did not manage to put any more pressure into no one here after that first early kill, so he just takes mid tower. He's cruising through these jungles. He's almost top network in this game. And gotta remember, it's first pick Invoker. Like, you're super happy with this outcome.
Save, trying to juke the sharpshooter shot. The Sunstrike will be the death of him.
Another kill for no one. Well, he's just jungling. Getting served on a platter right now. All these stuns.
Creeping closer and closer to that Drow Ranger net worth.
Game definitely slowed down for BB here. I thought they were going to be able to find a little more openings behind the Earth Spirit, playing through that mid lane, but they've kind of just been avoiding it. They just are afraid to go anywhere near this Invoker.
Gonna grab on Dakalis, not wasting any time. Fiend's Grip dropped.
Stolen Rhapsody. Didn't get the grip steal, was a little out of range. And once more, you're just kind of huddling around mid. Are you going to go on no one or not?
Going after Miro, but he's a bit of a bait. Unfortunately, GPK rolls right past the two of them. Could have been a very good setup for Magnetize. Still going to drop that ultimate on 9 class here. And try and run him down, but there's the Stampede. Combined with the Rubik's natural magic resistance, it's not the fastest kill to get. He keeps up and hit him with the silence there. Geomagnetic Grip and the Infest save. Once again, coming in at just the nick of time. Satanic's been pretty good with that one. Tornado sweeps on through. BB team not going to be caught by that one. Shackle goes out, but there's the rage from Satanic committing to the kill on Katomi. Nope, not so much. Not with the Drow Ranger here.
Oh, what a kick.
About a kick back there from the Earth Spirit, puts him in range. Kiritich helps finish him off alongside Sade to get that last hit. And Satanic, now 2 different deaths on him. He played up that first game with hardly a single, I mean, I think he had no deaths for what, like 40 minutes?
Yeah, it was only at the very end, basically, in that river fight. Here, 2 early ones, and one of those at the hands of a swift kick. Beautiful positioning from GPK. Just sits on the backside. Pretty hard for him to have impact there with Magnetize on cooldown, but still finds a way to secure the big carry kill. And Kiritich joining that fight at the right time to dissuade them taking some sort of Radiance timing. Skirmish has another Sunstrike roll.
Oh, GPK gets him with the geomagnetic grip and kicks him away.
Doing a little bit of everything in this game.
He really is.
Medic from the mid lane.
And I love the way that BB team's lineup has ways to cover each other like that. Nightmare set up onto Collis while the focus fire is going to be on 9 class, who's trying to, with his win run himself out of danger here. Power shot connects. GPK. Here comes the Sunstrike though. It hits save. No one is the one to find the pick off. A high ground ward helps with that one. 9 class even making the steal of a brain sap as he walks away. Of course, that does reveal his high ground ward. Katomi quick to deward that.
This almost feels like some sort of Ags Labyrinth game. You're just trying to dodge spells and find the raid boss between the Drow and the Lifestealer here. There's so many extra spells you have to think about in these engagements in terms of where's the limit you can push it to. You overcommit, they stampede and reset, you could be left dead in the water. If you overcommit on the side of PVISION, you get slept in the back or like licked or kicked in. There's a lot of repositioning, Drow waiting in the darkness. Very scary fights to just run headlong into.
Satanic, they're going to roll onto him, but there's already backup here. So GPK, this is not good for him, and he doesn't have a roll back up. With lower levels, once you roll in, you don't really have a good way out.
No BKB yet. Doesn't have the innate survivability, especially if the lick gets used to bail someone else out.
Yeah, he's been kind of looking for kills and trying to make action happen, and unfortunately, he's not getting the last hit on many of the kills he's been a part of. His net worth is really tumbling down the chart here. He is 1,000 behind Miro, who is second to last in the core battle of net worth.
We'll probably have to find something with that BKB timing. 9 class trying to make something happen here.
Tempted Sunstrike, not gonna land. 9 class pays the price.
Hello. Hi guys, sorry. खाने के लिए गया था क्या चलो भाई मैंने क्या मिस किया 8-11 चल रहा है बीबी पे बीबी मार रही है यार.
But you have a really farm Drow. I mean, that's been the story here for BB. They're just making space for Kiritich, who's had an absolutely free game. Almost 2,000 ahead of the next opponent.
I think
that's a concern. He has a nice margin on this Lifestealer. It's not the easiest matchup for Lifestealer. Need to be able to get on top of him and survive. There's an armlet pickup just for some extra bonus armor.
Yeah, I like that.
Have to imagine that this could be like an AC Lifestealer.
Armlet Radiance.
That's one of the better items in this matchup. But you also need a Dispel in this game for sure.
I'm just thinking about this fight. He gets the Hurricane Pike, right? You try and go with Drow Ranger, Hurricane Pike, bit of disengage. Geomagnetic Grip, bit of disengage. Catchy Leg, okay, there's another bit. Maybe even a little Nightmare dodge on something, a pullback, something like that, you know? There's a lot of small ways. There's not one of those, like, big hard saves, so there's a lot of ways to help this Drow Ranger create just a bit more distance against a Lifestealer Centaur that are looking to just run you over.
It might be a hard save in this game because the only way you're really dealing damage is you're keeping some hero on a spot. Like the Invoker damage is all AoE effectively. Like the Sunstrike has to land, the Meteor has to land, or they're in an ice path. Lifestealer needs to hit you. If you're just pulling heroes out of these spots, you're effectively resetting the damage.
Shot. It's going to set up the roll in from GPK. They use the Fiend's Grip to magnetize everything.
Dead.
Kill this very high net worth hero.
It's a save.
Oh no! Good HP.
GPK having a hard time keeping that going. He'll get it on 9 class at least. He needs something out of this BKB usage, and it'll be 2 support kills.
That's not bad.
Nice kills. Nice kills.
Since again, your Drow is just free farming.
Where did he go, Super? I went to eat dinner here outside.
16.5 for Kiritich. It's getting a little out of control here for this Drow Ranger. He is just eclipsing the Lifestealer.
I had chicken Hyderabadi. Wow.
Butterfly.
It's gonna be such a fast timing and great grip setup. it's going to be really hard to find some nice core grip connections.
Oh, ult पे पकड़ के मार रहा था. अच्छा.
Off all this fight. And then you bail your Invoker out, but this is not a fight you can take. The Magnetized and Earth Spirit on the front line is way too strong. It's all bail out here.
And a fight like that, this corner of the map, they just go through gate. Take the Tormentor.
Largo Dota right here. Group up, abuse the song. Will be a very nice encore Lotus Orb game for Miro. Already has the Lotus online, can quickly go into the Shard now.
GPK, after completing the BKB, will go back for the Spirit Vessel.
Also, can I one second.
For a bit of an excursion here. A Hoodwink, a Centaur, double stuns, a decent amount of burst. You combine the Sunstrike. It's a lot, but they do not see an opportunity for a fast and easy kill.
You can always boots a travel into the Centaur Dom creep, so there's potentially a lot of firepower behind a play like that. That shows you how much they respect some of the displacement spells, like Grip, Lick, can cover each other running up that hill. Unless you have a lot of information, it's kind of scary to be that deep on the map where you don't know where all these saves are. Well, let's see how well BB play as they did in the Timber game 1, because this is a game where Kiritich is now your win condition. Similar to how that Timber was in game 1, you have to respect that he's going to need the utility.
Bro, Manta Pike.
You don't want to use your Lick
22 minutes
in the fight on some other bad target to have to bail somebody out, and then PVISION get a free initiation on your Drow with none of those saves available. Need to make sure that he is the priority in this game, and that the fight flows through this Drow Ranger right now. Big smoke gank through this bottom lane. They're trying to find no one down here.
Him almost surrounded. It's the Rubik in some trouble. Gets gusted. Meanwhile, the Invoker went for the kill on save. So now he's just got to get out of here with the Stampede. Goes for a TP way on the other side, but the Frog Stomp stomps him. He's caught in the Fiend's grip. And it's an opening Kiritich. He gets a double.
And the streak. 5x kill streak.
Oh, yeah.
540 gold for this Drow. That's the last person you wanted a gold injection going into.
Mega kill pe tha Invoker.
And he felt like the Invoker and Centaur were the bigger threat, so he did not go for the Butterfly. Goes for the BKB, and it's almost done already. Get that with a level 18.
You're looking at Roche soon. This is the pressure that you need to find on the map with the Invoker. Like, you can't just be entirely passive here. You want to be able to find pickoffs, pressure the lanes, start to threaten this tier 1 bottom so you can play the full map. I think that's a fine play from no one. He just gets barely caught on the TP out. I'll also say it's been a very quiet game for the Centaur. This has been one of the offlaners of the tournament. He's gone for more of a utility route with early blink Lotus. We saw how much Notice did in that Axe game with an early blink, but
Harkin bike Manta और BKB है भाई ड्रॉ पे 23 मिनट पे 24 मिनट पे.
He's had to recover. He is farmed here off the Dom. But you'd like to see him get a little more involved here, your PVISION. I think he's been one of your best playmakers this tournament.
It's funny you started that sentence. I thought you were going to say Satanic. I mean, it's been a fight game for both side laners, but
he joined fights though.
Yes, it made sense in game 1 where he was just kind of like, okay, Phantom Lancer, big hard carry.
Manta liya set pick ने.
I mean, what's the hero damage in this game right now for PVISION? Like, I feel like Centaur has to be the lowest. I don't think he's really done anything to an enemy hero other than some Stampede damage.
They go for the Roche. But what I was going to get to is Lifestealer in this matchup. Like, when do you feel like you're strongest?
The Manta's done. I think AC is where I am going to see this matchup pick up for him.
Okay.
But he can definitely fight with the Manta right now.
Tornado,
this is a Roche test.
Into the Roshan pit. Send some Forge Spirits down the line. Roshan is low enough that this is really awkward for BB team.
You have to just BKB and commit for it if you're Kiritich. Hope that you outclick them right here.
They got the Sunstrike inside, trying to land the Bushwhack, but he popped the BKB in time. But they do
what a shackle!
The Bane from behind. What a shackle though! Holding back these multi-shot. It's gonna take both these supports out of the pool, but he's gotta get away from this Lifestealer, sticking on top of the Drow Ranger, looking to take the 1 life, and now go for the second.
Awkward position right now.
Lands on Meteor. Oh, a little bit too early there from no one. Pops BKB, does have a
अरे मारने नहीं मिल रहा है bro Nix को.
Ranger pulling back with the Genji Lick, trying to get the body blocks from Notice.
मार देगा.
Pops Manta, makes a run, gets a first hit, but that's far enough away. He tried to land the Sunstrike, but
Sunstrike मिस हो गया. पकड़ लिया.
Save just keeps landing. Another 2-core shackle shot from him, and it's enough to get the Lifestealer kill.
Dude, how did he get out of there? That is ridiculous that the
ये तो बहुत बुरा लगा यार देख के. अभी तो 8-9 सेकंड का BKB है. बाद में काम नहीं आएगा. Ryzen wins the game goes beyond 40 minutes, right? It looks like that, yeah. Looks like that. But they have so many kiting heroes, bro. वो Bane है, वो Windrunner है, वो Earth Spirit है, बहुत kiting too much. I think then he needs BKB also, bro. Private BKB on Nyx, private वाला.
Like, are you kidding me? What even is that?
Yeah, look how much free time Heritage got. They killed the 2 supports as a result of that.
Satanic strong here. Like, he has frost armor on top of it, a little extra boost. He's doing some work.
Yep.
You have a nice setup on this Drow Ranger.
Oh man, the stomp, you got the tornado destroying the stomp. I didn't even see that.
Yeah, the tornado timing might have ended up being a little brief there.
Yeah, because he also missed the meteor on the second life there, because he also went for a meteor hammer kill.
He missed the Sunstrike as well. Not the most efficient spell casting there from no one. And you're just like, why do I have to play against this guy's Wind Ranger, please?
Irritate हो गया है. Earth Spirit doesn't scale late game anyways. Yeah, late game तो waste है. उतना अच्छा नहीं है वो. 4-4 5-5 पट के में मार जाएगा. वे bro अगर ये Hoodwing थोड़ा अगर fight हो सकता है तो घुमा सकते हैं लोग game.
I mean, maybe this game feels more frustrating than.
But नहीं लग रहा है यार ऐसा तो.
Reflected in that scoreboard right now. Like you're still in a fine spot with your Lifestealer. You get to AC. You can chase.
Oh, it's been rushed BKB, bro.
And just man fight you. So it's all about
after
positioning,
how
much you can stay on top of them, how much you can just get in there with all your cores. So you can land some early stuns.
I do think this butterfly timing though for the Drow is going to be a hefty hit.
For sure, it's a big damage upgrade, big item in the matchup. You're not going to have the evasion pierce for a long time, if ever. And this is also when we're also approaching that 30-minute mark, which is where you want to see no one start to pick up some of those cheeky kills, like the Bane snipe there. He's a massive threat on his own and can really up the map pressure against, like we talked about, supports for BB that don't really want to sit and push a wave. They want to be kind of hunting at nighttime around the Bane night vision, trying to set kills up, being aggressive themselves. It's hard to do that when there's just this Ghost Walk Invoker running around the map, potentially infested, potentially with Stampede available.
And potentially with a free TP out. Look at his build-up. It's going to be a Lincoln's up next. So if he split pushes the map and you try and make some sort of play to him, if he BKBs and still has Lincolns to stop the Fiend's grip.
Not much you're doing. I mean, this Lincoln's tells me they are expecting this game to go late. They want to be able to rat successfully, find the pickoffs, go into the late game. The heart's online for the Centaur. Everything points towards some heavy scale here for PVISION and rightly so.
Bro का farm बहुत ज़्यादा है बट वही तो कितना मार रहा है dude देखना. Infest into send and then initiate वरना Nyx can't do shit this game. He needs to get out right next to Bro. That's the only time he can kill him and he's going for a butterfly, bro. It looks very unlikely for Nyx.
It's got to be one in it like this.
Yeah.
See if that talent pays off. It is a heavy investment of a talent when you're losing out on that damage.
ये क्या invoker है भाई? इसका set देख.
Now we just kind of settle into a mid-game that is very even. BB team are going to wait for their butterfly most likely before they make a move. PVISION, well, they may never make a move, but at least
Dota खेलने का मन कर रहा है अभी.
We're going to probably see them do a lot of ratting, a lot of attempt at pickoffs here. No one. Thanks to this ward laid out, they're going to find him very isolated. No one is going to try and get here with a tornado, push through, stop some of that. No one does manage to get away with the Stampede initially. Blinks out. He's good to go. Now they're going to try and hunt down no one.
Nah, he's got Lincoln's BKB.
Oh.
Yeah, he dodges that much.
Oh, that's silence.
BKB makes a run for it, goes to the TP out.
You force it at least. But that is the beauty of this build. You can play aggressive, and when it comes to it, you just bail out of that situation. You're not losing anything here. And damn, that Centaur is tanky.
Bane का ulti उसके through पकड़ता है ना BKB के through.
A tough target to bring down in this game, unless the Drow is just sitting there.
Ulti होगा नहीं, I think.
You're worried about what the other two cores are doing.
Yeah, he might have gone a Lotus early instead of maybe the faster Heart like we saw some of these other
farm
players
देख bro का.
He still has kept his net worth up. In fact, he is way ahead of the Largo. 3,000 up on him, even 1,000 ahead of GPK.
Gonna scale nicely here, and they're gonna go for that triple armor item timing. Like, you have the Lotus on the Centaur, you're gonna go Shiva's on the Invoker, AC on the Lifestealer. That's going to be a big time to strike back, particularly going into this next Roche. If you can line it all up, take the fight into the Drow, that's a lot of extra bonus armor for Kiritich to try and get through in the fight. You limit his damage output, things are looking a lot easier for you in terms of just sustaining in the middle of all that, because this Largo doesn't have Ags yet. His biggest impact is getting in there and getting the Encore Lotus off. Croca Genius on the Earth Spirit, yeah, that's nice too. But who's going to stand their ground against Invoker spells? You're going to have to trade BKBs for it, or I guess you go back to land some sick disables, right? If you get a good sleep grip / shackle, we saw 2 amazing shackles in that Roche fight. That can be a difference maker.
Or BB team just play to kite them as much as possible until these BKBs and rages go on cooldown.
Yes, okay.
It is an I'd
say it's a decent
option against the Lifestealer. Like, this hero is always kiteable and ultra
Centaur का BKB भी आ रहा है.
harder against Invoker. It's really difficult to kite this hero when he's
Centaur को कुछ नहीं करना, सिर्फ अल्ट दबाना है, नेक्स्ट को अंदर लेना है और उसके मारना है. सही बोला.
BKB up next for notice.
Shackle.
Kiritich is on the hunt.
Blink Shackle. Blink नहीं है.
Edge was about to expire, tries to catch 9 classes already away, only gets the Helm of Dom creep.
I think BB need this next Roshan. They need an Aegis on this Drow to continue to exert some pressure on the objectives and progress this game. Otherwise, this is just turning into a
Roshan fight अच्छा नहीं था.
Sidelines continue to scale our Tricore, and our Tricore looks a little scary.
Roshan fight could have been better.
So what is the response?
And the funny thing is, they do have the vision. They have the opportunities, but PVISION is just moving a bit too fast around the map. Maybe this smoke could land something.
This could line up really nicely if you find the Lifestealer down here. They already they read this move. Centaur TP in, counter smoke, infest bomb. Oh boy.
Come right in an awkward spot here. They do
पकड़ लिया. मार देगा लेकिन उसको एक को तो. निकल रहा है, मार के भाग रहा है. विंड के पीछे पड़ा है वो. Oh bro, look at that damage. सिडनी को मारने मिला तो वो मार देगा. इन्वोकर ने देख क्या बनाया. इन्वोकर ने बाप रे बीजेबी लिंकिन चाहिए ही नहीं.
You probably have to instantly bail there. The fact you can't get the Drow, the second you see multiple heroes on that smoke break, you're not going to win that fight without the Drow's damage.
And they don't know it, but it was like an instant Roche spot. So there was actually a world where PVISION maybe could have just straight Roshan. They still maybe have the opportunity to do so, but right now they're going for as many objectives as possible.
Great bushwhack from Ducalis. Man, the 5s have really been showing up in this series.
Open wound.
Spell casting as you got all the angles here. Support's down.
Easy
down on these 2 big boys, and your only option is to nightfall out of here. Yeah, end up getting Roche anyway. Just too far to run here with everybody off the respawn. So Alacrity Lifestealer getting the job done. Aegis for Satanic, he is fully online.
It's going to boost him to an MKB against the Drow and the Wind Ranger.
He's going to have MKB the second the Butterfly's done. This is PVISION's timing right now. They're absolutely happy to take any sort of fight. They have saves, they have long-range artillery, they have heroes that can chase you down. It's going to have to be some insanely clutch spell casting from BB to stem the bleeding here.
So close to that Butterfly. No. Rolling Boulder is going to make even 9 class tough for BB team to catch. The Rat is working. Level 20s, you got catchy leg charges. That adds a lot.
That is a very nice talent in this game when you're looking to reposition your Drow to get some extra dispels going in the fight.
And an extra 30% magnetized damage, though. GPK, it's not been the easiest for him to keep that damage on heroes.
You've
got the Rage on Satanic, you've got a Lotus
on Centaur, so
taking it off right away.
Probably needs the 25 to really make that spell shot. KB for the Lightstealer, but as the Butterfly Ryzen is already countered, and you gotta expect that PVISION are just gonna instantly try and take a fight. You can go for the Infest Centaur initiation again.
Smoke.
Or you can hold it. They're gonna go for the more aggressive route. That is a 6k HP Centaur. Again, you cannot throw spells unnoticed here. You're just losing the fight the more you throw on it. You have to find other targets.
Smoke to this high ground area, hoping to play some ward down and find some heroes, but of course they're spotted before that. They still manage to get the jump. It's on the Bane.
जब देखो वो बेन को ही पकड़ रहा है.
Team Tornado connects onto two.
Oh, beautiful tornado.
Satanic's just boosting himself. They get a force staff up to the high ground though. So with his MKB, he was not able to kill Save, and he actually gets kited around pretty heavily there.
अल्टी बचा के रखा. सेटनिक के लेके भागेंगे तो अगर अटकेगा तो भागेंगे.
But you're able to walk it off. Stampede can bail you out.
मस्त खेल रहे हैं लोग.
Got a BKB out of the Largo. Got the Bane buyback. Got a nice D ward. That's all map control. That's all network in the
Bane border back.
Small victories here.
Not bad at all. Miro just not going the Aghanim Scepter at all. And I don't really blame them. The Scythe of Ice could do a lot in this game. So that's what he's opting for next.
It reduces his individual threat a lot.
Is the offering
like Largo in the late game is not Largo without that Ags.
But were you ever going to be a threat against Lifestealer Centaur?
Yeah, probably not. You're a lot tankier.
Yeah.
It's about having, you know, the heals, the move speed, all of this good stuff in the fight for everybody else. You definitely want Ags at some point.
Drone BKB नहीं बनाया. What the hell?
No one. Also going to go Scythe of Ice. We've got the MKB complete for the Lifestealer. And now it's a classic. Abyssal Blade next up.
And the big hits just keep coming. Ags for Centaur too. So now you have to save.
5k HP है bro इसका.
Teamfights just keep looking harder and harder here.
Just a Bane illusion, the real one, which was holding the gem, does manage to TP away.
It's all on this Drow. Like, the fight has to happen in a way where this Drow has solid positioning. You keep a formation, and she can just lay multiple multi-shots into people. If that doesn't happen, I think the fight's going to crumple real quickly.
And that Drow fight is easiest for her on a high ground. So, PVISION, they've got 1 minute left on this Aegis. Are you willing to risk hitting tier 3 at all?
It's a toxic high ground.
क्या है ये bro?
Potentially just get roll silence.
8 से 10 बार वो pump होते रहता है.
Yeah, no way. I would want to go
This is BB declared winner.
Confident enough to just jump and take the fight that way. I don't think you risk it. Keep looking across the map because you have the Ghost Walk Invoker.
जीत तो रही है अभी फिलहाल.
600 MS plus hero just running around with the Conjure's Catalyst. Again, he rolled well, so you're very happy in this situation as no one.
Yeah, they're able to play 3 cores on one side of the map, but all the lanes are still pushed in. That's how quickly they're able to move around. That's how quickly they're able to push in these lanes.
Bro, ये boots के बिना इतना fast क्यों है bro?
Yeah, this is a 550 Centaur in the smokes.
Why? Without boots, he's 550.
530 Invoker.
I mean, they almost were fast enough to catch BB team on
How?
D ward there. So they knew about that high ground ward from that last fight. They finally felt confident enough to be able to take it out.
It's full map control.
ये देख Blink BKB Lotus Heart Agam Dust बूटी नहीं है. 500 ms में 550 ms में घूम रहे हैं.
BB team pushes out through here. They might be the victim of this smoke.
They would probably be willing to take a fight right outside the base right now because the Aegis is expiring. There it goes.
Miro is the one showing. Are they willing to jump in? GPK is going to pop the Shivas, but he gets jumped, stopped up, and he's already dead.
Ooh, so fast.
That was some hefty damage in a split second there. Miro.
अरे बाप रे.
It's a force staff. It's a nightmare.
अरे वो पूरा खा रहा है वो.
He's burning.
He is burning and he dies. Notice jumps in and they actually kill him off of that.
Didn't want to press the BKB. But now you end up losing the Largo and you had to use the Drows anyway. This is high ground opened up. Even without that Aegis, you put that Alacrity lifesteal up here.
Rax, bhai.
Tier 3 is almost dead already.
Satanic buyout for Kiritich. He is fully committed to the next fight.
चबा रहा है ये तो.
Ooh, managed to get the stomp on it too. Kiritich may have gotten out, but
Dead.
still in some trouble. Come down from the tornado. He dies off of that one. GPK off his buyback. A big hit with this Magnetize. He got a lot of heroes in this, and he's keeping it going too. Managed to get Magnetize on all 4 of these heroes. Let's see if he can keep it going though. PVISION is already retreating, and GPK
got one.
Dead.
He just can't keep it up. He only gets the hoodwink for now.
Oh,
GPK,
he's in trouble.
He's not going to make it back in.
Dead.
He needs some help. Somebody's got to push him back in, but the meteor is still doing much damage. Multi-shot trying to keep these heroes back in the... It lands. No one is just getting all of these Sunstrikes. Sure, in the first like 4 or 5 didn't go his way, but now when it really
call it guys.
plays,
call it BB.
He's getting the pickoffs that are
कुछ नहीं कर सकता ये rotate नहीं
so easy. You said it. It was a toxic high ground, but it's looking pretty free right now.
Level 4 and feeble on this Rubik is also causing a lot of problems right now.
Drow Ranger in a bad position. Double force out trying to get him away. Slowing down Notice, but he just pops the card. Makes a run for it, even grabbing the life sealer. Shackle's not attempted. Pretty decent. Holds Notice in for a little while. BB team trying to chase. Kiritic, nice telekinesis. Hitting two different
takes
heroes.
no damage.
Kiritic trying to slow down these heroes from getting away. Pops BKB, sees Notice. No one. He's so low, wants to finish him off, but he can't overcommit. He lets Miro go for that kill, and they do manage to get it. Reset a little bit. Get the force staff to get Miro back out of there. They got the mega kill streak on no one, but it cost them oh so much. It's a
6,600 HPS Endorga.
And they're still going in.
And Miro.
Damn.
Bombs, they may have some utility to get you away, but if the kill happens in just a second or two, you may not have the positioning to bail these heroes out.
Too many threats in the fight, and you only have this Drow to deal damage. So as long as PVISION check where Kiritic is, it's pretty easy to engage. You're just not killing the heroes fast enough. Need more DPS, more time in the fights. The scale from the Centaur, this is the problem this hero's caused. It's a very different Centaur than we're used to in the past. This hero dominates the late game now. He's just way too tanky, can bail out anybody else. He's doing a solid amount of damage. You can always go back for that shard. And your Drow, he's getting level 4 and feeble. He's getting tornadoed up in the air. There's Retaliate Aura from level 25 on the Centaur. There's a lot of little things adding up for Kiritic. It's just not making his life pleasant at all. Whereas you see the damage coming off his life stealer. You jump the infest bomb in, you hit these heroes for 2 or 3 seconds, they're gone. Team fight's way more straightforward.
70% attack damage reduction, and pretty nasty when there's really just one hero you're worrying about.
Yep. It's a really annoying spell.
And Kiritic is trying to amp up the single target damage to make himself more of a threat to these frontliners. He's got the level 25 win for the 8% marksmanship chance. He's going to go for a Daedalus up next.
You might need Divine in this game. Feels like it. Running out of scale, running out of time to find that scale.
With Roshan, they take the Tormentor and Roshan soon to be done.
The scariest thing about this Infest Centaur is like you don't even have to pop out. I think you will, because most of the time if you land a stun, you're just going to pop out and start hitting the guy. But you could sit in here for a while with how tanky he is and just see what develops in the fight. Like bait some heroes in. I mean, he's got 7,000 HP. What are you doing to this man?
The Roshan spawning top. A hefty wave is pushing in bottom.
एक हार्ट से इसके बाद 7,000 HP कैसे है, bro?
As a hero, somebody show Kiritic.
Oh, that's who you want
to lose here. Catchy lick, force stab, telekinesis holding him in place still. But they didn't feel like it was good enough. Not a commitment here from PVISION. They'll lose their Rubik on the way out here. BB team, an opportunity. If they can get more off this one, keep chasing these heroes. GPK, Meteor, Catchy Lick trying to save him right now. Does bail him out from some damage. With the buyback being used by the Rubik, it's now BB team's turn to retreat.
I think you still have to look for something.
Still trying to get him Gia back out of the group, pulling him away. Gets the kick out on Miro. And they do manage to get away before a punish is there from PVISION. Now back into it as it's going to be Takalis out of position this time around. Quickly versus down, lost the gem.
Still have to look for something here if you're BB. Every time these big spells are on cooldown, the Stampede's gone. You kind of have to look for that opening, try and bait the overextension. You're not going to have a lot of other opportunities in this game, and they're going to instantly smoke and do just that.
And I love the momentum in these team fights, the ebb and flow, the back and forth. Both teams,
क्या चालू है भाई?
Positioning.
No, this is BO5. Being a जीतना पड़ेगा to win the game, not close. 85 तो 15 चल रहा है in favor of PVISION. 85 to 15 चल रहा है.
Putting that pressure in the bottom lane, trying to get as many heroes away from the Roshan pit as possible. But Roche is going to switch over to the bottom side here. BB team will take their outpost back.
This Invoker's just been so annoying.
Katomi, oh, he tried to get a ward down, but notice Satanic Duo was already there sitting on the high ground.
Such a low
nullifier
as well. I think it's a 20-second infest. Right? It just costs you nothing to go for these plays. Did get some time to kind of dewart the map a little bit with your gem, regain some map control. Buyback situation, pretty mixed here for both teams. But you have a Drow Ranger buyback. I'd say that's the most important for BB if you really want to force some sort of Roshan contest. He's going to the bottom pit. That is just such a hard area to run into with no information.
Yeah. So they are likely going to give this up and just play to the high ground. They actually do smoke. Trying to get Kiritich here.
Butterfly जा रहा है वो. Nix.
It's
like
tough.
you need the exact angle.
If they get the right kind of pick off though. A blind Roland?
Oh.
Shiva's almost caught him.
It's like he
so
knew.
Close they had the high ground ward. No, they didn't have anything there.
Oh, they do. They have this ward on the
oh yeah,
it's a little cliff spot. Okay.
Yeah, so they saw him, but unfortunately Night Clash is just a bit too fast. Maybe if they caught him with the shield,
he's
he
in.
actually completed the roll in onto the Centaur.
Did he want to do that?
Pop his BKB immediately. Draw Ranger trying to get to the Roshan. The Roshan's so low. Can they grab the Aegis?
Who got it? GPK got it.
Managed to get it. A stomp on it 3. BKBs are going to wear out soon. Managed to eat the cheese on GPK as well there. Satanic now pops out. He's going to be silenced. He's pushed into the pit by the Gust. Tornado rolls up.
Banner drop.
Hitting Miro. A reset here and a banner
Satanic
drop.
किधर है?
They're going to see these heroes start backing away.
They're going to try and turn.
अभी आया Satanic.
Not going to land there. A stomp on it.
एक फटका.
Can they save him here? Miro, he's got the catch helix. 1. Now a second one. Going to be needed. Kiritich taking a lot of damage here. Miro's out of mana.
Look at the magnetize.
Has been turned around with as much damage as he can with the Satanic. Magnetize building up GPK. But these heroes, they're just too
Satanic तो बजा रहा है लेकिन.
They're just sitting on top of these heroes. Can they finally defeat Satanic here? Half HP. Another infection.
Just won't die.
Oh.
It's all too much. You don't have enough
Satanic.
damage to beat Satanic here.
You can't beat Satanic. He is way too tanky.
You eat the cheese, you eat
Why is
the
he so
Aegis,
fat,
you have
bro?
all these extra lives, and it's all not enough.
Why is he so fat, bro? What, bro?
Look at the damage number from GPK, 23,000, and he got a squirrel.
That's all he got. It's all support.
I mean, what?
3,000 damage.
What do you want it to do? He took the Aegis. He played it with 2 lives. He had a sick magnetize on everybody. It's the Dream Earth Spirit fight.
Yeah, he's got the level 25 talent.
He does
But it's not enough, buddy. It's not enough.
And you have to sit there
To get power vision is built different.
in this team fight.
Satanic क्या मार रहा है भाई?
You just
चबा रहा है वो.
drow away from enemy heroes.
Catch you lick on the illusion. Trying to bait PVISION to go for it.
I mean, I'd love to know how much of that fight there was a hero within the marksmanship range, right? Like,
Yeah.
it just felt like there was somebody on top of him the entire time. He gets licked out, someone's still on top of him. He gets kicked out, someone's still on top of him. Like, yeah, he's sitting there dealing some damage, but it's reduced by so much.
That fight also went on so
वहाँ पर
long
रैक्स ले
that
लिया
hero
भाई.
ran out of mana.
Forge Spirit से रैक्स निकल वाला है.
So you couldn't keep the
क्या चालू है ये?
Rhapsody going for the bonus armor, for the extra movement speed to move these heroes around, for the catchy licks that he didn't have mana for.
That's the fight that signals me. If I'm Kiritich, I'm just buying Divine. Like, I don't think this Daedalus is enough.
Yeah.
They're gonna try and hunt.
Yeah, you need a
Satanic
Divine.
off another good ward. Stayed on the map for a long time. Just can't.
The score is so
jump, and of
close,
course,
dude.
it's the
27-25.
information game. You see no one pinging bottom. He's like, hey, if I'm pushing this wave in, no one's showing. They're up to something. These smokes are way too easy to read right now. And if you don't succeed with the move, the Forge Spirits start taking buildings. I have a feeling this Invoker might not get seen again in this series. Like, win or lose.
That first show.
It always happens. This hero, he comes back in these clutch situations. He gets first picked. You can't beat the lane as well as you usually do because there's a lot more pressure on
Look
you.
at this courier on courier battle. Oh my god, Night Glass with his own courier. Scouts Miro, who's trying to get a Scythe of Ice off the enemy secret shop and then chase the courier all the way and then used his hero to hunt it down, even telekinesising himself into position.
It's 2.5 minutes without that Hex here. It's a big deal.
I thought BB was winning. कुछ भी होता है bro इधर.
It's going to be Ags for the Drow. The upside of this is it doesn't take away another item slot. Does add some significant damage. You can build up some stacks. Like, in theory, this item is good in this type of game where they have a lot of sustain and they have some big beefy targets you can get the hypothermia on guaranteed. If you can pop one guy, it's pretty massive.
He still does need to buy out the synth.
That's true. He did not have the full synth here.
He doesn't have the full set.
It's a little awkward.
If the high ground push does come without an Aegis, now PVISION might just say, okay, this is a pretty tense game. We're down one game in a best of 5. Maybe it's better just ride it out for another Roche. And I wouldn't.
They should ideally wait the Roche.
You still have plenty of heroes that could get some growth. I mean, no one doesn't even have an Aghanim Scepter yet.
Oh, the Bane has an Aghanims. It's a little more for BB to play around. But I agree, I don't think you have to rush it here if you're PVISION. I mean, maybe you're thinking about tier 5 neutrals, like who that helps a little bit more here if this game goes another 10 minutes, but I think you're also probably favored in that. That one's a little closer.
I always view as tier 5 items are going to help the team that's losing more. Just because it
gives you a chance to come back.
Yeah, it just gives you a better chance. These fights are just a little bit weirder.
I feel like it's whoever has the better Stygian user, but
yeah, that's probably true.
You just smoked
6,900 HP.
CC opportunity goes to the Bane. No Aghanim Scepter using
Bane तो बहुत जल्दी मरता है.
but save with a nullifier on him. He just got wiped out.
No buys available for these two supports. They don't know that though. It's a gold issue, not a timer issue.
So they're going to play it slow. Chip away at these buildings one by one.
Now will be the gold for Kiritich to eat the accent, so he is fully online. He's used every bit of gold he's accumulated this game. Will it be enough?
They're going to keep the pressure up. Pops the iceberg, tries to poke at Satanic. He gets a melee, he gets out with the rage. There's only one building left.
एक रैक बाकी है नीचे. एक बाकी है.
Plus 37 on the bonus armor. Your marksmanship is just not counting for enough here.
Yeah. If you even have it up with most of these fights, they're actually just going to roll back. They're going to give up this mega, say we can't actually take the fight without our supports.
अभी क्या?
BKB, Miro's going to pop it. Scythe of Ice, an opportunity, but there's the card save. Nicely played by Notice, but GPK did get in there with a big magnetize. He just needs to be able to stay alive, and he just can't quite do it.
खड़े रह के मारा है ब्रो जगह पे.
Satanic, but Kiritich felt like they couldn't commit for the kill there.
Call it, BB, call it. We go next. Third map.
Does have a buyback.
You have to find some squishier targets. You have to find supports or this Invoker somehow. You have to get around this Lifestealer Centaur right now. And honestly, that is one of the weaknesses of Drow. Like, she's not a hero that kills backline. You kind of have to just fight through what you see. And in these games where you can propose an indomitable frontline, she struggles. She's just sitting here pumping damage into Centaur, who's just tanking it.
Centaur is like 7,000 HP. I think you should not look at him.
You should have gone in this game. I don't know, but that's a wild decision.
GPK will have BKB for his buyback, but he won't have the magnetize. At least not for another 20 seconds. So BB team are really trying to hold this. And PVISION
can always wait for that Roche. It's potentially up in another minute here. See how much they want to force this. Let the creeps push in, get a lot of vision, you get a lot of help. And just let Invoker play the fights.
Bait out the illusion.
Nice little bait. Deep lit.
Centaur.
Deep grip.
That's a heavy commitment onto a Centaur who's just simply not dying quickly. But he is going to die. PVISION left him behind. GPK with his buyback usage. PVISION just called it quits. They said we can just accept a Centaur loss there.
It's kind of worth the buyback in this situation, to be honest. Like, how do BB use this buyback and translate it into anything?
Yeah, I could see that point.
Your only option is to just barrel towards Roche and hope it's a fast spawn.
Yeah. The likelihood of that happening is just so low. And Notice takes the time for a little bit. All chat while he spends another 70 seconds dead. 33,000 net worth lead. This will at least give BB team some time to think about the next round of items. If they can get there. Still hoping to get that Daedalus, says Kiritich. Not working towards Divine. Miro has his level 25 with the Scythe. So
I still think it has to be Divine Drow. Like,
yeah.
There's no other way to upgrade your damage in this lineup. You are the damage.
I mean, I agree with that, but at the same time, like, isn't it usually a combo deal? You have the Daedalus, and then you go, okay, damage is still not enough. I gotta get a Divine.
Well, then you need both. I think we gotta build one over the other.
One item at a time. While Satanic, he is going to be trying to pick up his 8th and 9th items here. Still has a shard he's going to purchase, I guess, and thinking about a Blink Dagger. Which, I guess, within Fest, if you wanted to put in a Blink, Centaur jumps in, and then he could pop out and Blink even further to the backline, potentially, right? If you don't get the jump on Bane like you did that first time.
Upgrade Blink is always nice against the Drow. You do have to be a little careful.
Even good with Wind Ranger.
There is kick, there is lick, there are some
against Wind Ranger.
In the fountain. You get grip super deep, it can't get canceled. That's your only real concern fighting into the Ancient here. Other than that, you're winning the fight still. You have 5 buybacks to play with in this game. You're gonna get Roshan here. That is something else you have to think about in terms of your item management. Who's gonna take what off this next Roshan?
They can't even they can't get out of their base. What do you mean Roshan, dude? They're not gonna go. They have a free Roshan, dude. PVISION has a free Roshan.
Saving up some buybacks of their own. Every buyback is available outside of that GPK Earth Spirit one that was committed on the last fight.
We do have
look at this ward bottom. Okay, yeah, you gotta kill that. Scouting your Invoker running up the side of the map, that is some bad potential right there.
Another 50 seconds to Roche, so we're gonna be chilling for a bit. Level 28, the Drow Ranger. We start getting to some of those later talents. Oh, get back to the multi-shots.
Start eating some mag scepters here, maybe some moon shards, you know, get in that luxury item territory. Maximize the gold game.
Yeah, Satanic doesn't have a consumed moon shard yet. Again, it always feels like, you know, you see these heroes, they're like 6 slotted at 35 minutes, and yet 20 minutes later, they still have more and more room for growth, whether it's consuming accents or moon shards.
Well, in that other really long game we had this event, we saw the teams go for the extra helmet doms.
तो ये लोग भी call नहीं कर रहे हैं
BB. A lot of times that helmet overlord with
दो टीम में तो ड्रॉ थोड़ी मारेगा अभी भाई.
Like if you're gonna, it's not the same gold obviously, but if you have an infinite gold because you're at this point in the game.
अबे ये क्या है भाई? इतना डैमेज दे रहा है भाई अभी? Ghost Walk कुछ ज़्यादा डैमेज नहीं दे रहा है?
I mean, granite gold goes hard here. That's all I'm gonna say. You got some high HP boys.
Notice is 6,000 HP without the infest.
And there's the Midas planning for the tier 5 neutral items here. You buy it early so you get that charge tick up. Got to plan ahead with everything you're doing.
Will they be able to make it to 60 minutes though? That is the question, because PVISION are going to take this next Roshan. They expect to see a push.
For sure, you just said
for that. So we're going to have one hold that is going to be hard as hell for BB team. They will not have every single one of their buybacks. GPK's down for 3.5 minutes.
And I think
everybody else in the game has it.
I think that's why you want to send it here. I think in some games you can argue our tier 5s are better. We also have all the map control. Like we can farm the tier 5s and then push. But I feel that that Earth Spirit buyback is way more valuable. I think you just want to send it here. You have a potential buyback double bots in from like a Lifestealer who could buy it after the death and the Invoker. You have outpost control. You have everything to take a deep fight here. You just have to worry about getting repositioned into the fountain. Do not want to end up there.
Yes. Level 25 for the Hoodwink. The sharpshooter does almost 2,000 damage.
Yeah, like one shot's a support.
Yeah.
He can land it.
We saw it earlier on save, I believe it was. Just got popped.
Here's the smoke.
Waiting for the opportunity to present itself, seeing if any of BB team are going to push out just a bit too far.
You're just looking for an easy target to start the fight off with. You know there's going to be buybacks here. You know it's going to be a long run.
Tornado lands onto Kiritich. Will they jump on this? Nope.
Lost his mana.
Back there, tier 4. Now gone.
You have to hold the glyph here.
Exposed. Satanic.
Draw the mana.
Here. The Wind Ranger already dead. Do manage to get the Fiend's grip.
Fight जैसे वो mana करने गया.
And now driving him away. GPK. Well, he wants to keep this going, but they're already out. PVISION are away. They got a lick there on Night Class, though. Aeontis not going to last long enough, though. They do manage to kill at least one support out of this.
Traded saves by.
These cores are just too tough to deal with. They have the Fiend's Grip, but there's just too good of an answer with the Aghanim Scepter on the Centaur. So somebody has to stop the Centaur from going in. I don't know how you do that.
You have to ignore him. You have to kill anybody else in this game.
He's actually going to try and get even more saves for that. He's going to consume his Aghanim Scepter. This game goes longer. He's going to get a Wind Waker.
I like that.
So he'll have both the cart and the Wind Waker. Maybe he get carts the Lifestealer, then Wind Wakers himself. Pull them both out of there.
That's a great idea. You're basically playing this game. If they focus me, we win the fight. If they don't focus me, I will win the fight anyway.
And it's time for those 60-minute items. Kiritich is already pushing out there with his Hand of Midas. They have limited camps to be able to utilize. In fact, look at this. You see these camps over here? They left one creep in each of them. Ooh. Just a little bit of extra way to screw over BBT. You've got this one little high ground area you feel like you can push out into. Oh wait, there's only 2 creeps between the 2 camps.
I'm looking for the Madstone here. The ward does go down. I don't know how you get the Mad Stone here. We're going to see a nice neutral item advantage. During this Aegis, still have 2 minutes on the clock. Your Rubik will respawn. Still have Refresher Shard as well. And yeah, just block it up, man.
Such a nuisance, man.
Give him nothing.
He left them with the one creep. Now he's just going to outright block those camps. He's going to Wind Waker too. How many Wind Wakers are we going to need to deal with just one Fiend's Grip?
As many as you feel comfortable pushing close to that fountain with. That'll help for sure.
Save, trying to snag a few more Mad Stones. But we are looking at a point where this could be BB team trapped inside their base so badly that they have 0 tier 5 items for the next one. And PVISION have all 5.
They rolled the Stygians here if they want them. Some nice rolls for PVISION. You gotta imagine it's gonna be Stygian for the Lifestealer.
Yeah, that's an instant take, right?
You kept the Catalyst though on the Invoker. That's the one you're gonna keep. Gonna throw some spells on Kiritich here. It's gonna get burned out a little bit.
Force him to use the BKB maybe. And a force stab, pushes him away. Now the Centaur jumps in.
Ouch.
A little bit nightmare. They get the Fiend's Grip onto him. Kiritich getting low. He just above the BKB. It's rough, man. There's just so much, so little. They just make a casual commitment here on the side of PVISION. And BB
call it, guys.
Heroes bleeding out
ND. Call it.
The Ancient. And you
Jui.
They have to pop the glyph. Miro's trying to distract Satanic at best, but none of these heroes are dying. Notice isn't even close to dying yet.
Satanic throne mar raha hai.
This one is all over. We are having an even series here at Game 3.
Clinical execution in that late game. That is the point that PVISION want to get to in this series, where they control the map, they're choking you out, they're building a lead, they're just getting Roshan after Roshan, camp after camp.
Invoker, no one Invoker. Sidharth bhi maar raha tha.
If you have some lineup that has a cheese pick that can 1v5, maybe you win that situation. Outside of that, there's almost no hope in this ultra late as BB team, outside of kicking like 3 heroes in the fountain, which is just not going to happen. Yeah. You got out map control, and that's what this Invoker does. That is the threat of the first pick Invoker. We're going to outplay the map, we're going to control the waves better, we're going to pick you off with Sunstrike, Forward Spirits are going to push the waves in. What is your counterplay? You need a hero that can match that sort of presence, like a Naga Siren or a Furion or something like this, and if you don't have it, you just slowly get pushed off the map. The one pickoff happens, they get Roshan, it's an AK gold lead, suddenly you're in PVISION's pocket. So you have to address that in this game 3 if you're BB team, and I think that's going to be the biggest thing of the series. Like, which of these heroes are giving you that sort of map control and map gameplay, because that is the biggest factor between these two teams.
Speaking more about the draft and what this first 2 games means, what about the carry pool? Do you feel like this has put the Phantom Lancer and the Drow Ranger to the side? Are we going to see heroes come back?
If anything, I think maybe I'm thinking more about off laners at mid. Like, this Centaur is still a premier hero. I think this game showed it, and how scary this hero becomes as you scale later and later. Just compared to Largo, Largo does not have the same impact anymore. He's been nerfed a little bit. He's not the same sustain on the front line. You got to start thinking about what you pick up on these 2 and 3s and how they're impacting the map in the game. I almost think any carry is going to function if you're confident in your other 2 cores scaling with you. Again, I don't think a lot of scale in this meta is about the 1 position in a weird way. Like, it's about how survivable are your supports, how tanky are your frontliners, how many saves do you have in the lineup, and then this right clicker can get in there and do stuff. I think the Lifestealer is shown here just because he has a lot more to go in with him. Like, he's invested in a 7,000 HP Centaur. That helps. That gives you a lot more breathing room, as, yeah, I'm sure Satanic was frustrated at certain points in this game, but ultimately, you're able to just walk him down.
Satanic certainly gave us a reaction gift to be used for the future of competitive Dota 2, but he still gifted a PVISION a win here. The team as a whole pulls it together, and we are now at a 1-1.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. A 1-1 in our grand finals. Love to see it, and lots of breakdown. And I want to start with that reaction that we saw from Satanic, because sometimes when you see a reaction like that, it's reason to be worried, because maybe, you know, they can't hold it together, for example. But it was very cool to see, Seb, that after a moment like that, PVISION was still able to rally and just bring it all back.
Yeah, it is important. It shows a lot of character, and to be fair, like, we see the reaction, and his teammates might not even have noticed. I mean, at some point
they do have noticed, actually.
Nice one. Actually, that's exactly what that is exactly what I was going for. Not at all, but I mean, the reaction was so intense. Like, the body language was maybe, it's hard not to notice it, but the point I'm trying to make is that as long as you don't, that emotion doesn't transpire to your teammate and it's not negative, if it's just like, oh, that was so close, you know, then it's totally fine. Obviously, you know, you get very emotional when you play Dota. The stakes are really high. These players are extremely invested emotionally. So this is not necessarily a worry.
Yeah, and speaking of all those emotions that you're talking about, that's where a player like no one comes as an asset to PVISION, because I'm sure moments of those games were really frustrating. It looked kind of scary for some points. PVISION, especially in that early game when GP was owning from that mid lane, some trades were not going well in side lanes. And now it's just like, it's fine guys, chill out, let's take our fights. And he hits so many clutch sunstrikes that bring PVISION back into the game and just get that ball rolling for them. And I would imagine in moments where it's kind of
bro, Chindan. Sam, bro, apna time best tha, bro.
He is the youngest.
The Dota that we've seen was, I think, the best Dota that history will ever see.
Crazy when you think about it, because he is very young and he's the least experienced, I guess, in a sense. So it says a lot about how resourceful that guy is and how much potential he will be expressing also over the next few years of his competitive career. But yeah, I'm not so surprised to see his reaction. I think the team overall looked very composed. I don't think there was any point in plays where you felt like PVISION, they were shaky or they were shaken by what happened in the early game. I think they're just really good players. They know exactly what's happening, like the phase of the game they're in, and they're just hold tight.
Yeah, so let's break this game down, because it started more even from the laning stage, which is what we were expecting. We also talked at the end of the draft when the team had to select their final hero, which ended up being a Wind Ranger, that they needed some more damage coming out from that position, because that would be a point, Effie, where they eventually would lack. And we saw that lacking damage coming into play in those later team fights.
Yeah, for sure. Dry Ranger had so much net worth that game, but looking at it, that was the only hero with the big net worth injection on BB team. Earthsphere and Largo were like somewhere in the lower middle part of the graph, and they function kind of as a supporting cast to Kiritich's Dry Ranger, who, if they just died at the start of the fight or were focused, then Dry Ranger doesn't have the freedom to stand and hit these heroes. And that's what happened. I do think that's where the lifestyle pick really showed. We were wondering about it, so why they went for it, but as we watched that game, it became very clear. Lifestealer was able to fight versus Magnetize and fight through Largo's heal and take these long fights and win.
Yeah, they had no way to get him off the draw, basically, and Kiritich, he always had to reposition. Like, he was the best feeling.
Yeah.
Draw.
And that was crazy that was.
Every hero, he had to worry about the snakes, like kind of this. The hero model even looks like a dog chasing you. You know, it's just like always like catching up to you, and you pike away, you get licked away, and then the next is there again, and it really paid off. Like with the infest and with the rage, like maintaining himself through the fight and kind of weathering everything that was thrown at him.
उसने rage का timing भी बहुत अच्छा use किया, पता है क्या?
The laning phase also didn't look good. But as you said, I think late game it really came together and it shut down.
बताओ ना यार laning phase.
Yeah, and I think something that will be addressed in game 3 that we'll have soon is their first pick of PVISION, because that Invoker looked crazy, and we already heard Effie talk about the Sunstrikes. I believe, Seb, you've got some Sunstrike to show us too.
I mean, yeah, no one, you know, this was the no one show. Everybody expected him to, you know, perform on the big stage. He definitely did. He had a really rough laning stage, as you can see here. You know, 21 denies on GPK. That is truly something. This was the first Sunstrike. It's like they go on this Earth Spirit. 9 class, I think, makes a little bit of a mistake in lifting him away, and no one is like, you don't have to worry about this. And you need to understand, like, the mindset also. Like, GPK is an Invoker player. That's him trying to dodge the Sunstrike. Like, that's not him forgetting about it. So no one, you know, able to hit those. No matter this one much easier, but you'll take it too when Ranger just dies. You know, chain stun. There were so many of them when you think about it. And honestly, if you look at the net worth, every time I'm showing you, you know, a different clip, this Invoker is just, you know, going up and up and up, and from a completely lost lane, he ends up being top 1 net worth for his team, and really like just damage controlling and stabilizing the whole game for them. Impressive performance by him, and we'll take a look also at what he did in team fights, but just the Sunstrike presence alone, and again, it's a very Sunstrike enabling draft. They have a lot of stuns, even though he doesn't always need them. It really changed the story of the game.
It's just confirming the kills
really too. It looked fantastic, and I'm sure that he will maybe be banned, which is a bit unfortunate because it was very fun to watch.
It was, and I think the most impressive thing about Nolan is his composure. Like, I imagine he was the voice of reason in that game, but a lot of those Sunstrikes were predated by Sunstrikes that didn't connect. And a lot of players who, if they lose their lane to Earth Spirit and they're missing some Sunstrikes on the side lanes, may have felt despair, but he just kept the ball moving. He was like, whatever, I'll hit a few later. It doesn't matter. And his presence in these team fights made it so that PVISION could actually fight at that early game, because BB team were in a position between that minute 10 to 20 where they looked stronger.
Yeah, and some of those fights, I believe you got those for us too.
Yeah, I think they are really worth being
given voice lines.
dissected, because
Best.
this was like incredible execution. We're gonna take a look at the first Roche fight, and I'm gonna have to go slow-mo because there's too much to talk about. But essentially, I mean, maybe not that early. They PVISION, they smoke and they know that they're roshing. No one starts, you know. He's basically slowing them down.
This was such a confusing fight. I don't know why they let them take Roshan.
I want you to look at Noticed and notice how patient he is. He could be jumping the draw now and supports. And obviously we see the supports. He doesn't. They don't have an ops. So he's just waiting, and they make the call. We see the pings here of like, hey, let them commit to the Roche. Let them, you know, kind of make sure they cannot disengage. And as soon as they're busy taking the Roche, this is when he jumps. He jumps on the support, kills the Bane right away. Massive impact. No Finn's grip to be had. Double shackle we've seen from Save right there. And the Nyx has been stunned, so the draw is doing a lot of damage. And they lose both supports on PVISION. You might think, hey, this looks like a bad fight actually. You know, they have Aegis, but they're Radiant. And they know that they're able to buy back, and they're probably communicating it and TP on their outpost, which is the big advantage of taking Roche when it's topside and when you're Radiant, because you're not fighting 5 heroes, you're fighting 6, 7 heroes perhaps, maybe 8 if they click more buybacks. So, you know, amazing, honestly, execution from both teams. It looks to be back for PVISION because of the buybacks. It looks amazing at this point. And there's going to be even more clutches coming from the side of BB team, which we'll see soon. You know, the draw, look at this body block. You have to notice, like, he's just using his creep right here to body block the draw while he's playing the team fight with his main hero, and he body blocks her for like 4 seconds. Again, like so much back and forth just through insane individual skill. Double shackle by Save, which is gonna cause Satanic's reaction because draw was dead if it wasn't for that shackle. He got 3 double shackle. Basically every time he fires it, 2 heroes are stunned for 4 seconds. It's like, this is like the highest tier of just Dota micro
high tier Dota
you could find. Everything is perfect. Discipline, patience, you name it. And obviously, to be fair to the winners of this game, I have to show you a clip of them executing a fight well enough to win it, which is the fight that I think really turned the game around completely.
Blink bro.
Again, I mean, obviously Roche is always the biggest objective in these kind of games, and it's a pretty long one, so bear with me. We'll just look at it, but you know, the fight starts really slow. Both teams respect each other's a lot. GPK starts the fight, as we mentioned, which was also why it was important for this Earth Spirit to keep scaling and keep getting a lot of gold, because he's always going to be the one, you know, kind of creating the circumstances. And we see the Nyx impact. Like, Nyx is now infested in Largo, as we see. He's fighting 4 heroes by himself, and it's probably the only hero that could do this on a carry position, so the pick makes a lot of sense. And draws, you see Kiritich right back there on the right of the screen. Like, he always has to reposition himself because there are so many heroes that he needs to be worrying about. It's either the Nyx or the Centaur or the Invoker spells, and this draw really never really got to fight with enough freedom to impact the game. BB team, they're constantly having to reposition themselves, and it comes down to like goal repetition in a sense. And to leave it at that, I'd say that GPK, he played an amazing game and he had a really good showing, but
चिपक गया है भाई, वो नेक्स्ट एक बार चिपक गया था तो तुम नहीं निकल सकते उसके बाजू में से ब्रो.
Better for the late game and understanding that this draw is gonna be threatened in the game, and we need Earth Spirit to be a menace as well.
Yeah, I mean, watching those 2 fights that you showed us, Seb, the one that they succeeded in on BB team,
नहीं खेलना है क्या आज वेलो? नहीं ना, आज नहीं खेलूँगा मैं वेलो. आज only
so because they were able to survive, we were getting double shackles. We were seeing Largo reposition his Raw Ranger and save her. We saw the heal impact of that Largo at that state of the game. But then when the items started coming out, when suddenly there's an MKV on the Lifestealer and he can 3-shot this Wind Ranger, she doesn't have the ability to run around and get these double shackles. When this Largo doesn't really have an Axe and is just playing playing for heals, he takes more of a back foot and can't really enter the fight in that sense too. So then it just becomes about, can Earth Spirit do enough and can Drow do enough damage within a few seconds to win the fight? And that just wasn't the case.
It was not. We saw in the second fight you showed, we saw Miero. He had the whole duration of that fight. He was dancing and singing, probably singing, mostly dancing, but it didn't do enough. And that is where we want to see something changed, I would imagine.
The draft comes into play, like Nyx, Centaur, Invoker, even these heroes are too sustainable. Like it doesn't matter. I think it would have mattered if Earth Spirit was like bigger, but it wasn't the case. Like more XP.
I don't like Earth
At the end
Spirit's
of the day,
pick.
I don't think there is like a big draft like discrepancy between both teams. It came down to very clutch and I mean, you know, I go back to the laning phase actually. Maybe if no one isn't no one, then you just win the game, right?
Yeah, I can't wait to see what's coming our way in game number 3, as we do have an even series, and I bet both teams have stuff prepared that we haven't
Let's
even
go PV,
seen.
let's go PV.
We haven't even heard of it, but we do have some exclusive footage on how Poppy prepared for this grand finals.
Bane. Yo.
I told you before. I didn't think I'd have to tell you again. This is not acceptable. You're really trying to test me, aren't you? Do you even know who I am and what I've done?
God.
You're talking to the big dog now.
Don't test him. He'll do it. He'll really do it.
You know, I always wondered how the insides look like.
I think it's time to find out, don't you?
I think it's time to find out. For real.
That was something, huh?
Yup.
Aren't you kind of like sick of it at this point? Like, doesn't it kind of get old?
I mean, that's all right. I would rather spend my time coaching, but you know, I get it.
Don't you ever worry that the fans will think that you're serious?
No, I don't think so.
I love
the
this.
real fans know who I am.
I love this, bro.
Ultimately, it's the fans who are important.
Makes a lot of sense. It's really good that you see it that way.
Yeah, people are gonna say what they're gonna say. I just don't let it get to me.
100%.
Alright, bro.
End of the day, I'm not a violent guy. Copy pastas, they're just copy pastas. That's not who I am. Excuse me for a second.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, well, as long as you're comfortable with it, enjoy your sandwich.
Thanks.
See ya.
Laters. Ah, this is rye bread? I said no rye bread. Who's responsible for this?
I'm sorry, Papi. That was me. It won't happen again.
I gotta love some content for sure. As we're getting ready for game number 3 here with the grand finals.
मेरे को भूख लग रही है मैं कुछ चिप्स लेके आ रहा हूँ
1-1, and it's time to see what the teams have planned for each other and see what the coaches have planned for each other as well, as it has been a battle of the minds. Ooh, some zen being achieved here as well. Very important to stay cool, calm, and focused in high pressure situations.
You know, people joke about Puppy a lot, but his methods have really worked for PVISION. Like, talking to the players and hearing from them, it seems like they are individually very high skilled and they all want to play Dota, but they don't enjoy the strategic aspect so much of competing at this level, and they just wanted someone to offload that responsibility and take it upon themselves, and Puppy was the perfect fit for that.
Yeah, and on top of this, there's also like some sort of emotional attachment, I guess. Like,
wow, can I do it, bro?
Build a tie with the draft when you're too much of a too big of a part of it in a sense. Like, if you're a player, like if you make a call for a hero, for instance, then you feel the pressure of it paying off. You're like, I'm losing my lane, and I kind of forced my team into this. You know, I was a big voice. It kind of it can mess with your gameplay a little bit and your decision taking in the game. Like some players really enjoy being completely, like as you said, freed from that responsibility.
And Lina and Archer.
Try their best, and that's it really. So good to hear that this is like a formula that works better for them and helps them express their potential.
Shadow Fiend, Dro and NP.
PVISION on the Dire side. First pick going once again to the team on the Dire side with PVISION, and the Hoodwink gets picked up first. Just quickly giving a glance at if there's any notable heroes that we expected to see banned that are not. I guess the Undying and the Slaughter are the ones that were banned previous game that were not banned this game. Keeper of the Light will be the answer coming out from BB.
Yeah, and
दोनों के क्या picks है यार? I like both. दोनों के first picks.
The first pick Invoker and decide to first pick Hoodwink instead, and I don't have the answer to that question.
Keep them on their toes.
Yeah, do you want to keep them guessing? I think that's also been like a Poppy classic sometimes, where he's like, he just like makes sure he keeps the advantage. Because in this series, you better know that the coaching staff of BB, they've talked about this Invoker throughout the entire game too, and maybe throughout the break too, and they probably went to the players of like, hey, okay, this is what we think we should do against this Invoker and this and that. Like Invoker must have been a big part of the conversation, and now you just keep them guessing. It's like, well, there's no Invoker now, so you just wasted your time talking about something that's not relevant, and you have to play a different game. It could be the explanation, or perhaps there is like, yeah, something that, you know, we're missing here. Anyway, they're gonna go for the Hoodwink, which is a great hero for them. They play on both roles, which I think every team don't have that. Like it can either be +5 or +4, but they gave away the Coddle to BB.
Yeah, just to go off of the point that you mentioned, you said that maybe if it were anyone but no one playing that Invoker, PVISION would have lost. So I think that they had this idea that even if the mid Earth Spirit did come out, their Invoker would be solid against it, but that laning stage was very rough. Like no one did come back through his Sunstrikes, but he got dominated pretty hard, and maybe they don't want to factor in a potentially lost lane in this.
Yeah, which would actually be a great adaptation, because I think it's only the best teams, right, that are going to be able to see through the result and be like, hey, we might have won the game, but you know, and maybe this was a little bit too hasty of me of saying, hey, we don't would invoke.
नहीं खेलना है क्या आज वालों? नहीं bro, आज नहीं खेलने वाला मैं यार, आज सिर्फ EWC. फिर रात को FIFA. Hello कल bro.
Incredible. It didn't win the game, but GPK's laning stage is
क्या score अभी? 1-1.
Scary. I mean, just seeing it in action against the best mid laners in the tournament.
1-1.
He's by far the best technical skill.
I mean, it's been 2 games in a row where no one is playing versus like 25 denies on GPK in 6 minutes. So far, pretty rough laning phase, both games for no one. But in both games, he also showed that this doesn't phase him at all. Like he is able to impact the game regardless. We'll see if PVISION, they want to take an approach where they protect him a little bit more, because they've been kind of throwing him under the bus twice in a row. Like they pick this Ember into Slaughter, they first pick Invoker, and they're like, well, it's no one, he'll manage. But yeah, it's no one. Perhaps you can give him a little bit more of a comfortable position, and he might just take over the game.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Slaughter still has to be in contention. When Coddle comes out, of course, you think about Ember, you think about Pango, but that Slaughter was a hero that PVISION were scared of in that game too, and it's left through. So you have to... Beastmaster is a great combination for this Coddle, but I do think that PVISION need to prepare an idea for in case the Slaughter comes out. Are they willing to move away from the Embers and potentially play something ranged?
And that is the adaptation we've seen right from game 1, where
you want to
push. They had the plan to pick the Beast, but it was stolen from them. So now it goes even further up in priority. They pick it as soon as they can, essentially, not letting PVISION the option to pick it for themselves. They kind of made the... I mean, but that being said, they made the conscious choice of not banning it. They decided to ban the Undying and the Bane. They must have known that Beastmaster was coming, right? I think you play BB, they pick Coddle, Beast is coming, most likely. So curious to see what PVISION decides to send to that lane, because we've seen many attempts from many fallen teams. None of them really succeeded in, you know, stopping this Beast Coddle combo.
I wonder if they're willing to play the Clinks themselves on PVISION, because maybe you played the Clinks against their Beastmaster and it cooked very hard.
The thing with this Beast Coddle though, what is really oppressive is the amount of spam. It's like, I feel like only like a hero like Necro or something could just
FIFA stream
and tank
FIFA kick पे वो watch along stream कर सकता हूँ मैं वो करूँ.
Like, it's just really hard to stop from a theoretical perspective. I don't really know what does the job.
In एक बजे चालू होगा वो match.
Maybe they can
आएगी
shelf
public.
that pick for a while then.
Watch
It is
along.
a strange thing though if you see the offlane and you're not picking the safe lane here to free up your draft.
Yeah, the only reason would be that you want to protect also the pick so that your carry sees the carry matchup. There comes the Necro. Like, to me, it is like the best hero conceptually to sustain against because Beast Coddle, the way they win the lane or not lose it for that matter is they push the wave so aggressively with axes and they just keep this axe debuff on the carry so that he can never be aggressive essentially. Like he's always dealing with creeps under his tower. He's always like trying to dodge the axes, starving in region,
I don't like
him low HP. And it's like it doesn't matter.
PVISION's picks. They have all three
versus Beast. You named Klinks, Gyro,
very weak heroes.
Like they don't get to play the lane essentially, but for Necro it's different because it's probably the only hero that will push as hard as they do. So he's gonna maintain the pressure on the lane. He's maybe even gonna be able to push into them. And this is when these heroes can actually falter.
Do you know what hero Kataomi actually does like playing, though? Ancient Apparition.
Uh-huh. It could be a good...
Oh, never mind. Different Frosty hero coming out.
I mean, this hero has been... I feel like we haven't maybe talked about Wyvern as much as he deserved to be talked about because it's been one of the big heroes of this tournament, honestly. Like, I've seen every team in the top 8 pick him at least once and pretty high in priority. We've even seen some games... Wait, it was game 1, right? Where they first picked Wyvern? Or...
It was either game 1 or it was in the...
It was in
game 1. It was game 1.
I think game 1 of this...
Yeah, it was game 1
right,
of this.
They first
Yes.
so
overall first.
Yeah.
And it was PVISION. So both teams value this hero like extremely high.
Yes, थोड़ा मजा आएगा देखने के लिए.
The Cold Embrace,
Full fighting hero, I guess.
Cold Embrace game at all so far. Like this is like Necro, Willow, and Hoodwink. These heroes don't care at all about that spell. It's mostly about the laning presence also, which is... It's a dominant laner, and it didn't used to be, so it's a little bit deceptive, but the Q spell from Wyvern is just obnoxious.
I also think that Wyvern does something very nice for Kez, and it kind of alleviates the fear of some of his bad matchups, like Axe, for example. I've seen Wyvern and Kez be picked together versus the threat of an Axe, get Axed anyway, and defeat that lane, because he provides so much sustain through the battle hunger and the counter initiation to heroes like that. So this is one of those moments where I think Kez can be picked blind just because of the Wyvern.
Are you worried about the Kez versus Necro matchup? Like, is it particularly good for Kez, or is it even bad? Like, what's your take on that?
I mean, I think it's going to be a little bit difficult, but once you get to that nullifier, it should be okay. I think if they added some magic damage on their team from Vivi, that would give you the big jump. Because right now, you're working with too much physical versus Necro.
Look at no one. After 2 games of pain and suffering, he's treated with a late pick in the draft. He gets to decide, yeah, I think it's a good puck game. He's still going to get counterpicked by GPK because, you know, you can't treat him that well. But he's going to be happy with this one. It's a very good puck game. Obviously, they have barely any lockdown for him. And he also gets 2 bans now to protect himself from the GPK Classic counterpicks. So, you know, I think this is probably the first game where he's going to be, yeah, set up for a better start to the game.
Sav, are you familiar with puck's win rate this tournament?
I know it's very low. I think the last time I checked, it was around 25%. I don't know if it went much higher.
Spain जीतेगा या Messi finally.
That's a step up. But
Finally good over CS2.
Considering the fact that this year has not been first phased at all anymore, so this is like a late. Oh, this is a great puck game. Well, no, it's always losing. So. But I don't know. We're doubting PVISION. We're doubting no one. You know, perhaps.
GPK has made a great.
We were on a vacation to San Francisco.
Outlane no one though.
Like I think 10, 12 years or probably more.
Also, I guess
and Spain won the World Cup. Spain won the World Cup, and Ika Casillas was the keeper and the captain that year. Casillas was with his girlfriend, bro, in San Francisco, and I spotted him after him winning the World Cup. I went up to him. He was outside Starbucks. I just went up to him and said, "I'm a very big fan, so please can you give me a photo?" मेरे को photo मिला और ये भी दिया उसने autograph भी दिया.
By the way, interesting to point out as we are looking for an offlaner.
तो मेरे को बहुत बड़ा Spain fan था. मैं पागल हो गया था bro उसको रोड पे देख के.
What I mean, maybe it's not impossible that they pick it. I do think that Kez is like pretty fine against Centaur. I've seen carry players like choose to play Kez versus Centaur many times, and right now what PVISION's lineup is really lacking is objectives. Like if this is a Necro position 1 paired with a puck and these supports, like for them to take down towers, Roche, or Tormentors, it takes forever. So even if they dominate the game, they're gonna be dragged into like a long game just by the nature.
But I
of
know
the
Messi,
lineup.
man.
So if the last pick could,
I'll be happy if Messi also wins.
Issue, I think it would be good for them.
I think Tidehunter is a pretty cool hero for PVISION. I like him conceptually to provide that body for those objectives you mentioned, Seb, but also it's a great hero against Kez in terms of dispelling the Kazari Katana. Not the most popular pick this tournament, the Tide.
Enigma lele, Enigma.
It's a good lane for him, for sure. Especially with Willow. So no Slardar, no Ember. I guess there is the Earth Spirit that we've seen be played against Puck. I think it's a pretty good game, but it's gonna tell
Timber, Enigma.
It's gonna let us know what does GPK think about last game. You know, is he like, yeah, Earth Spirit may be overrated, or like I don't feel that confident because he did a really good job in the early game but still lost the game, or does he keep the faith up in the Earth Spirit?
I think it's a fine game to play Earth Spirit. He'll buy the vessel for you. He's going to give you magic damage. Right now, there's a lot of overwhelming physical damage from the Kez, but you're playing against the Necro, and you need a way to kill him in the early game.
Yeah, there's Earth, there's Storm also. Okay, so they go Tiny. So they're gonna run a Necro position 3 against the Kez and the Wyvern.
How does Tiny do against that Beastmaster Coddling? Because that's the whole reason why Necrophos was thought of for us.
Yeah, I think Necro could win that lane. I think Tiny doesn't win it for sure. I think he either draws or loses. But it is quite possible that he draws. I mean, I'm a Beast spammer, so I'm maybe biased, but I would give the advantage to the Beast Coddle lane.
Yeah.
So what's the thought
That's been was goated. Yes, bro. Iniesta, oh fuck, bro. Bhagwan.
Coming out for GPK.
I think they're prioritizing like lineup equilibrium, like just a better balance in their lineup, because I do think that Necro +1, Puck +2, and you know an offlaner that's like also with little objective taking potential, it would just be weird to play the game. Like this is a much better, much more well-rounded lineup, and Tiny is just a solid hero. It's a good matchup versus Beast. At some point the Tiny, you know, he has too much HP regen. He just, you know, one-shot waves. He'll be fine. He's gonna suffer until he gets level 6, and after that he'll just be okay.
It could be one of those situations also where Noticed asked for it to be a lane against Kez, because it's a very strong lane against Kez Wyvern, because he can defend himself from when Kez goes and closes the gap. Yeah,
we'll have to see how that lane goes. Like, I wonder actually, like, theoretically I feel like it's
PV pick se acha Andy BB ka pick se.
Like Kez Wyvern is a lot. Like it's a lot of harass. Like every wave they're gonna click their spells on you, and that's a lot of HP. It feels like he's gonna have to click his second spell every wave almost. And I don't know how much he'll enjoy it. We'll have to see. At the same time, I'm very happy to see Earth Spirit. I think it also makes the case of, it's reassuring that, you know, the game 2 did not affect BB team and GPK in particular by any mean. So that's a good news for BB fans.
Yeah, I mean, I think Earth Spirit's a great lane versus Puck, and he's gonna have a solid start, and he's gonna be strong for a very big portion of this game. If Necrophos has a good game, I think Earth Spirit actually falls off very heavily against his hero. Itemizes very comfortably against him, and then he eventually runs out of damage for the Necrophos. So then it becomes all on Kez to deal with him.
But you know, we've heard Kiritich many times say that, you know, Kez is his signature hero, and he feels like every time he gets his hand on the hero, the game is just easy. I don't think he's lost with it yet here. So
the 1v5.
Dangerous.
How long is this game gonna be? Because previous one we did go over that hour mark, all because we started with such an even game. Will this game has as even of a start to it?
I would say so. I think it's, again, like compared to game 1 where the draft was quite favorable for BB, especially when it came to the laning phase. I think this game, just like game 2, much more even. It's gonna come down to execution, and if the tempo were to be, you know, accelerated, it would favor BB out.
It is a best of 5, and it's 1-1. And that means that whoever wins this game will be on match point in these grand finals. Will it be BB? Will it be PVISION? We're finding out with Cap and SVG.
One of these teams is going to be sweating after this game, and you want to be the one that is sitting in that prime position of 2-1. PVISION, well, we've got some Siggies already out in the field for both sides. We've got BB team rocking the Kiritich Kez. We have the no-one Puck, though I actually don't think of that as his Siggy, but it is his most played hero.
Also hasn't really performed well this event. I almost feel like the team that was going to pick Puck in this grand finals might not work out for them first. However, these two teams are functioning at an extremely high level. So you got to kind of throw the stats out the window, play off a feel, play off the matchups, and the win conditions. The most important thing, like at what point in these games do you think you have a chance to win the game? And they've generally been going very late. So in that sense, Puck hasn't performed too well because I think he just hasn't had the same early and mid games. But if the game's going to go late and you get the 5 or 6 slots, he's still a menace. And that could be what PVISION.
So वो एक फटका डॉस के लिए और उठ के खेल गया भाई उसमें.
For BB are incredibly scary. Very fast. They can snowball heavily. They can pick up some kills. You have resources to pump into these cores. Kez can always just run away with the game. You need to control the tempo here. If the Beast can just go from tower to tower with a fast Helm of the Overlord, this game's going to get out of control very quickly. If you can slow it down, play on the Necrophos a little more, to me, the two offlaners have the strongest identity in this game 3, and you're going to have to make those two heroes work.
And that is particularly scary if you are PVISION, because they're in a bad lane matchup, right? I mean, surely this Beastmaster Coddle lane, there's no way that a tiny Hoodwink beats that, right?
No, not over the long run. I think it's very hard to beat Coddle Beast with almost anything. You can draw the lane. You can outplay the Coddle a little bit if you have a support that can kind of 1v1 him on the side and really punish him. Like, I think Bane is a pretty good example of that. But outside of those little points of execution, even if the lane's going poorly, you can always just stack and they're going to recover the net worth. You're not going to shut this Beast down. So you kind of just have to deal with the tempo here from Miro and hope that you can take some fights around towers, or that at least Noticed has an equally good game here.
And he is in a winning matchup, right? Necrophos versus Kez, I imagine, maybe not as good as the Beastmaster Coddle lane, but I feel like they got to be okay with this lane, right?
Oh, they're doing quite well already. And yeah, I would favor the Necro here. Again, over the first 10 minutes, like, he's going to win the lane out. It's just too much sustain, too much spam. Wyvern is not a hero that has a lot of offensive potential with the Kez unless you can maintain a high HP.
Oh!
And Save just chunks him down.
Just runs him down while we have this action still going back and forth in the bottom lane as well. A lot of harassment in these side lanes early on.
Both offlaners having a pretty nice start here early, and that's what both teams want to see. It'll be interesting to see how tanky this Necrophos can get against the Earth Spirit in particular. I like Mira's point about, you know, he's going to have very strong itemization here. It's a hero that can buy multiple dispels, just exist in the fight. We saw last game, GPK, he got really fat on that Earth Spirit. He dealt 22,000 damage and killed one hero.
Yeah.
If you have a repeat situation like that, you're going to be in trouble this game. I think Kez will have a better time in most games than Drow, just in terms of creating his own opening.
Sure.
So you have a little more to fall back on there. But you need to make sure that GPK can find connections with these magnetizers and that it doesn't just get instantly ruined.
Well, we are going to see GPK dominate the laning phase again. The BB team are just putting it a priority. It seems like every single time they're going to make sure GPK gets the counter pick over no one. They do it again here. He gets the late Earth Spirit pickup against a Puck, which is just, I think, an impossible matchup for Puck. I just feel like there's no way he's actually going to win CS-wise.
Too much base damage.
Yeah.
We'll see that Earth Spirit open up a lead. See if we can translate it into a cheeky kill with a silence and a teleport or something off a support. But these two supports are not that great at rotating to the mid. You'd rather just play the Wyvern and the Coddle in the two side lanes. If anything, get some stacks up, set the map up better for all 3 cores. It's not really a, I'm going to go mid and secure power runes type of style here. Whereas I think PVISION can look for that a lot more. They have a lot more roam potential, a lot more kill threat, a lot of setup between the Dark Willow and the Hoodwink 5 here.
Right. For me, it feels a lot more about GPK rotating to those side lanes, particularly that Wisdom Shrine timing.
That could definitely be in the cards. This is one of those games where I actually wouldn't mind seeing him go to the side lanes instead of the team going mid, just because of how your draft's set up. I think Kez is a great hero to rotate into on the lane. He gives you a lot of kill threat. He enjoys getting the extra kills. Could be a nice little target for GPK down here, and that's the hero you want to slow down. Almost just kills no one there. You know,
Has some little recharges to work off of. Notice keep the pressure on Kiritich.
This Necro's playing quite aggressive down here. You do not want to feed away that bad kill to the Necrophos in a lane that he's dominating already.
Yeah, he does have 9 Magic Wand charges, double Fairy Fire still in his pocket.
Yep. So. Very tanky here.
Similarly, Miro with the spam of the axes, definitely annoying PVISION, but I feel like Satan and Ducalis have done a good job of like pulling the creeps out of position so they're not getting spammed by the axes as much.
Oh, Tiny's
pretty healthy.
Yeah, he's free farming up here. In fact, he's highest CS in the game. Still has a lot of regen or a lot of HP to work with. So doing quite a nice job.
I feel like there's something about the Satanic to call a safe lane. They always do manage to move these the barometer just a little bit in their favor in every single laning phase matchup.
It helps when you have a very strong carry in terms of in that CS department. Winning early CS counts for so much in terms of what happens in these lanes over the first 5 minutes. Very close, even game. Across all the
GPK
lanes
having the biggest lead as he is 29-10 over this puck. 19, now 20-1. Unsurprising lead again. Just
it's not huge though. In terms of like the net worth and experience, it's pretty close here. In fact, it's the Kez kind of suffering the most. Just getting Necrophos. Nothing Kiritich can do about it. You can't outplay Death Pulse, no matter how hard you try.
yeah. Just kind of sits in the lane, spams it out.
So will that rotation come to bottom? There's also an argument you want to go to the Beastmaster lane, because that is generally a hero that is very good at kicking carries out. You can fight with the boars. Like, both of these side lanes are very interesting points of attack for the Earth Spirit.
Yeah, it's going to be chipping away at these heroes anyway, right? They're already going to be low, so it's an easier gank to make happen. While going into this Necrophos, especially the winning lane that he is in, well, that one's going to be a lot rougher.
He's going to get the Sadist axe here. You do not want to start bleeding kills away on this lane.
That regen with the glyph being popped, Kiritich is being shoved away from this CS, even underneath his own tower.
This is a big wave with Catapult. You need to address this right now. You get 6 on GPK. He got it off the last creep mid. Can go in fog and TP here if he wants to try and bail this out.
But Wyvern's going to be the first one to TP in. They run down to Collis. Kiritich does not walk into the brambles and manage to parry the Shadow Realm hit, so that actually stops a lot of the damage.
And GPK loses the 50-50 on the rune, and it's a haste. Big kick up for no one. He's just barreling bottom.
Yeah, instantly making the move, and why not? There's not any vision down here. They don't know what the power rune is. They're going to be surprised by this, especially with the ward behind the tower giving so much information. No one. Kiritich's already half health. Coil, he parries and does what he can. Runs into a bramble, but either way, he was dead.
Good gank. Very good gank.
There's some risk of
bye, Shubrati. Bye, Kimaya. Thank you for tuning in. See you.
But when you have a haste rune and sap acid,
You look gang karna padega.
Just not there. Compounding the advantage on this Necrophos lane, Noticed is going to be gigantic here. He could buy a Boots of Travel right now. He can also just push for an even faster Radiance. He's got 2,000 gold in the bank.
Yeah, this far ahead feels like Radiance. It's got to be a pretty good call. GPK, he makes his rotation. Miro and Save, we're pushing these heroes out over time. It's just level 3 axe spam with this this Coddle behind him.
Looking for the Wisdom Shrine. Kataomi, he gets scanned, but nobody's here.
Oh no, that is a huge problem. PVISION.
This squirrel is going to be really sad. 3 deaths for Ducalis. He loses his Wisdom Shrine. Well, they ruined his game.
Yeah, they certainly did.
I mean, I don't know if he was the biggest priority target, but he's absolutely out of it here.
Man, you're almost level 6 on Notice. Hey, at that point, it feels like Kiritich is going to have to leave lane.
Yeah, no way you sit here against the Reaper threat.
Which is thin up to Kataomi to try and hold this. Nice D-ward from 9 class.
Nice little Dark Willow attack speed there.
It's going to be a similar threat. Likely Satanic will have to leave his lane at some point with the level 6 being acquired by Miro plus his Helmadom.
A lot of pressure points on the map right now. You have the Reaper site coming up. You have Coil. You have Magnetize plus a Roar going into mid lane. They brought Miro to the
almost,
and they lose the 50-50 again. And it's another great power rune.
If it could have been top, then maybe Miro is able to get a Primal Roar kill for them. Instead, he's just going to back up to these Coddle stacks. A lot of stacks here. It's going to boost them quite heavily. GPK.
There's the TP to the side lane.
Yeah.
Doesn't have the power rune.
Try and shore this up. Notice having his level 6. Jumps in, hits
dead, bro. That silence.
Pulling Kiritich,
Oh
but
no,
he
man.
still managed to get off some of his heals. Just too much damage.
They
brought many heroes, 4 heroes to this bottom lane to make sure that Necrophos does get shut down. Meanwhile, Miro is left alone on top of his stacks right now.
That was a juicy
which
acorn.
means Ducalis can interrupt some of this. He already managed to kill the Helm of Dom creep and some of the boars, maybe take some of the last hits here as well. The Colossus is going to get level 6 off this.
He's super rich.
He's still so much experience, my God.
You got most of the mid tower too with the amp damage on the puck. Was that a successful move from Earth Spirit? Yes and no. Like, you gave up a lot during the time GPK spent down there. Well, there goes Ducalis recovering his game. He shut down that squirrel for nothing.
Guess so.
Is he the highest level support now?
Save is 6.5.
Close, yeah. Well, he'll feed his courier back, so you get a little bit back from the squirrel.
A little bit of give and take.
Okay, earn charges up for GPK is another magnetize in 30 seconds. He's definitely the big playmaker in this game.
Surely you get the 50-50 right this time.
Or you just lose it every single time.
Katomi unable to fly away. Arctic burn on cooldown. The sharpshooter attempt for the cool embrace. Geomagnetic grip play would have been cool, but coil.
It's a very different style game right now. A lot of skirmishing, a lot of 2 or 3 man fights going on. A lot of emphasis on the power rooms. As he wins another one. There's the tip, you know. The tip was going to come no matter what. You win all the rune luck. What can you say?
Yeah, what's the point of getting this counter pick matchup if my enemy mid laner just gets every single power rune? Hero keeps on rotating across too. And the funny part is that like PVISION, because they have this river ward, they see Miro, they know they can't contest the top lane and just pray that it's bottom.
9 Class gets another courier snipe. All these little things going PVISION's way in this early game. And the relic already done for noticed. The Radiance is going to be so fast here. There's some emphasis for BB to get something done with the vessel on GPK. He will rush that this time around for some extra damage on the map. Great against the Necro as well, as Kataomi bites the dust again. This mid area of the map.
Oh, they have vision over there. They have vision over there.
It's working out so much better for no one. Another rotation from GPK.
Might get this tower too.
Total failure.
Like, you make these rotations with the Earth Spirit, no one's just going to push the wave in. Start hitting your building.
Yeah.
Gotta be a little careful of like the roll in, silence, all in, but otherwise can do some decent damage here.
It's got infused raindrops and 19 magic wand charges. Let's see if this is enough. With a bushwhack catching GPK, that'll create a lot of space for no one. Still has a solar bind on him. Another orb up in 3 seconds. He's out.
You need to bring the Kez in for that with a Talon or something. Puck is too mobile right now. Still got the top tower for the Beast. Both these offlaners effectively top net worth in this game. I feel like that's what both teams wanted to see.
को रोर पे ही मारना पड़ेगा ऐसे नहीं मार सकते नहीं तो वो नहीं मरने वाला.
You want.
Radiant's about to be finished up for noticed.
There it is, flying out.
Just been chilling. They haven't like actually kicked the Kez out or taken this tower, but I mean the fact that you're just
not bad. Yeah, 12 minutes Radiance
on Necrophos at 12 minutes.
Pretty ridiculous.
That's going to put BB team on a timer a bit. Can't just let this Necrophos exist on the map for too long.
Fully expect this ultimate orb for Miro to signal a big push into mid with the Helm of the Overlord being completed. There it is. Go grab an Ancient Creep, smoke him, swing around the mid tower. If you can start on the puck, amazing. If you can find somebody else behind that tower, it'll feel just as great.
He's got his choice between the Prowler and the Granite Golem. He opts for the Golem.
Oh, I thought he would have taken the Prowler here.
Yeah, me too.
Kind of interesting. Guess a little extra HP though is pretty nice against a very spell damage heavy lineup. You're negating a lot of early nukes here. And that is something to consider. Like, do you buy pipe in this game? It's such a good pipe game.
Right, you just try and like weather through these spells, stay above that 50% marker against the Reaper Scythe.
Great Glimmer Cape game, great Raps game. There's going to be some itemization here for BB that's going to feel real good against a lineup that is very magic dependent for a long time in this game. They're not even going to smoke them. They're just going to run at the tower straight up. What are you going to do?
You could do. You throw an orb out, okay. Boars get a little bit low, but tower falls all the same. Going after notice here, Winter's Curse, trying to set up and a terrorize in from the side. Very nice, the Reaper Scythe. Well, it doesn't quite get a kill, but they still manage to get him off the sharpshooter. So they don't get the stack, but nobody really cares about that. All you care about is that Notice lives and Kirachit dies.
The Winter's Curse didn't get any other units in it, so you lose a little setup time that GPK needed to get in there. Another rotation for the Earth Spirit that just doesn't quite land how you wanted it to. as this Necrophos is continuing to just farm up the map. And the longer these tier 1s stand, or at least this last tier 1 bottom, the more you can kind of control this area for the Necro, the happier he's going to be. See what the next move here for Miro is. It's not super obvious on the map right now. You might just want to take some time to farm. You're going to get a 14-minute Wisdom Shrine. That's pretty much guaranteed. But the next objective here for the Beast is like the 20-minute Tormentor. Unless you really want to take this last tier 1 bottom, and I don't think that's the highest priority for him.
Yeah.
So we might just see him try and play that classic like Occupy, Dire, upper jungle with the Beast summons. Get some information for your team. Get some extra camps. Take away some farm from the Tiny if you can without dying. Abuse the fact that there's not a lot of heroes that want to run into your Zoo right now. Pretty bad lineup against the Zoo early.
Feels like this series is just indexing more and more towards these late game, 45 to 60 minute style kind of games. Despite the early rush that we saw from PVISION, where, you know, we talked about the setup here. There's so
40 minutes cross हो गए तो हार गए लोग.
35 minutes
PVISION.
on average, it felt like. They were just able to close out.
तो लोग कैसे पागल जैसा मारता है.
That was not off lane domination, though. That's an important distinction. Like, there was not some gaming gladiators, we beat you and rush high ground because we're just going to zoo you and aura you. They do it off of map control and the map gameplay and the pickoffs leading to objectives.
So what do you think BB Team is doing to stop that? Like, yes, BB Team is winning lanes, but as you said, PVISION didn't require laning phase wins to be able to pull off those fast victories.
I think some of the Go Shovel help. Beastmaster, Coddle, Wyvern. All heroes that can push some waves without dying, potentially. Depends how fat this Tiny gets. And I think the Tiny is the big threat on the map for PVISION this game. We've seen how much Satanic can do with this. You get Shadowblade, he instantly finds a pick-off. And this hero is going to be the real threat around the map. Like, the Necrophos is the scary.
15 मिनट में सिर्फ Echo Saber और Lothar से.
Your, you know, triple melee core lineup going late, but the Tiny is going to be the hero that instills fear in you wherever you are.
Miro surrounded by heroes. He has to pick his targets here. Roar Satanic, but there's just too much catch. He dodged the Terrorize, roared Satanic, but it's all too much. Too many heroes.
Satanic lost shot ले रहा है, lost shot.
That's bad. That's bad news for BB.
I can't remember the last time that Satanic had a bad Tiny game. I feel like every single time he gets these, he's just running around the map with Shadowblade getting pickoffs, and I've never seen him be in that position where, like, oh, Satanic has walked into another sentry and died, you know?
He's very good at finding those little openings and knowing where people are farming, where the isolated target is. That's why this hero's so scary. When he starts snowballing a game, you just have to get out of his way. We're going to see BB try and reclaim this area. That's another reason losing the Beast up here is so bad. You lose so much of the map control you're trying to maintain to give you that advantage. You've got to retake it with something. You're going to find a squirrel, but you're not finding that Tiny. This is a good intercept from Ducalis. This is not the area of the map that these heroes want to go to when the Beast is going to come back here and retake it anyway.
He is on a 7-game win streak on Tiny, including a win yesterday against Team Yandex. Last time he lost a game was 2 months ago at a Dream League against 1W. And then before that was like back to 2025. He has an 82% win rate on this hero.
That's quite high.
Tiny भी मारेगा ना, अच्छे लग रहे हैं.
That's something.
He's super scary on it. I also think he
Tiny
knows how to itemize for the late game.
आर्मर गंदा है ना Tiny का, इसके लिए वो उसको ज़्यादा पड़ती है. हैंडेड भी ज़्यादा पड़ती है और ये भी ज़्यादा पड़ती है, पता नहीं. Tiny बहुत weak लगता है मेरे को यार as a hero.
And once more, BB just unsure of what to do with the Beastmaster strength right now. Like, are you supposed to do it super early Roshan here to get an Aegis on an Earth Spirit or Kez?
I mean, is there any reason not to?
It's just slow.
The team is going to play the borders of the map.
It's not fast enough to make it worth it right now.
Okay.
I think you have to occupy some side of this dire map. Like, you can't.
दोनों top farmers एक team के हुए.
With this Tiny and Necro running
Tiny
around.
और Necro.
It's not going to end well for you.
Well, at least it means GPK can get power runes. Nobody's contesting those anymore.
That's true. And a nice little regen.
क्या farming कर रही है? Smoke gang करो ना.
Just to call us at it. Oh, he's going to get a nice lane ward.
Being really annoying up here. Just counteracting some of the lane pressure. And they're going to force the Roche. Okay.
I like it.
Are they? I don't know. This is, I mean, You don't have Deso on the Kez for like another 100 gold.
Okay, I don't like it. If you don't have Deso, that Roche is going to take so long.
Awful amount of time.
I think we're seeing the indecision on this map right now.
Everywhere they're going right now, they're spotted by wards too. Like Miro had a lane ward that saw him push through, then there was a watcher. The gate, notice, slips past GPK there.
A missed opportunity. Saw how fast they were to respond to that. If there's any sort of opening, they want to take it right now. They will get this last tier 1 bottom. The Beast eventually makes his way down here. This will open up that Roche even a little more if you want to do it in this last minute with the
ult level grows.
This is your time
Assault bhi banayega.
With everybody down here.
They got
at least force a fight.
On the pit.
Oh,
Satanic trying to kill the Helmet on, but Satanic makes his jump.
ऊपर ही है.
Dead already. That was BKB used too. And Satanic.
ऊपर ही क्यों था वो टॉस पे नीचे नहीं आया?
It's part of the reason why PVISION are willing to take this fight, not just the aggressive positioning of BB team here, allowing Satanic to get in there with a Shadow Blade. Unlikely they're going to have sentries up here, but also the fact that Satanic, there's nothing they can do about him once he makes his jump. There's no turnaround against this BKB.
He's finding these little openings. Big kills to slow down the pace here from BB. They're not allowed to group up. They're not allowed to do that early, Roshan. Now it's going to change sides. You have to wait even longer. You're not getting the fight for the Deso Kez.
Heritage is out here using Raptor Dance on Ancient Stacks. That's how the game's kind of going right now. We are going to chill and farm for the foreseeable future. At least that's PVISION's game plan. BB team are struggling to get the action going. They would love to, but
I don't blame PVISION.
Doesn't seem possible.
Again, I think this is the type of game where puck can shine. Slow, methodical game. You build into that late game. That's where the hero's still scary. You're not looking to rush things here. A lot more onus on BB to find action with this Kez pick.
No one can kind of play right up in their face a lot of times. Spotted on the blast. Jumps deep. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. That could have been a close call if the axis had just gone a little bit farther north.
And it leads him to the Tormentor.
Yeah, an objective that I think no one was trying to play around and see if he could disrupt that. Is something that BB team, it's like that off-lane tier 1 tower. It's an objective that is much easier to take than these tier 2s or the Roshan. Katomi will get the shard. Not an amazing one, but
not bad.
Hi Vivek, how's it going? Welcome to the stream.
Cocoon.
What's up, bro?
I think you pretty much have to decide how you're going to scale your tri-core here. If you're
BOD Lotus, इससे Lotus क्यों बना है? रोर के लिए इतना fast रोर पे डालेगा?
All of your core scale in this game because that was the biggest
actually अच्छा तो है.
You had the drow, but no one else really got there.
मेरे को लगा इससे अच्छा Lincoln बनाना better नहीं है?
Was a big threat.
Okay, so let's talk about that itemization.
Thinking about Ags on the Beastmaster to kind of help him turn into that. Drums of Salam, definitely not as strong as he used to be, but I at least like the idea here of, you know, I'm going to be more of a threat in the fight, the old school carry Beastmaster build.
What about Nullifier on Kez? How early are you going to get this item? Like, how important is your focus on Necrophos versus everybody else in this game?
I'm trying to pick off here.
अबे इतना damage दे रहा है.
For GPK.
I don't know if you
punishing 9 class on the haste ring deny.
I don't think you want Heritage having to spend an item slot on the Nullifier when you have a Beastmaster that can buy it. You definitely want one in this game. Such a big item against the Necrophos.
एक तो smoke gang करो.
Smoke up from BB team. Just 1 kill on a support. They're going to try and snowball this into more. They get a core kill. And maybe that could open up that Roshan that they attempted earlier.
Tiny मिलेगा, tiny मिलेगा.
They find Satanic. He has rather elusive.
Oh, he's going to show on this creep top. They instantly U-turn.
And a Shadow Blade. He hits the creep and then he just runs away. Is he going to come back to it? Oh my god, he's going to come back to it. It's an opportunity. They go into Cobblestone, ran through the river instead of the Tiny.
I would have preferred Tiny.
So just another support pickoff. BB team just...
You got to do Roche off that. You can't roar Ducalis here and not get some objective for it.
I mean, that's dangerous though, because you are setting up for the potential Coil Terrorize play. Now the 9 class is back up.
They're not even Roche. I mean, they're just trying to get the BKB on the Kez.
मेरे को सिर्फ नीचे जाना है, एक parcel लेना है.
I think PVISION assumed they were going to do it.
Save pops of dust as Satanic was pushing through the mid lane.
एक gang देख के जाना है मेरे को.
Right now. Certainly.
एक fight.
There's the BKB for the Kez. A lot stronger on his own in the fight right now. You have triple BKB timing with 2 sustaining supports.
डैमेज ही नहीं है, सिर्फ एक डेस्ट्रॉय डैमेज के लिए.
This is not a signal to force this objective. I don't know what it will be in this game.
And it seems like PVISION have no interest in contesting again. Tried it the first time, didn't really work out. Make a move to the bottom side of the map where they almost caught GPK, but he teleports away. The Vision is just doing some work on both sides, no doubt.
लोटस से वो kills. रोर and Winters Curse. अच्छा लोटस से.
How many of these tier 2s
Winters Curse भी okay.
how much map control can you claim because it is still a net worth lead for PVISION.
लोटस से वो kills का show या minus armor क्या है वो भी निकलता है ना. अच्छा वो उसमें silence re-up होगा.
He's only been a part of 3 kills but he's been speed farming through the map so quickly. Very high level.
At this point, I'm almost worried more about what the puck is going to pick up here. Gotta find some pickoffs.
They went for the nice little tumbler toy. 9 class. He has to terrorize GPK, pops his BKB. They still got the pick off from Satanic. So it's support for support. Well, 1 for 2.
Anti.
Tiny's just so hard to catch.
Miro catching Ducalis at the same time as that play, which he's halfway to his axe. And Satanic still sticking around.
Sneaking in here.
They didn't have the sentries before.
They saw him on that.
He got the coddle, but now it's going to be spotted. GPK, knowing he doesn't have BKB, tries to threaten him, but no one's not here in time as the puck.
The fact you can play this aggressive with no punish, though, it's so much space.
What about the punish top lane?
No roar available.
Yeah, he only has Link.
And you can always TP out here. Not much of a threat either.
Yeah, this, even if you could get the solar bind on him, he's got Lotus. Yeah. You're right. PVISION are just able to play very, very far up with all 3 of their cores.
Just not a lineup that is going to excel at trying to catch some of these random heroes around the map. Like it wants to force the 5-on-5 team fights, abuse the AoE sustain, and control.
दोनों के supports नहीं मरे वो fight में.
Put some pressure on PVISION to respond, but right now it's just not happening. PVISION are too good at playing the map.
Hey, that was a problem that we saw in Game 2 as well.
Yes. Recurring trend in this series.
Yeah.
Tiny with a Blink Echo Saber,
this kind of style,
BKB and Shadow Blade.
Then it's really back to the drawing board and going, okay, we have to do everything we can.
अच्छा लग रहा है मार देगा रे केस को.
Yeah. At what point are you just like, all right, let's pick Kiritich Arc Warden or something like that?
मैं आया पास
Something crazy comes out because you're just not getting to fight. The fights are not available.
Miro hiding in the trees, pops out, goes for Ducalis. And because of his BKB, he will go through uninterrupted by Satanic's Avalanche.
You can see the decisiveness whenever, like the second a hero they can kill shows on the map, they're just instantly jumping. Because they know you're not going to get a lot of openings in this game. So you have to take the ones that are available. You can't question whether it's a bait or something like that. You just have to go. That is a very tanky boy. He will find another jump.
Satanic. Now, they did get the Dispel off the Winter's Curse on that shield rune, so Satanic is not quite as tanky as he once was, but still has a BKB to work with. Roll in from GPK, popped his BKB, didn't get the roll, and the Reaper's Sight to finish off the Winter Wyvern. GPK not going to be able to get the roll out, though. Notice got in front of him. That's trouble. Toss doesn't actually hit the Earth Spirit, but they get the kill either way. GPK, it feels like that was a bit of frustration. They're trying so hard to get these fights, and he said, screw it, I'm just going. An opportunity to take a fight finally.
When you lose supports at the start, though, it's not going to be successful. You need their spells in the middle of this team fight. For the chase down, for the lockdown, or some of the turnaround threat. Satanic has consistently been assassinating these heroes at the start. And you're just left in a really tough situation. You get no value out of your supports in this engagement. They accomplish effectively nothing. The Tiny doesn't even have to use BKB off of the early engagement. So when he comes back in here, he still has BKB to use if there's any sort of turnaround threat.
Zero threat.
Just destroying this game right now. Building a very solid lead while he does it.
And no use of the Aegis whatsoever. Like, PB team have not managed to get a situation where Kiritich can just run after some heroes, threaten them, force PVISION to try and turn around and take away that Aegis. It's going to expire in 45 seconds. Now, this has allowed him to get to an Aghanim Scepter. He is still scaling up.
For sure.
Do you feel like this hero outscales Tiny? Let's just take that one-to-one.
That's a Honestly, I feel like anytime you ask if Kez outscales a hero, it's a weird question.
Yeah, it's probably.
Because I think, yeah, Kez can beat anybody in the late game. Like, this hero is almost the highest DPS hero we've ever seen in Dota. If he has
Ravens failed, but he walks back into another Bramble here. 20 seconds on the Aegis, though. He's not worried about this. If anything, 9 class should be worried about him dying.
Get anything off of this information? The answer is, once again, no. Very disciplined from PVISION. They give up no openings. Aeon Disc already done for no one. They gave him the gem. Now you have this unkillable puck running around the map causing you problems.
A loss of 3,500 net worth and no buildings claimed for this Aegis.
Whew. That is how you control a game of Dota right there.
Think about how much, like, decision-making wise, like BB team were really trying to get this Roshan to happen, and then they do, and it just doesn't even do anything for them. That's got to sting.
Especially when you're seeing these items come out.
Yeah, another heart. Heart done for noticed.
And the thing is, PVISION, they're going to start to get aggressive now.
Yeah.
Like, they've been controlling this game and very disciplined, but now's the time to start looking for more opportunities, and it's just easy for this Tiny, man. He runs into anybody, you combo him, they're at half or dead. Team can follow up, hunting Miro out of this bottom lane. He will likely have to Nightfall out of here.
Is he going to BKB, TP, BKB, Reaper Scythe attempted. It was a nice idea from Notice. Any sort of stun, the follow-up could be there to chain it. He doesn't need a Reaper Scythe kill. What they need is just any kind of kill.
Satanic hunting GPK on the rune. He doesn't want to give him any power runes in this game.
Oh, BKB, but he can't run away. Gets clobbered to death by Satanic. Again, Satanic, this is what we're talking about, is Tiny. It feels like this man is just everywhere, and he's never being scouted in the process.
And he knows where the enemies are going to be. That's the biggest thing. You have to be preemptive with the setup. You have to read the map properly and say, you know what, this guy's going to be right on this spot. I'm going to run there. I'm not going to waste any time. I'm going to find a target. His read of the map is immaculate. You're just not getting the same pickoff threat.
Oh, even a bushwhack into the Bramble there.
Look who's lurking. Hero's collapsing right now.
He felt like he had to use Raptor Dance for fear of the follow-up there for the Tiny. And pops his BKB right as Satanic went in for the Blink Avalanche. Does jump away with a grappling claw. TP out from Katomi. And notice, doesn't have the Reaper Sight still.
Shepherded into your tier 3 at 30 minutes.
This is PVISION hitting a timing. That 30-35 minute mark, they really know how to utilize. All these heroes seem to come together. All their items across the board are picked up in the same minute or two. Have this gigantic power spike. An AC, a Hearts for Noticed. What does no one have? Pharasma, Aeon Disc, a Blink Dagger. He doesn't really need to output too much of the damage here. That's going to be Satanic and Noticed doing much of the heavy lifting.
Do get to a nullifier here on the Beastmaster. Maybe this is some sort of opening to go in the fight and punish the overconfidence of this Aeon Disc puck a little bit.
Yep.
Some surprise factor potentially, but it's going to kind of just require some crazy smoke to land. There's no way you're getting openings in this game. And you have to time that with the next Roshan here. Cannot afford to waste too many more moves here if you are BB.
GPK looking at a Blink Dagger, which may be needed for an upcoming high ground defense, though the trend of this game. PVISION almost caught GPK. Satanic may still have a chance here with his smoke expiring. Spotting GPK. Hit it with the Avalanche before GPK got off the BKB. Got the roll out, though. Satanic still going to try and finish him off through the tree at him, and that's enough. Meanwhile, they went for Notice with the nullifier.
He's not dying.
Kill him, though. It's happening. He turns around. Okay, they get him with the Raptor Dance, but now they're stuck in this coil. They've already used the roar, so it's pretty rough. They just got to get whatever heroes they can out of here. It's Miro who's going to be stuck here. Puts nullifier on Satanic. Satanic, it's taking a little while to kill Miro, but they finally get it, and he hit Miro. Stuns it back with the Centaur. But PVISION, 3 down, no opportunity for Katomi to get a good winner's curse in.
They are very disciplined, not clumping for that kill. Just letting the Tiny do it on his own. He is already level 25 off of that fight. Toss charges online. This game has been Satanic's from around that like 12, 13 minute mark. I mean, just decimating the map. 9-0, every kill's going to him. Big Bad in charge. And honestly, kind of impressive that they lasted in this fight. Like, you're able to take this Necro down despite being super tanky, getting fed a Lotus here. Reaper accomplishes nothing. You waste a lot of time in your BKBs to do that. The Embrace is pretty nice. This Beastmaster with the Ags, he can sustain himself a little bit in the fight.
Nice spread from PVISION though. The only way out for Hero is a good winner's curse.
Just no turnaround with the Earth Spirit dead from the bottom play. Again, every fight in this game has been Satanic kill somebody, and then you have to take it.
Yep.
And if Satanic doesn't kill somebody, they don't give you the fight.
I mean, even that like one smoke play where they smoke down to the bottom lane, right? Like they kill a support, they even kill 2 supports, but it still starts with Satanic killing Sate.
Starts with Satanic and ends with Satanic.
He is the Alpha and the Omega, and he is level 25 with the toss charges. So, the chain stun capabilities just went up a lot.
Deadly for the Kez here. That's the real target. I think that and the Earth Spirit. His solo kill potential continues to increase. His control in the fight with that Reaper behind it is deadly. No way to save from that Reaper right now if you get tiny comboed into it.
GPK thought better of the Blink Dagger, picked up a plate mail to work towards Shiva. Certainly needs that physical damage after the clubbing that Tiny put on him earlier.
This smoke has to land. You don't have any more smokes, and this is the only way you're going to find some opening in this game.
It's looking like it's just going to land.
Just running into you.
9-class Dark. Whoa, they don't even hit him. He managed to get the blink out during Shadow.
It's a disaster.
Oh my God, he hit the Terrorize on GPK. And Satanic,
he's waiting.
He's going to combo with that Avalanche toss up. They do have the Cold Embrace, though. This may give GPK a chance to get off that BKB. The Reaper Scythe goes in. He almost dies. BKB activates. He rolls away. But the rest of the team are now swarming through. It's going to be up to Karatage to try and carry through this one. He can't even kill the supports very easily. Trying for that Raptor Dance. Spots the BKB. Raptor Dance down. Nullifier on the Necrophos. All in for this kill. On
they get him.
They do manage to get him. Can they get out, though? No more BKB on Karatage. Not an easy way out with the Harpoon pulling him back into Satanic with the toss up in the air. Once again, they get noticed, but it costs them far too much.
Takes too long to burst this one target down. You don't have enough time on your BKBs to take the rest of the fight. And nobody is touching this living mountain right now. 5,000 HP. Like, what are you supposed to do against this guy? He's just routing the entire backline, routing all the supports. The fight is mega disjointed. There's no opportunity to land a good curse in this engagement because he's so strong on his own. Nobody has to go in with him. It's a massive problem for the Wyvern. You get a Wisdom Shrine. Pretty nice here from GPK to recognize you can get a little something here. But the buildings are going to fall.
क्या मिस किया भाई?
Okay, Katomi tries to step forward. Satanic's like, oh, okay.
रैक्स निकाल लिए. हाँ कसम. 5 मिनट के लिए नीचे क्या गया ये सब हो गया.
Worse for wear here in this game 3.
Just getting worked across the lanes.
Yeah, they seemingly like, I mean, you pointed out their struggles of wanting to be able to make action happen and not being able to find it. Felt like they couldn't solve that issue.
Oh, and
now it feels like even the individual plays are beginning to slip up for them.
क्या फार्म है डाइनिंग का bro?
I think part of it is
हिटने का क्या फार्म है bro? Unreal timing गया और fight हुआ. Fuck all sad scene bro.
Not a pick-off threat.
Here he comes.
Not getting the fight.
One shot. Support after support.
एक लाफा मारा है.
Goddamn menace.
You're never going to get that 5-on-5 where GPK can shine. This is a pick-off oriented game. This is a vision oriented game. It's where you wish you had that Lina that has been banned in the series, or something else that can be a threat on the map or continue to scale.
Why is Lina banned in the series?
To fight back with here. Satanic, he doesn't want to do Roche. He wants to keep killing heroes. He's got an amp damage. He's hitting for 1,000. It's a very balanced number.
Back to the same hunting grounds before. Almost was there in time to catch Katomi. Axis, Miro.
Nobody
himself.
wants to show in this game anymore.
No. Who frontlines against that?
Nothing.
I mean, even like these tanky cores, GPK, Miro, they have 3,500 HP.
You need an Embrace to go out basically instantly, and then you have to land a good curse. You can set the fight up.
Look how fast Roach died.
That is your best chance here.
Give the Aegis to Noticed, who is almost level 25. So, 2 heroes.
They're just going to run in.
Overwhelming Blink chasing after him. Got the coil into 2. Snaps on Miro. GPK has to roll in.
Not a bad opening.
He does manage to hit Satanic, stalling his initiation. His best.
Can they focus him?
Tiny को मार रहे.
And that damage is
Satanic hits.
But Satanic.
Satanic पे.
Might just bail him out. The Reaper Scythe comes through. He still dies. As the Kazurai, Katana does manage to finish him up. He just can't get away from Notice. There's too many threats on the board.
Bro, Notice is giving so much damage. What the hell? भाजी भी so damage bro. ना मैं दे देगा अभी ये necro. Necro light. Necro force.
But I don't think he's too sad about the outcome as he gets to cheer on his other two carries. And now you're in that late game with the puck, right? The Octarine's there. You just want to fight. No one's going to continue to scale immaculately here. Get some time to do some more.
Surely bottom side racks, right?
To swing for it.
किधर गई है अगने अरे नीचे गया था पार्सल लेने के लिए अगने थोड़ी जाऊंगा ऐसा.
I mean, I felt like that was one of the situations where it was about as good as it gets, right? You stop the initiation for Satanic, which has been a massive issue. So many of these fights start off with Satanic killing somebody instantly. It would have been better if you could have burst him 100%, but then even still, Notice comes through and there's just nothing left to threaten him.
Hey, if you'd found that opportunity 10 minutes ago, it would have worked.
Sure. But now with a level 25 Necrophos who's just spamming out death pulses, he's not a threat just on the Reaper's side. No one's also a threat, seemingly, as the sharpshooter lands. They have to use the Winner's Curse just to try and slow down the damage to let Save get back to the fountain. That is just...
He does live.
He does live. It is a second lane of barracks down without the Tiny to bulldoze these buildings.
They will get a lane anyway. Full map control, full vision control. Still have that Aegis for another 2.5 here. No reason not to just go to this top lane, force the fight, end this game right here, right now.
They almost have level 25s on a couple Dare cores on the side of BB team. Level 25 on Miro and Kirtich.
Not there yet, though.
Will that be enough to change things?
अजीब लिंक बनाया है भाई टाइनी ने.
Another 2.5 minutes left on this Aegis. Notice on the front line starts chipping away at that tier 3. What are you going to do about it?
There's no way you can commit your Roar Nullifier on this guy. Can't win the fight.
I mean, you've got Earth Spirit. Can you get some sort of kickback?
Potentially. It's just not the guy you want to kick back.
Yeah. And every once in a while, no one will just jump in with the
कुछ नहीं कर सकता bro. वो खड़े के तोड़ रहे हैं tower.
But again, every smoke has.
पांचों जिंदा है बीबी के.
It's gonna get broken again. Terrorized, not being thrown out, but they do stop the smoke push forward. Now the coil lands, and they got the window initially.
That coil.
Get the coil to break safe. Meanwhile, the puck is in some trouble. It's hit by the Terrorize on Kiritich. BKB off from Satanic. Kiritich here on the other side, trying to echo slash him. Satanic keeping himself up with the light seal for now.
अकेला लड़ रहा है क्या टाइनी?
He's getting low. Reaper side that's gonna finish him off. They don't have the buyback on him. I thought maybe the buyback, but one kill on Kiritich is
Jubi.
The tiny Satanic. Small in stature outside of the game.
Tiny Satanic, bro.
13-1 and
You're not kidding, bro.
The last hits, most damage by far.
Wow.
That game up. A nice 40-minute victory. A little slower than their 35-minute pace they've been rocking the whole event, but not by a large degree. And you only found him once.
Man, I asked you about where's this PVISION. The closest out game was before 40 minutes. And
here they are. Here they are. And it. I mean, I feel
like
you have to find a way to be able to play the map against this team. And that's what you got to think about going into Game 4 because they have a lot of threats.
थोड़ा सा एक recap दिखा दो तो मजा आ जाए. अब तो mid खेल देते ना. मैं mid player भी हूँ, safe lane. Mostly mid ही खेलता हूँ. खेलता था.
Carries a lot of different off laners. The one repeat to me was like this Earth Spirit from Game 2 to Game 3 that just felt a little off for GPK. I don't think we're going to see him pick it up again because this hero cannot thrive in this type of environment where the game is very split up. There's a lot of 1v1s or pickoffs. Earth Spirit doesn't give you pickup threat. He doesn't push the waves. He's there to 5v5. And there's not 5v5s in these games. So like you have to just chuck this hero out as strong as he's been. Again, you have to respect the meta of a grand final and just say this hero is not giving us what we need, is not giving us either element that's going to help us play the game. Throw him out the window, go for something for GPK that he is either going to scale harder or give you more map presence. So I think that's why we saw that Lina first phase ban. Like it's a very smart ban. This is a hero that they would really like to have in this series. And if it's not available, you go back to the drawing board and what more do you have in the tank? Because at PVISION, they have a lot in the tank. Like these players are flexible. They can pretty much play anything across all three of their cores. It's very difficult to ban out their idea right now.
And the fact that we see, say, for example, Noticed, right? His big splash in this tournament, I think one of his best games was that Axe one. Super active, very aggro. Now rocking the Necrophos and just playing to scale, letting Satanic be the one to set the pace. We've seen Satanic, even if the Phantom Lancer game didn't work for them, but all through, it's a 2-1 for BB team.
a 2-1, and they are at match point for PVISION. One more game between them and taking the title here in Paris. And I feel like we've seen a little bit of a trend because, of course, that first game went the way of BB Team. And we've seen PVISION adapt to that. We're very close, game number 2. And the adaptation from that came, and now it is PVISION solidly in the driver's seat the whole game through, Seb. I don't believe they've done that before this series.
This is one of the first time we've seen BB Team indeed like struggle a little bit in the early game. They weren't as dominant as they used to be in the laning phase, especially. I think
since when did this hero become mid?
But besides that,
like
it was
picked so much.
Advantaging PVISION, I would say. You know, both the safe lane. I was really surprised at how well they executed the safe lane. Actually, this beast cuddle, it came online, but not with the strength we've seen from that lane. You know, I feel like they weren't able to really develop their game and set the tempo really.
That offlane as well just did too much, and at some point in the game, it felt like they were farming on 3 lanes, or they were able to take all of their jungle on PVISION, and they were able to farm on lane, and BB Team couldn't really make any moves. And when they did try to make a move, it was typically on a support. There were a few moments where they could have connected to the Tiny potentially, and Ducalis would tank it. There were moments where the Necro almost died, then 9class came to bust them out with a really great terrorize. And those moments added up and cascaded into a huge net worth lead.
Like, this is one of the first time where I was watching the game and I'm like, I think BB Team looks a bit confused to what to do. It felt like they were trying to push their advantage, but they didn't really manage to. I mean, it was a mix of maybe them not feeling as comfortable because the start was a little bit shaky, but also on the other side, PVISION, they had their number. Like, they were always ready for the move. They were always, you know, in the right place at the right time. It was honestly impressive, and I don't know how shaken BB Team is going to feel right now, but as you said, they must have felt the change of, you know, pace or dynamic of the whole series, and all of a sudden they're back against the wall. You know, this is like the least convincing game they've played so far, so the pressure is really on them now.
Do you think this was a large portion to do with the draft, or was this actually just straight up outplay?
I don't think it's a draft. I think it came down to then it's like, where, you know, which percentage you give PVISION being like one step ahead, or maybe even, I dare to say, like BB Team being a little bit hesitant because of what happened in the laning phase. Because, you know, we talked about, I heard the casters, they were mentioning rightly so Satanics, like he had not the best showing in game 1 in a sense. Like, it was a tough PL game, the way it ended probably didn't go the way he wanted, and you saw him bounce back. Like, this was like an exceptional Tiny performance. Like, seeing Save dying over and over again on them. He's not just killing supports, he's killing Save. You know, like, this guy, we praised him. He played an entire series without dying once on support. Like, that's how good his awareness is. And Satanic is able to outplay that. So it's going to be up to BB Team to sort of show the same kind of character.
Yeah, and talking about supports, we're going to focus our attention a little bit on a support.
They should have learned from that. Didn't scale much late game, and
highlight in this game was that there were moves that were attempted to be made by BB
are not
Team,
forcing
but
fights.
A lot of it was
Just waiting to come online. Yeah,
on his
agreed with you.
And if we see here in this clip, they make a smoke trying to find Satanic's Tiny. They've identified that it's an issue. We see it at the top of the net worth board, and their Coddle plus Beastmaster just couldn't shut him down. But Ducalis tanks this smoke here, and they have to disengage after this, and then, you know, Satanic just gets to play for free, which is an ideal scenario for any carry. In this next clip, we're going to see something very similar. Again, this smoke was intended for the Tiny. That was their map read, and it very well may have worked, but look who shows up. I mean, Tiny was so close to getting caught here, but here comes Ducalis again on his hoodwink, absorbing a lot of the attention. And while these kills are fine, they're not the ones that you want on BB Team, especially when you understand the threat of this Tiny and its scaling, as we saw in this game. In this other clip here,
what she's trying to say, they could have rather gone for Tiny instead of going for this hero.
Being cast on guess who?
Yep,
it's Ducalis' hoodwink.
1-2.
This is actually very important because, as you can see, BB Team have
2
the
parry
Aegis here, and they need to
and
get
1
momentum
BB.
going. And if they're pressing Roar on hoodwink, what ends up happening is PVISION are like, oh, there's no Roar? Okay, whatever. We don't care about Aegis. We're going to take this fight, so.
And they're so confident that they can take this fight that Hoodwink is not even buybacking. It's like, he has the outpost, he could buyback. You know, this seems like a pretty critical moment of the game, but it shows how deep the understanding of PVISION is, like of the game and of the state of the game. Like, they take this fight versus Aegis with a buyback ready on the support, and he decides not to click it. You know, no disrespect for supports, but it's pretty cheap at this point, you know, buying back. and yeah, and that really was the turning point of the game, where like
Oh,
BB were like
I guess so.
really in the driving seat,
I guess so.
They definitely secured themselves like an advantage at this point, and from that point on, it was just downwards.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be up to BB to adjust to this state of the best of 5 series, and maybe they'll do that by picking heroes that are not their comfort, and maybe they'll do it by going for comfort, as we can take a look at some of the comfort heroes for both squads. These are the players' signature heroes here in Paris for EWC. There is a case to be made for a couple to be switched in and out. For example, Satanic, maybe instead of Lone Druid, you put a Shadow Fiend. But other than that, these are heroes that in the hands of these players, they just rise to a next level.
They do, but at the same, you know, with that being said, we just saw the Kaz being defeated, and the
यार लीना pick करते नहीं है.
They are really pushing him, you know.
Next up, Naga Sire.
Next up, there are other stops, because in a sense, Naga is like very niche, and it needs to be a good Naga game. I don't think he's an exceptional Naga player, but I don't think he'd dare to pick it if he doesn't see enough. And at this point, I think I don't want to call
नागा लेने के लिए उतना कंट्रोल चाहिए मैप में. What is this, bro? ये Dota 2 है. We need finals of EWC Dota 2. Defense of the Ancients. Welcome to the stream. What's up, bro? ये बंदी का नाम भूल गया. क्या था? किसका?
Yeah, and if we contrast the offlane hero pool, notice Miro did play as Beastmaster and he did play as Largo and he lost. Whereas notice none of his signatures or the heroes he's really succeeded with have even been played so far in these grand finals. His hero pool is very deep, and he just busted out a Necro offlane, and it looked incredible. So Miro has to kind of maybe go back to some staples like that Centaur, but I don't think that they're gonna get it for free.
To me, I feel like the biggest adjustment I'd like to see BB do is maybe just give GPK like.
किसका वाला? Right वाला, left वाला? Left वाला is Shiva. Right वाला I don't know. I don't remember. But इसका कुछ तो है अपना, कुछ voice lines है, कुछ तो निकला हुआ है. She's also very famous. She's really famous.
Whether it's a team thing or it's a he thing, I don't know, but he doesn't kind of put his
ban picks कर रहे हैं, yes, ban कर रहे हैं.
Let's make these moves. Let's force.
अभी चालू होएगा, मतलब वो लोग आएंगे players, आ गए players, देख पीछे.
For instance, in game 1, he
Shiver, yeah, Shiver, bro, legendary. हाँ, right.
Have the same taste.
Just add
so I think they need to
add wingla. Nah, add मारता. How are you, Sanjeev? Welcome to the stream.
He's in
now
like,
a very bad player. Just
set the tempo of the game. They really need that to happen.
Yeah, the thing about Earth Spirit is he does his damage steadily and slowly, and he has a strong laning phase, but when he plays against high durability and high sustain heroes, then the rest of his team has to be able to play those long and drawn out fights
Chintan,
too.
ये कौन है?
Hero is not that good, actually. I feel like some people have a misunderstanding of this hero going into this tournament just because of how good it's looked. But for example, if you play against Sniperflows,
अबे लाइन बन रहा, लाइन लीना बैन कर रहे हैं. I meant, oh, okay.
Magnetize is a very strong spell, but it requires
अच्छा.
certain things within its draft to make it work. You can't
इतना
just
crazy pick है क्या लीना? कि सब लोग इतना मजा आ रहा है लीना pick करने में?
I think that BB team's got their work cut out for them. Absolutely. I'm sure everybody's talking about how they should be adjusting. I'm sure, for example, one of our co-streamers, Work, is talking about that right now as well, as he has shown up on the stream here. Of course, he is streaming with the best view in the house from all the way up there. There you go. Direction, very cool. And maybe you've seen him co-stream. You're like, you know what? I would like to co-stream. It's possible. You can sign up over there, use the QR code, and not just that, you can get rewards by co-streaming. You can climb the creative leaderboard too to make sure you get rewards and things like that, as there is a leaderboard already active. But of course, it won't just be for Dota 2. You can choose any of your favorite games, as this is only the beginning still of this year's EWC. So make sure you check that out, and maybe go check out what everybody is talking about how this best of 5 grand finals should proceed, because I'm sure a lot of people would like a game 5 potentially, and that will only happen if BB can make the comeback. And that
क्या BB जीतेगा क्या? मेरे को नहीं लगता. मेरे को नहीं छोड़, ये लोग नहीं छोड़ने वाले, PVISION नहीं छोड़ेंगे. PVISION is going to be added, dude. They want to lock in. They want to finish it right now.
Truly being tested now, because again,
myself, terrible game. Only big Valorant in my life. The Dota versus the Rumble complex and fast-paced style game. Yeah, bro. But a very like a my time game, bro. I used to play a lot of Dota.
It also just lost the series. they got their hands on most of their key heroes. Like, you know, you think of the Bane on Kataomi, the Draw on Kiritich, the Kez. Yeah, it's been broken. So it's like now is the time to really like push yourself, reinvent yourselves. Like, figure. You know, I was talking before the series started about how these grand finals, like, they will put you in these kind of situations where you have to find resources you didn't have to find in the past. Now is the time presented to BB.
Yeah, and during what you were saying, I heard the word key and I heard the word broken, and my head went somewhere else. Because of course we're having a grand finals right here, but there has been another grand finals that has already finished because they had a 3-0. We're gonna check in with Chris at the STC stage with League of Legends.
League of Legends, acha.
T plus Kia, take it away. It's palpable, Jenny. Look, we wanted it for the French, we really did, but of course, just the experience coming through this time around.
Absolutely. A little unlucky here for KC. It was a clean 3-0 for D plus Kia. Their fans are going crazy, although not in the majority. But from the KC side of things, this organization and the players should be so proud of what they were able to achieve. Second place, good one as well to be for the club championship. Yep. They still got Rocket League coming, for which they are the defending titles. So nothing is lost yet.
Not lost yet, and of course that is going to be the STC arena. We're going to have all these fans out again, once again for KC. So no good news for the French, unfortunately, here 3-0 to the opposition, and that will be it for the STC arena this week. Jenny, thank you very much, guys. Thanks.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler won. You're done.
Like the stream. No Lina. Lina is a hero in the game. Oh, aisa.
Oh man, I just can't believe it. This is like a dream come true. I've dreamt of this my entire childhood. I guess it's happening. I'm going to be a talent at the World Cup.
You know this is the esports World Cup, right?
What?
What?
It is the esports World Cup. We got one more champion to be crowned here today on stage with BB and PVISION, and you know what's up? It's probably for the best that France didn't make an appearance in their grand finals.
Don't rate my acting, please. Just let's move on.
All right, let's move on. I want to hear you guys' thoughts on how these adjustments should take place. Effie, BB, with their backs against the wall, what do you want to see them do?
Honestly, I want them to play through GPK, and I want them to play through his scaling, because I remember watching a lot of TI games where he was the only player on the team that had a good game, who would play as Invoker and just absolutely carry that late game. And I think he is performing at the most stable capacity right now out of all of the BB players, and
Puppy too strong, bro. You hope kar rahe main to PVISION.
I still think you can try to go for a GPK Invoker, a GPK Storm.
Yeah, I would.
In logo support kar raha hu.
On top of it, if you think about Save, like, he's also been quite vocal in interviews about how much synergy he feels he has, in particular with GPK, because these two go a really long way. I think they've been playing together for as long as I can remember, like as a duo, and obviously, you know, the two and the four.
I have a lot of fans which can see it happening. This is in Riyadh, bro.
But these two in particular, they really enjoy.
Fan support kar raha hai tu, kya baat hai?
The game the same way, they trust each other, they admire each other.
Old pixel caster, not only pixel.
I'd say that it also disables.
पता नहीं bro मेरे को कौन सा caster है. चिंतन तेरे को पता है कौन है ये?
Aren't really missing
OD
out,
pixel.
but, you know,
OD pixel कौन है?
From these two, especially for BB, I think they play such a central role in, especially the early to mid game, like how fast they get.
उसका शक्ल देखूँगा तो शायद से याद रहेगा मेरे को. मेरे को नाम याद नहीं आ रहा है.
You know, reset the series essentially.
Yeah, that's a great point because in that game one, that BV1, Save and GPK were pulling off so many smoke plays together, and they started really early, and it
Okay, yeah, no, I don't think he's here.
Play off of each other like that with the Coddle and with the Slardar. But honestly, I'm just.
क्या ban हो रहे? Shadow Fiend NP और Puck सामने.
Like GPK.
पपी ने बोला कि मेरे को bear नहीं चाहिए, train नहीं चाहिए, undying भी नहीं चाहिए.
That's never been his identity as a mid laner.
Give him gold, give him XP, and
That's right.
he shall give results.
फ्रांस में हो रहा है ना ये टूर्नामेंट, नॉट रियाद. ये वाला फ्रांस में हो रहा है, but लेकिन स्टार्ट हुआ था टूर्नामेंट EWC का रियाद में. मतलब this is the setup is in Riyadh. ये वाला is happening in Paris.
He's like, yeah, no one, you're good, but
yeah, it's happening in Paris. कोई भी legend caster bro. हाँ मैं देखा उसका फोटो देखा फिर याद आया. भाई टाइम हो गया रे डोटा इतना डोटा कुछ देख के भी कितना टाइम हो गया. बहुत टाइम के बाद देख रहा हूँ मैं डोटा.
And a lot of Invoker looking
लोगों ने लिया इसके लिए चिल्ला रहे थे.
But BB do have some
heroes. BB ने लिया Invoker.
That function very well with Invoker. One that comes to mind is Save's Shadow Shaman. Not a lot of players pick it, but you could have this to set up Sunstrikes on the side lane. If you can get away with the Centaur, go for that Centaur as well on BB.
It's funny how much overlap there is
Sansan and Syndrin best casting though. Oh, Syndrin bro.
Favor, I guess, from both teams.
अलग level का था. अलग ही level का था. अलग उसकी चलती है उनकी.
It will be totally fine.
True, very true.
So Invoker this time for BB and Coddle for PVISION. 9 class, exceptionally good Coddle player. Looking forward to see the kind of combos that they think are the best with Coddle. Obviously, there's like a lot of different options, and I was gonna name the Largo, but it's been banned out right away. Beast is out also. We're looking at mid combos. There's also Pango, which some teams seem to think is really good, and some seem to think it has no place in the meta. Coddle Pango, I think, will always be solid. In that sense, it's something that they could be looking at.
Yeah, I would say that the Pango over the Ember I would prefer here, just because PVISION have played a couple of Coddle Pangos and completely crushed, especially versus Invoker. Pango's a hero who stomps his hero on lane and then has a very easy means to kill it.
Yeah, I think it's yeah, this is the game for it, honestly. Like it's also a noticed hero. He's very comfortable on it. It could be so they could also keep them guessing with the flex pick. So we have to see what they decide. Anything else notable through the poll? Undying is out, Treant is out. Not really. I guess the draw is through, but it's lost.
And Syndrin का podcast अभी चल रहा है.
Ah. On first phase they kind of want to see more before they put their hands on the hero. So
I think the big ones are Hoodwink and Centaur. Those ones have to be very desired by either team.
Yeah, indeed. It was first pick last game, so something to not forget. Obviously, I think maybe you think of Centaur a little bit more when you're running it with Invoker. There's just so much synergy between these heroes. Like they scale greatly into the late game. Stampede, also a great spell to help Invoker, reposition himself in case he's jumped on, which obviously is already a hard task. But getting the jump on Invoker twice in the fight, quite unlikely. And obviously, Stomp and Sunstrike.
What do we make of that Axe ban coming out from PVISION? They thought quite hard about that one.
I'm wondering if they're preparing their PL, because that is a hero they like to bust out whenever they can, and Axe has had a pretty decent success rate against PL at this tournament.
I see two reasons for why they would ban the Axe. It's either because they're planning on picking Centaur themselves, and I think Axe Centaur are the two best combos, two best heroes you can pick on offlane right now in this patch with Invoker, or because there's a carry that they want to get through the they want to get like later down the road, and Axe fares really well against it.
Yeah, the two that come to mind for that are Kez, that we saw lose last game, but still not played by PVISION, or the PL that failed in game 1, so maybe they've lost confidence in it.
Yeah, and I feel like PL versus Axe is it kind of goes both ways. Like the lane is very good for Axe, but there's a point where it stops working, in my opinion, where like Axe has this one jump and it's often not enough.
Axe mid game तक ठीक रहता है, उसके बाद waste हो जाता है.
Hero they could be looking at. I mean, Satanic.
I've seen the podcast, but in game मस्त करते हैं. Boring game में भी मजा आता है. हाँ, but she's giving us blatantly a few times, making me favor Spain more.
I would be surprised if BB
really
don't get this Centaur here. Like some Centaur Marana, Centaur Shaman.
It would be very solid. And again, like
मैं तो Spain का ही कर रहा हूँ.
Like the reason why Invoker looked so dominant on first pick for PVISION is because it was enabled by the amount of stuns that they had on side lanes. I'm just hoping that BB team will keep that in mind and make sure this Invoker is set up for success, because he's gonna have a tough lane no matter what.
A lot of thought going into their following pick, that is for sure. They get to pick 2 heroes in a row.
I like the Rasta option also. I think it's pretty solid. Maybe not the best against Fadwink in terms of trading. Okay, they do.
Shadow Demon Centaur.
Good news for them. Amazing pick. Just one of the best heroes of the patch, honestly. Like probably top 3 offlaner easily. And the Shadow Demon, that is like a save specialty. He loves this hero. Super known for it too. I wonder what triggers the SD. I mean, great pairing with Centaur. So I think that alone can be, you know, like the reason. Also good with Invoker. Great setup for Sunstrike.
Normaling.
About the shard a little bit versus Coddle.
Messi winning it, but overall spin. Yeah, same. मेरे को भी मजा आ जाएगा अगर चलेगा मेसी जीता भी तो. But चाहिए स्पेन जीतना चाहिए.
A hero that can TP in and save him and buy him a few extra seconds could be what they're thinking about, because Ringmaster can function in the same way, but he doesn't allow the setup for Sunstrike. So it does work here, albeit being unusual, and the Pango does come out as the Coddle combo.
Yeah, super solid. This Pango Coddle, I think, is very underrated and not abused as much as it should be, as far as I'm concerned. Another life stealer, I mean, I'm not gonna doubt it. Again, I learned my lesson. I think it looked very dominant in the earlier game, in the game 2.
Yeah,
so we'll see what they're able to do with it. He is laning versus Centaur, so
Centaur के सामने अच्छा ही है, वो भी मारेगा.
SD, like one of the decent heroes, I'd say, against Snakes. Like the Purge on the ulti goes through Rage, obviously. There's also the save. And if he ever gets Aghanims, that also can be troublesome for Lifestealer.
Yeah, but it's looking like a scarier Lifestealer game than it was in the other game too, because at least there was a Bane kind of stopping him in his tracks for some portion of the game. This time around, there's no BKB piercing disable.
Yeah.
It's a very strong hero versus Centaur, and it has a free BKB against Invoker. Actually, both cores have a free BKB right now against Invoker. This is a very anti-Invoker lineup from PVISION.
Yeah, and they're going to be running at him. So Stampede is going to play a big part. Like, this is, you can already picture how the fights are going to develop, and it's going to have to be several rounds of spells for BB, because the first round of spells might not favor them. They go for the Kez. Like, I really like this pick. They just lost with it, but again, you know, Kiritich, super comfortable. I personally think that it's one of the best alacrity, like, heroes, like one of the best heroes to receive alacrity. Unlike game 1, I feel like he has a lot of help this time around.
Yeah.
Like, he has Stampede, he has the save from SD, eventually the Shard, the buff from Invoker. So this Kez could just scale like crazy, unlike game 1.
Yeah, he's also got really good targets in the supports of PVISION. Like, this Kez can easily eat this Coddle, can easily eat this Hoodwink, whereas before he couldn't comfortably like burst a target and get out of the fight.
Very good pick.
So they're still most
I'm so confused. Kez ले लिया इसने bro.
PVISION. They can swap the Pango there, of course. Is this reason to ban out the Necro again?
I'm not the biggest fan of it, personally. Like, I feel like Necro versus SD Invoker is very scary. These are two of the best heroes, honestly, in Dota against Necro. And I don't know if their lineup really requires a Necro. Like, the synergy is kind of off. If it shuts down the Kez on the lane, sure, but that's the only purpose I could find. Wyvern being banned, very good hero against Pangolier in particular. Great setup also for the Invoker spells. It is teamfight control at the end of the day.
What do you need out of your position 5 now if you're a BB? As Tidehunter is still banned.
I think you need to secure Kez lane. Like, you need to make sure that he gets off to a better start than he did last game, because he was the bottom net worth of all the cores. He had a really rough lane. He was just struggling under his tower constantly. And honestly, like, maybe Necro just does the job, and it's just good enough, because if you slow down this Kez, I feel like, yeah, BB team, they might be in a little bit of trouble, because PVISION's draft, like, it can play very fast. Like, this Coddle Pango, we haven't seen it in a while, but it is terrifying. Like, once they pick up some pace and they start, you know, making plays around the map, it is tough to deal with.
I mean, there's not really much left for the 5 pool for BB that would look really good. It's like maybe Lich, maybe Tusk, but then you're working with a double melee lane. Having a little bit of extra save could be helpful though with that snowball.
I personally would like to see
Lion,
Lynch, but I don't know if it's a hero that teams are looking at right now. I think they need some sort of early game presence, maybe a way to invade stacks also, or just mess with them like what Ench does.
Disruptor.
It's a good disruptor game. I mean, we talked about the built-in BKB, right, from Pango and Nakes. Well, that doesn't work against Static Storm.
Yeah, but if PVISION are the ones taking the fight, then they've just countered the disruptor by existing. Like, I think it goes both ways very easily. Like, if you're the disruptor,
it all depends on the fight. It all depends on
getting like a blink dagger
who's initiating the fight, where the fight is happening,
if you don't,
all of that.
You've picked a hero that's already addressed within PVISION's draft. I kind of don't like this pick, to be honest.
Yeah, the reasoning behind is, as you mentioned it, like they have to be starting the fight like Centaur Blink, Invoker, starting from Ghost Walk. Like,
what do you guys want? What do you guys want? What do you guys want? Sladar? Okay, that I did not expect, dude. Only be bad for Bellingham. Class banda hai, still young and has chance in the future, but this team was the best they could have had potentially. That's true, bro.
We'll go to the Kez lane. Like it's a pretty decent matchup, and I'm trying to, like, it kind of depends, like, because it could go both ways. Like, I feel like if Kez is, because Disruptor really thrives when his core is stronger than the enemy core. This is how you use Glimpse, essentially, because you don't want to glimpse them back to you if they're stronger. So I hope, for BB's sake, that Slardar is not a problem on that lane.
I think the Slardar pick is
सच बोलो तो मेरे को बीवी का पिक्स और बेटर लग रहा है. तुम लोगों को क्या लग रहा है? तुम लोगों को कौन सा पिक्स बेटर लग रहा है? मेरे को पता नहीं यार. मेरे को स्लादर और ये
it's also, even though it's being played
तीन मिली है bro ये लोग इधर.
As well. And I do feel that GPK has a lot on his shoulders. This was a first pick Invoker, but if BB are going to win this, it's going to be off of him hitting crazy Sunstrikes. It's going to be off of him entering that mid game and just
GPK Invoker देखते भाई.
Honestly, a lot of weight on Save's shoulders, because I'm looking at the PVISION lineup. They have such an explosive entry to fights, like Slardar, Pango, Nakes. Like, if the first target that gets jumped, whoever it is, no matter the items, will die.
Yeah.
So Save needs to be in position to use that disruption. He needs to clutch it out.
Yeah, it seems also that I know that BB wants PVISION to start running so they can chase and they can get the king. Who will initiate on who, I would imagine.
Yeah, I mean, if BB team are playing with a net worth lead, their draft will function very well in front ahead. But if the lanes go even, I'm very concerned about them in this game.
I want to focus on those lanes. Is there any team in particular set you see coming out on top for that?
I think just from draft, I would maybe say PVISION, but Sunstrike. There's the Sunstrike aspect. Like, if Sunstrike starts hitting, it could really just switch lane matchups completely. So again, you know, we talked about how put Save and GPK in situations where they deliver. Well, that is exactly that.
You got the Shadow Demon, you got the Invoker, potential kills around the corner. This is going to be the 4th game in this best of 5 grand finals, and PVISION is up 2-1. Winning here will grant them the title.
Sadan का lane अच्छा गया तो जीत जाएंगे. वही ना. BB picks looks more controlling. True. But it looks like their team fights are much better. Who's PVISION's? देखते पता नहीं कैसा समझेगा. बाद में मालूम पड़ेगा.
They have some important things here in this draft, Avery. I know there's a lot of concerns from the panel, but I do think one thing I like about this, you said it in that Invoker game earlier, when you pick up the Invoker, you're saying, hey, we got scale, and you're going to have to address that.
This hero always does a lot in that lane game. He not only is a big threat himself, helps you play the map, helps you scale your carry better than an opponent's. Alacrity is a big difference maker. And also like the Shadow Demon. Even more scale on top of that. A hero that's safe, super comfortable on, super confident in the late game. This hero's always a menace. I don't really care how good or bad Shadow Demon is objectively in the meta. Like, who cares, right? You're picking this hero to give you something in this series in particular, and it might just do the trick, especially if Save can execute some clutch spell casting down the stretch. Can really disrupt this single target initiation from the Lifestealer Slardar. Very strong combination when you're just investing notice running around the map. Could be similar to that Lifestealer game we saw earlier. You have to deal with that jump and the overwhelming physical presence that these heroes are going to bring in the game.
Start off pretty decently, managed to get 2 bounty runes, and then Save with the disruption does manage to deny the other one. So 2-1 advantage on bounty runes. As you said, a signature hero for him. It's one of the only heroes that he has played over 100 competitive matches alongside his Rubik.
Could it also get some stacks going with it? They don't really have a stack lineup, but that is traditionally what we saw. You can also just play the Centaur Shadow Demon lane straight up, more old school. Disrupt into Hoof Stomp into Sunstrike. Pretty nasty combo. If you ever catch Ducalis sleeping on the side of the map. I do kind of like the Lifestealer plus Pango combo against the Invoker here. Pretty nice idea. Just get a bunch of debuff spell immunity, run it into him. What are you going to do about it? Then you have a Slaughter amp on top of it. Not a lot of fun interactions for GPK here. He's going to have to play more of that, defensive Invoker counterplay.
फटका देख रहे हैं, इतना बड़ा फटका लग रहा है.
You got to be really careful on these initiations.
टेक्निक का इतना early game में.
I can see that, but isn't Invoker also good at forcing the use of those abilities in the first place? Right, they throw out some spells, threaten the Tornado Meteor. Okay, I forced you to use your Rage, now we're going to reset with like a Stampede. Now your Rage is on cooldown.
No, if he ever gets that position, sure. I just think it's going to be PVISION running at BB this game. Their 3 cores want to get in.
उसको मारना है. अरे!
It's a very fast-paced lineup, not a lot of cooldowns.
Here, 2-man stomp there from Miro.
नहीं मरेगा.
Helps out a lot. Save. Almost died.
Seeing the downside of this is Shadow Demon. He is not the strongest laner anymore.
Certainly not.
Kind of got to get through the first few levels. You need a big core to frontline for you. He does have that in the Centaur. Hopefully Miro can weather the storm here. And a tough matchup against the Lifestealer. Definitely some good things going for the Lifestealer in this game.
They also went back for the Kez for Kiritich, which, we saw it get strong. It even managed to kill Satanic one time. Why do you think they have so much faith in this hero? Is it just back to the player comfort?
For sure. I don't think you can lose faith in it. I don't think the Kez was an issue that game. I think any carry you had wouldn't have necessarily changed how that game was going. It wasn't an issue of like, okay, if you're sitting there saying we need more damage, Kez is one of the highest damage carries in the game. And what are you going to pick that's higher damage? You could say it's a matchup issue, but Kez doesn't really have bad matchups, and he just does his thing. He's going to give you a lot of damage, a lot of follow-up, some good disable, some good timings. Great a hero for the Alacrity here. You have Stampede and a Shadow Demon bailout, so he has a lot more tools to work with this time. He looked pretty good last game. I think it was mainly a map control issue, so I think them going back for it makes a lot of sense here. You should not lose faith in your cores.
Bushwhack lands on the Centaur. Ooh, right.
One more shot, one more shot, one more shot!
Miro, not dead yet.
Keeps him alive, have to burn through a little extra sustain.
Satanic.
You got 3 stacks though. What is Satanic doing? Satanic will die.
Ducalis looks for a double here. Oh, the double edge.
Oh.
The Centaur survives long enough, and it's a wipeout.
But they got the XP, bro.
Favors dire for sure.
Sad हो गया यार, उनको XP मिल गया.
Fast boots on this Shadow Demon. That's going to help the lane a lot.
ये picks लगूंगा, साधार का अच्छा जाएगा. उनको का set 60k का है मैच. क्या बात कर रहा है ये वाला?
Not a great matchup for the Centaur, but you always have that nice little combination to throw in. I mean, they missed the disruption and they missed the Sunstrike, and they still won the exchange. That's kind of wild.
Satanic, I think he was looking at it, he just didn't have any regen. So he said, okay, I'm just going to try and trade as best I can to get a full reset.
Pretty rare you see everybody die in a lane.
Yeah, that is true.
Pretty cool.
And GPK, he really could have used that because now he's on the bad side of the laning phase against no one, where the Pango 20 and 10 rotation out from 9 class 2. GPK
nice
die to the swashbuckle. Katomi arrives a bit too late to stop what 9 class has done.
He is destroying this mid lane, and that's what you want to see when an enemy first picks Invoker. You want to punish this pick. You have your choice of matchup. You can rotate into him. I love that rotation from 9 class. We've seen him do this kind of cheeky wraparound a lot. It doesn't really matter what hero he's on. Just give some extra numbers. Throw out the blood grenade if you need it. You can kind of kill anybody.
With so many stacks of poison. Satanic threatened again. This Shadow Demon it's actually a menace. True to his
work. Another potential pickup from Kataomi. Boots on 9 class should be able to run him down here.
And not much Kataomi could do here.
That is the aggressive roaming Keeper of the Light that we're all used to seeing.
Of course.
A classic 2-0 start for him, and he can even hit the 5-minute stacks here. Beautiful alignment.
I love how there was always that question about 9 class. Can he play these other more traditional heroes? And for a while, it didn't look like he could. Save again. A Shadow Poison. Whew. I mean, save. He knows they gotta power through with some individual plays. Seb identified him as one of the biggest playmakers for this lineup.
Oh, absolutely.
The Shadow Demon's gonna have to be on point when it came to the disruption saves. Well, he's on point with the laning phase right now. Satanic.
ये तो घुस के मार रहे भाई.
This tower in 5 minutes. They're gonna force rotation.
थोड़ा हेल्प दो भाई.
Sunstrike, Satanic, one hit. They managed to get the kill.
One stun. Oh, ulti आ गया. See you, brother. I played no one.
Does net a double kill.
Good rotation, very good rotation.
Very nice turnaround for him. But man, this off lane is putting in the work right now. Just pressuring this lifestealer on the lane. Satanic not having a
Yeah, man, that's true. Look, पका रहे हैं इसको. China team लिया वो send वाला, but not magic stick against SD. हाँ रे.
More survivability down here, but it's given little recovery for GBK, a little more freedom on that mid lane.
एक stick तो लगेगा ना.
It makes this Pango quite scary. This is going to be a fast defusal, and he's got the chakra magic behind him. You got to be a little careful how to control no one.
अरे ये मर जाएगा. TP कर दे दादा.
Another kill with this haste rune. The call is where you're going to run to. You can't even run into the trees. The Shadow Poison, the Sunstrike is going to land this time. Tanked up by no one. Save minute to dodge the bushwhack. Oh man, this guy's making moves right now.
अबे इसको बहुत damage लगता है.
To see in this series. This is the save that is making a statement as to I'm the best 4 position in the world. I'm going to make plays out of nothing, and you're just going to have to deal with it. Watch from the sideline. Absolutely working this bottom lane on a hero that has been out of meta this entire event. Maybe that's part of what's working for him. Like, you forgot how to play against Strategy, and you forgot how strong this hero can be. Now, getting the disruption on the Lifestealer bottom, another Sunstrike, more pressure into Satanic here. He is not enjoying this bottom lane at all.
It's so funny because the Shadow Poison, it just lingers. So,
yep,
you know, he just pops the rage. If Sage just keeps hitting him with these Shadow Poisons, then...
That was one of those big changes a long time ago. Made this matchup a
little more favorable.
Always have that demonic purge for later on. Great spell against this Lifestealer.
Well, as entertaining as it has been watching Save, it is still PVISION with a at least slight net worth lead, largely off of the mid lane matchup. 3,500 net worth on no one, and the Invoker sitting at 2,500. That is a massive difference. Sure, he got a double kill, but it's also a big part of that CS that happened early on.
He recovered a little bit though. Sunstrike assists help. They are putting a lot of emphasis on looking for the kill in the mid lane. Don't find it, back to the stacks. Never miss a beat here.
Yeah, I guess that is the downside of Save winning the lane so badly. He hasn't really had the chance to stack too much.
This is not really a stack lineup though. Like I mentioned at the start, you can go for it, but who really wants some big early stack in this game?
I mean, Kez does it with his ult, right?
Yeah, I guess. Later on. I prefer to see the early action here.
Heritage is almost a level up on this Slardar, who is the one person who's struggling here on the side of PVISION. Notice has just not had fun with this lane, it seems.
It's a deadly lane that can chase you down and kill you. He did not give up that kill though. So in that sense, I think he's laned pretty well up here. A very easy lane to die to if you ever end up out of position. That was kind of some of the purpose behind this Disruptor pick. See if Kataomi can make it work in other areas, but could be a rough Disruptor game if you're just the one getting run at here. There's 2 heroes that can ignore your spells in the Lifestealer and the Pango. The Shadow Demon is overperforming.
क्या मार रहा है जी कसम से नहीं मैं क्यों नहीं ले रहा है हाँ ना
Oh, for sure.
इसको radiance चाहिए
if BB can get the start in these fights.
Right.
So it looks so much
he
different.
wants to rush radiance rush
How reliable it's going to be until we get later and later in this game.
Right.
I think for a lot of this game, you're kind of just starting with the Pango, like you're swashing with Diffusal, and you're chakering this hero, and you have another swash very quickly, and the action is being forced. You're not going to have an opportunity to make like some play.
2-3 है इसका score और 2-3-2 है, which is good only यार. मेरे को feed हो रहा था इसका.
I guess I was leaving that question to how
1600 आ गया है दादा.
Centaur get Blink Dagger.
Threads, I mean phase boots or 1600.
Outside of him, really.
Probably earlier than he wants. This is probably
13-minute mark, radiance, 13-minute,
then into the heart, and then you're
or 14-minute. If he gets uninterrupted
very good
palm in his lane.
Any sort of dispels are going to be very nice to pick up as no one.
इसको मारो रे.
For something does get
swashbuckle, and it's going to set up disruption stomp. Bushwhack stops any further damage, and of course, no one always has the thread the rolling thunder.
That much damage?
Too heavily. They're going on him.
All before his diffusal. So you still have some breathing room here for BB before this Pango really starts to hurt. And the stacks continue to grow. The stacks must flow. Says 9 class. My Emperor, no one demands it.
I guess that's just my only concern here. BB team are, I'm sure, no doubt, fine with like a chill farming situation as long as the Pango isn't getting out of control in these
Slardar का थोड़ा time grab चल रहा है.
You aren't going to get it out farmed if they keep out stacking you.
That's keep for the light. I mean, you just have to expect it.
mean, the fact that Kez is still hanging out in his lane, he's level 8. At that, I'm sure Kiritich is super happy the way this is going right now.
That's exactly what you want for this hero. You do not want to have this hero get forced in the jungle early before his first item.
2 minute game up kar raha guys.
Mage Slayer here.
There's a big difference between these two carries and their first item, right? Mage Slayer is usually go-to for this Kez, while Lifestealer is going to go for a bigger item in the Radiance.
Do you like Mage
Bola na bigger item, he wants the Radiance.
Yeah, that is a good point.
Not a Mage Slayer game if I've ever seen it. There's no magic damage dealing core to deal with. It's all physical. I think this is just his like default buildup that he likes Mage Slayer into Deso, but here he's thinking Mage Slayer into Manta. I don't know if I like this. I'm not sure what the other early item buildup would have been unless you're just like rushing a Deso off a Falcon Blade or something, but...
Guess pe Mage Slayer bana raha hai.
It's a mana regen item. Needs some mana regen on this hero.
Yeah, certainly.
Yeah, it'll be his choice. Definitely not going to be the most impactful Mage Slayer.
Dispels are just going to be so valuable.
Yes.
Slardar, Coddle, so... Do like that Manta's second item choice. Katomi's going to run into Notice here, but Notice is kind of baiting. As the rest of the team from PVISION is going to follow suit, they've got the slowdown on Katomi. They catch him with the bushwhack, sharpshooter, rolling thunder.
और reverse gang हो गया क्या?
Concerned about this. This is a big smoke play. If all they lose is a support, that's not too bad. The bigger prize is definitely Kiritich, who did manage to get away with his life intact.
Absolutely want to make sure he's still on the map. You get the power rune as well. It's more time for the Centaur to farm bottom a little bit.
Fuck, dude.
Satanic with Dom creep. As you get the field more gold before he does. And of course, the biggest thing is Invoker. He's just going to start farming up jungle. Hammer done. GPK is going to start his path to recovery here. Yeah, the lane was rough, but you have a decent chance to recover all this net worth in the next 5 minutes if nothing bad happens to you. This is the defusal timing for no one. So you're going to try and get more done with this Pango in the enemy jungle right now. He has Chakra Magic, he has Slaughter Amp, and he has some Bushwhack setup. Like, this is... Anybody going just a nice 1-2 punch in this game.
I think one of the disgusting things about Pango is he can go around the map hunting for these kills, but his farm doesn't actually slow down that much because he just uses these spells on neutral camps as he moves around the map, and you can see he's still top net worth despite not really finding too much so far.
इन्वोकर का सेट 60,000 क्यों है? मेरे को नहीं समझ में आ रहा है. वो इन्वोकर का हेवेंस पोल्डरन वो सब भी नहीं है उस पे.
Once more, kind of skirmish heavy.
GPK out of the jungle.
इसको तो क्या फार्म करा रहा है?
You're actually going to force triangle with this? No, you got to take the slaughter.
Or just purge. They don't even need to set up the disruptive.
Dead.
Kills preferred. Notice he dies. A little damage here on the tier 1 tower. Night Class is already setting up though.
Oh, you're going to be careful.
Oh, look at this HP.
Damage from no one. Ravens fail, and away he goes. Grappling.
Oh, medical side. Okay.
Good for now. With the tornado and a glimpse.
Dark artistry. Oh, okay.
Gotta respect the Pangolin this game. Got too much firepower with him. But that's a demonic purge kill, and I think this bell is going to be an issue for PVISION in this game. You land demonic purge on these cores, you're pretty happy all in.
Pango नहीं. KOTL का अगर तूने वो चक्रा में दिया तो spells refresh हो जाते ना?
You have that disruption to kind of like counteract the Pango roll, and then maybe set up a host stomp, stuff like this. The supports can set up a lot in this game. Or as you said, force out some early spell usage from PVISION. Like, you threaten them slightly, they rage, they use the Rolling Thunder sign, and you just kite that fight out. You have Stampede to disengage. You're happy in that situation, too.
Satanic not even waiting for his...
not refresh completely, but CD come out. Okay.
Rotation up the top lane. He's going to take this tower, and we'll likely see Miro do something similar here. Notice has just been...
क्या बोला था 13 मिनट मैंने बोला था ना 14 मिनट पे है.
Such a rough early game, and he's gonna go Blink Dagger.
You do have Infest Bomb.
Yes.
So this Blink has a lot more weight behind it. I'm totally fine with this. What else do you really?
ये मजा आएगा.
But if you don't connect on those first rotations, I mean, Slardar, not the fastest farming hero in the world, and if you run around and you try and make a kill happen, or you die trying to make that kill happen, this hero can fall way behind.
And if, yeah, I mean, also if he doesn't come back early.
That is the risk. Gives you more upside, but you're going to have to execute and find those openings. We saw him accomplish this earlier with that axe. It's going to be a similar situation here.
But I do love this just purely because now PVISION are the ones who are going to try and find connections here. See if they can do it better than BB team did in the last game.
If you have a disruption behind Kiritich, you can bail him out here.
Got him on the crush, but immediately the static storm laid out, and a dodge on the bush.
Slada.
That was beautiful. Used the Raptor dance. It did not get hit as a result. Still, though, the Rolling Thunder's chasing after him. Thanks to the stampede.
Fuck that back up.
Yeah, the movement speed to stay ahead. A glimpse back on Notice, who has that infest inside of him. Sunstrike not gonna land.
मर गया.
A little bit more heal out from the coddle. It's enough. Everything keeps Notice up.
निकला ही नहीं बाहर वो.
They do not find the pickoff they were really looking for. Maybe they can get the tower.
Oh बाप रे.
Bushwhack. Catching GPK.
ना डैमेज दे रहा है ये बाजू में भाई. Pango घुस गया. सेट ने घुस गया अंदर भाई.
The blast. They got him off the blast.
He canceled his TP to stay in that fight. He was going top. The call got made. No, we can take this. Kiritich coming back in. Just gets run down. No stampede available. No way to bail him out.
Yeah, you could see a BB team. They're thinking to themselves,
Stunned.
They use some of these spells. Surely we could do this. Sharpshooter takes
Oh.
out Tommy. Kills despite the fact that they have all the information here. PVISION, they might have gotten that initial jump.
Bro, PVISION is playing really good. So आज Valo होगा क्या? आज नहीं होगा डार्लिंग नूबैक. कल खेलूंगा. आज मैं EWC का स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ यार ये फाइनल्स. It's the finals of Dota 2 तो आज नहीं होएगा. कल
Good disengage off of
definitely
the jumping in, but the rest of this kind of gameplay, it's just a mess for you.
How are you, Noob Dragon? Welcome to the stream. What's up? कैसा था दिन? कैसा गया Sunday?
Can't do anything to Satanic, who's just raged up here. He's gonna run away.
मेरे को किसी ने unsub कर दिया bro. 643 हो गया मैं. 644 पे था मैं. Why you unsub me?
If you've already used that Lotus, it doesn't really matter. Like Satanic just
उसका tattoo क्या है bro हाथ में?
100%.
He puts open wounds on you and puts it on himself. That doesn't matter.
Nice execution around that mid fight. That was like the Slaughter Blink move. So that was kind of the move you needed to work to some extent for Notice. He doesn't need to be caught.
Slaughter blinking किया, लेकिन वो निकला नहीं है बाहर पूरा टाइम. बैठा ही था.
You do not want to fall behind.
He can't donkey set a she. I can't even.
To have a level 2 corrosive haze, which makes these infest bombs scarier and scarier.
Shard's gonna be really nice. Especially against this Invoker. You can just jump crush GPK. That feels like a one fight, unless the turnaround is immediate from the Shadow Demon plus the Centaur. And Hag's already done for the Pango. That's a ridiculous timing here. You're confident in any team fight right now.
Will BB team make the read then that they should?
चलो बढ़िया भाई. शायद आप बालों नहीं खेल रहे इसीलिए अनसब. ऐसा है क्या? चलेगा. कभी-कभी मैं हर रोज तो खेलता हूँ. मैं ब्रो क्या करने वाला हूँ? मैं बहुत गेम्स खेलने वाला हूँ यार. अभी मेरा हो गया है बालों के साथ. हर रोज मैं बालों नहीं खेल सकता बाबा. खेलूंगा, but लेकिन I need to play other games. I want to play other games.
Right now, this is a lineup. Like if they get one kill, they're just going to go into the next, and because you're not relying on any ultimate in this lineup. I mean, your longest cooldown spell is Rolling Thunder in this game. Sure, whatever.
You've got the shards, so that's part of the big part of the rat here for BB team is this Invoker being able to.
How was he right on the edge? What was that? He knew.
And no one pops out from the other side through the gate. Gets the kill on Katomi.
Yeah, ऐसा क्या मार रहा है? Pango ऐसा क्या मार रहा है bro?
I do think it's hard
Rose Valo very boring. Yeah, bro.
These sort of rat plays.
Pango का फटके लगते हैं if he has a good lane. Dude.
I agree.
I think this is a very good game for Pango. He's got 3 slots. He had an Agam and a diffuser and something else also, no?
Satanic can continue to push out this bottom wave. He's not afraid of just getting Invokered out of nowhere. You always have that rage.
The thing is, Pango is making so much space for Satanic to farm.
In this lineup.
He's really not going to be.
I don't know how it's going to work out for him.
Which is looking to be his third item.
Kind of like it.
Hello, हर रोज खेलने के लायक भी नहीं है. भी नहीं है.
Really worried about the Kez just out man fighting you, and because you're
Valorant क्या? ऐसे क्यों बोल रहा है? स्टोरी मोड ट्राई करो हो सके तो. हाँ, स्टोरी मोड ही खेलूँगा bro.
To take that man fight against anything. Sure. Line up Kiritich.
Arey.
The Ravens fail, but he's surrounded by so many cores, and there's no saves here. Save, he TP'd in.
Shadow Demon.
For him to get the disruption save, and no one's gonna pounce on him.
Oh my god.
So that'll be a very quick little double there from PVISION, showing the power. You said it. These 3 cores line up on the Kez.
No shot.
Not much he could do about it.
It again has to be an instant disruption, so you have to pre-read the move. or be counterplaying at the same time. They do get the blink on Miro, so he's kind of online right now. They're going to look for a play on no one. That is a massive kill for Snag.
Swashbuckle, but he got a shield crash to get away. The team is already here. The Static Storm holds them back. Really good play from Katomi, as best as they can do right now. But GPK, Solar Blind, Bushwhack, everything. They've got GPK getting picked up. That one's going to hurt, I feel like, the most. That's your hero that's supposed to be ratting out these side lanes, and he dies in mid.
Their death in
ये वो arrow कौन फेंक रहा है कब से? वो music का arrow आ रहा है. वो किसका arrow है वो?
Like, when was the last smoke move or, you know, aggressive play that we saw function for BB? I don't think a single smoke landed last game.
Hoodwink का है क्या?
I think halfway through that second, it just started to fail every time.
वो Stadio welcome buddy.
Raptor dance, is that going to be enough?
Never mind, Bango's here.
Does have some self here.
Dude, look at the damage.
Holy Locket, yeah, Heritage. He doesn't win that man fight. Holy Locket does keep 9 class alive.
Cores are starting to create a gap right now at the top.
Blink आ गया इसका. भाई लोग.
It's going to really test just how much defense and turnaround you have in this BB lineup, because you infest one of these two other cores and you just start rolling in, sprinting in, jumping on top of this Invoker, jumping on top of the Kez. You really have to be set up to deal with that.
It just feels like BB team are just not as comfortable in these situations, right? PVISION have shown that they can play both sides of the coin, right? They're good at being able to play the map and hunting you down, but they're also good at being able to just play the map and dodge the entire time. And BB team has looked worse at it on both sides this series.
Yeah, here's another catch that's just going to casually land.
Yep. Power of a Pango, that's for sure. This hero's got crazy solo kill potential.
Oh, बच गया.
It's Jukes.
Got some moves out here.
बच गया.
That coddle and beg for some mana.
And immediately, Rolling Thunder got used. We should make a move with this. BB team, Boots and Travels of GPK, they're going to, as a 3-man, go through the gate. See if they can catch this no one Pango. It's got 2,000 HP though, and a great healing Lotus.
Can you catch anything in this game? Again, can you just land a smoke move?
Every single time, these guys.
It's so difficult. They're eyeing up Kiritich around mid. And they're gonna set the move.
Like karo.
She thinks he's setting up a smoke ink right now, but he's getting gone on.
Bushwhack not gonna land. Kiritich backs out at just the right time.
This is another smoke that hits nothing in this series for BB. Just chasing ghosts out here.
And PVISION are gonna make a move of their own now.
If this move lands and they get like a Roche off it or something, that's just gonna be emblematic of what's going on, right?
Yeah, 100%.
You know, you can't land anything and they're just like, okay, we're gonna make a move. Boom, if it lands, this game's gonna explode right now.
Sunstrike trying to get some vision of what these heroes are up to. Can't save. Even
there's the difference.
More Dakalas.
That's enough to do Roche, because this lineup does it so damn fast. And you already have BKB on the Lifestealer, so you're super confident in just manning up for objectives right now.
Oh, the sharpshooter! Oh. And here comes 9 class with the blast.
Well, they're playing so well, man.
This series is getting out of hand for BB. You can feel the frustration, their moves all missing, all these little moves connecting for PVISION, leading into the big plays.
Select सीटने का एक BKB बना दिया भाई personal. Crazy Pango.
Yeah, you give this Aegis to the Pango, right? Yeah, it just goes in super aggressive. You have BKB on lifesteal. He's not supposed to die anymore. No one just owning this game. Has the support behind him, and now he's going to pick up an amp damage. Almost already level 18. Super nice for that Rolling Thunder cooldown. Which is a very nice spell to have up against this Invoker, who is trying to get the BKB, but man, it's a slow process out here. Not nearly the same freedom on the earlier Invoker game.
Miro working back to that heart.
He has to. You have to at least propose some sort of scale threat here. If your moves are not going to land, then you can at least put some pressure on PVISION by saying, you know, okay, we're not going to try and make moves. You run into us. Otherwise, we're going to outscale you and deal with that.
हाँ प्ले फैक्टर का नाइट याद आ गया इसको भी पकड़ इसको भी ले those are the days bro वो कभी नहीं आएगा वापस बाबा वैसा दिन तो impossible क्रिएट करने पड़ेंगे वैसे दिन तभी कहता था naturally होता था क्रिएट करना पड़ेगा अभी
you can try and push towards some sort of late game ags or something to swing it back the other way, but until then, your spells are just not effective right now.
Yeah, and how is he going to farm when they don't really own many parts of the map, and he doesn't want to take anything away from his cores, who desperately still need to scale up.
Instant TP bottom. Glimpse these heroes on the ward, just instantly kick them out of the area. Get a D-ward with the gem on the Aegis Pango as well. You just go straight Basher here? I'd be kind of tempted.
Sure, why not?
Like, it's just a miserable item for the Kez to play into.
Yeah, if your game plan is to BKB TP out on the Invoker, for example, or in team fights, Kiritich takes the man fight through his BKB, why not disrupt that as much as you can?
Yeah, I'd be pretty tempted.
But he may offer a bigger scaling build, like the Octarine build-up. Just a very casual assault on a tier 2 tower. Satanic, he'll take that. That almost gets to him. AC. Ooh. The TP completes. All right.
ये लोग तो खेल रहे हैं रे अभी ये लोग.
Yeah. Oh, the plays that BB team are. Oh, he survives.
VM कितना है भाई बैंगो का. वो देख किधर है वो बैंगो. उसके ऊपर सातनिक है सातनिक. Satanic.
Just to remind you, the last kill they got in this game was unnoticed at the 14-minute mark.
Slider का क्या काम है देखना. Blink, Crush, Amp, BKB, Sprint. भागते रहो Crush. कदम.
Art is done though.
इसको देख भाई.
Gives you some more wiggle room on the front line. You're still going to get chunked down.
Yeah, I was going to say, too bad it's against a life stealer.
For sure.
Hit the stomp, Stampede away. This is a Pango that is largely alone. Sure, the rest of PVISION is going to be here soon, but look how much
Blink.
He's just going in. Yeah, he's able to exercise
तो
so
इसको
much
डर ही नहीं है.
Chain stunning up Kiritich. Now the rest of the team is almost here. Bushwhack didn't quite
land.
It's all just space, though.
Yeah.
You're forcing them into their base at the 27-minute mark. Satanic, he's just laughing the whole time. I get to farm the whole map for free.
It's all me.
AC is done.
Yeah, now Ags is going to be the next item, which is great lineup against Kez.
Assault BKB Radiance से दादा इस पे कौन मारने वाला है इसको भाई? कौन मारेगा? Invoker मारेगा? Kez मारेगा?
Such negative armor so quickly. I think you're going to see this Kez completely pop.
God tell me another close call.
There's even medallions on these heroes. Like you have the Pango.
क्या कर रहा है bro ये?
You have the Amp. Now you have an AC
Death है death.
Life Stealer. How do you survive these jumps?
दादा आपका death है दादा. दादा death है दादा आपका death है दादा. बाप रे.
Mikado might get caught here. Oh, Kiritich spots him. Raven Veil. Get the vision on him.
क्या करेगा इसको मार के भी?
Ooh, nice Yula's dodge. He's really making them work for this one.
He's turning it around.
He really is.
वो लोग घूम के मारने वाले हैं. BKB TP.
BKB TP away from Kiritich.
इसको नहीं छोड़ेंगे.
You as you are with that heart. Doesn't matter.
They're just playing the map better.
They're just playing much better, bro.
Better turnarounds.
क्या खेल रहे हैं dude ये लोग? बाप रे.
With the supports because you have the extra survivability items. It's all adding up here. Satanic gonna hit high ground here. 28 minutes. He's got threatened it. Force Kiritich to show. He's already sitting there. It will be.
High ground is a little hard because we have Invoker.
So your ability to TP out across the
maybe with Aegis it's not going to be that. They have Aegis. Why the hell are they not pushing then? Aegis gaya 3 seconds, 2 seconds.
Hey, this ward spotted GPK right now.
Such a good ward.
Ghost Walk farming neutrals. Very good gameplay from GPK.
With this Basher, you can just roll in on him with that gem.
Yeah.
No way to get out.
Even better if you walk into him.
Gem है क्या? हाँ gem है इस पे.
But now there's a slaughter and a Pango to hunt you down. There's no way you can cycle out of it.
Look at the vision.
They're melting, dude. They're literally melting them.
Ward's scouting all 3 lanes. And then Ward's on the spots where you think the Invoker's going to try and rat. So you're just saying, like, no matter where you go, we're going to see you. We're going to be able to set up. And that's why these moves are connecting right now. Information wins you games.
And it's put PVISION in the driver's seat with a 14,000 net worth lead, 19-6 at 30 minutes.
Clinical.
Is
very clinical game.
Perhaps the most dominant game of them from them in this series.
That's the weird thing about Dota. Like, often the better you play, the less exciting the game becomes because you just give no openings. There is no entryway into a fight. There's nowhere to farm.
बाप रे. हारो बहुत सारो.
Just pick off.
ऐसे ही लग रहा है अभी.
Team left less and less farm. Tornado EMP, Satanic doesn't care, there's the Rage. They certainly answered this Invoker in a way that BB team weren't able to do the same.
No, you can see it. When you can aggressively push a lane like that as a solo hero against Invoker, it makes a huge difference in the game.
Spots to call us. Trying to kill these supports once again, but they are making it difficult for you.
जब देखो पैंगो रहता ही है भाई पैंगो
use a BKB to survive against this and still cannot catch Ducalis.
वो देखो BKB टीपी करके कल्टी
Making themselves as tanky as possible, as hard to kill as possible, while your Tricore scales
no, within seconds there are like 4 people together क्या रोटेशन है ये मैप पे भाई ये लोग का टीम का क्या कॉडी है क्या खरीद रहे हैं ब्रो
comes the rescue from PVISION.
They infested that slaughter at Outpost.
आगाम ले रहे हैं नेक्स्ट का आगाम क्या करते हैं कुछ खाया अब यार ब्रो मैंने खाना खा लिया मैंने उपमा खाया था उपमा अभी ये मैच खत्म करके फिर फीफा देखने जा रहा हूँ मैं दोस्तों के घर पे बड़े खत्म तो हुए ये मैप निकाल लेना चाहिए कमबैक नहीं होना चाहिए
21 Satanic, tier 3 already in half health, forced the glyph away, and there's no pressure on the map whatsoever. Like GPK is going to push out this bottom lane. They might eventually run into the tier 2, but
they have 3 BKBs, they have 1.
There's no pressure on the mid lane whatsoever. And GPK can't even stay out there because last time he was there, he got caught by a ward sentry. So he doesn't linger for long, doesn't want to repeat.
Another quick smoke. Straight into top ward. Guess what? They have another great ward scouting out these camps up here, trying to catch the rats.
Stampede is
what a stun!
Half health already. Goodness gracious!
Can't even get the cast animation for disruption off.
That was Centaur, by the way. Agam से होता क्या है अभी इसका next में?
I don't know, man. Like I blink in, I try and disrupt you. You're a hard centaur, but you die too quickly.
ए भाई disruptor का आगाम है
He skipped the blink, so he just invests all of his gold into an Ags, and they need it. You're gonna have to land this.
That's all you got.
Yeah, one shot you get, dude. Ulti, nice ulti.
Can they blow up?
Oh, he got rage.
The rage. There was no static storm. They
What?
didn't actually go through. They thought it was going to be guaranteed, but it wasn't. Satanic is just going to go for the action fast. Kurtic is going to try and pull him into the fountain as best as
Ags में उसके अंदर जा सकता है अच्छा.
On Satanic to
Rax मारो भाई, Rax मारो.
retreat, but he still has rage and BKB to work
Rax मारो, फिर mid का Rax मारो. 20-25 सेकंड है.
Yeah, just a little bit. I mean, that was the entire game plan of BB team. Okay, I'm going to disrupt. Look at the
खड़ा है देखना नोवन खड़ा है उनके बेस पे ब्रो ये क्या बदतमीजी है This is bullying.
Is going to be multiple lanes unless you can somehow win a fight with your Kez just going in off the back of it.
Look at him. Nyx is just going and taking out towers. Last fight bro, this is the last fight. कुछ हो सकता है तो हो सकता है नहीं तो नहीं हो सकता है. Armlet toggle. Lovely. You should have the BKB on. He's gonna be. Oh my god, he's gonna be killing everyone. एक फटका. उधर पीछे बाजू वाले को ले. इसको भी ले भाई. क्या blink out? Blink है इसके पास.
But it's a second lane of Barracks.
Give another static storm in 15. That is something to look for here. You can use the glyph to stall it out, and PVISION, they're just going to respect it. Back up completely, because guess what? There's a Roshan available. Why risk a fight for high ground when you can go do the free objective? You're so far ahead in this game.
What is this, bro? Octa?
There's a roar
that ऐसा हो रहा है. Basher Octa.
Have a choice.
Certainly not making his way there.
No interest.
Try for a Sunstrike steal. That's as best as they're going to do.
So you got to finish Butterfly on Kurtic. It's a huge item in this game for the physical survivability. There's nothing that goes through the evasion. Just get rolled on the Ancients.
किधर से आए ये? अब भी तो उधर रोशन मार रहा था.
Fearless, there's nothing to stop him.
नहीं?
He may not get the
Sladar और वो मार रहे थे क्या?
There's no risk of him dying.
अबे ये तो he's everywhere, dude. No one is almost everywhere, dude. चलो last final push.
Once more, hunting the Invoker bottom. There is no free rat action in this game.
नहीं वो थोड़ी देगा.
TP's back in time, but PVISION don't really have to worry about the rat too much longer. They've got mid and top lane. They're going to push in automatically.
Sladar also has
march down the bottom lane.
Agam
is so fat. Like what the hell?
Yeah, dude, when he popped the BKB in that last fight, I didn't see him pick up the BKB. And
he's really fat, dude.
Oh my god, that's.
Oh भाई FIFA, yes sir. F1 देखते हो आपने? बहुत पहले देखता था. Schumacher के time पे Schumacher.
0-9, a perfect game from 9 class, and he is going to scale like a beast here. That Octarine gives you permanent spirit form.
Dude, they get double Wind Wakers. Like, you've got such a limited time to be able to utilize this Aghanim Scepter on the Disruptor. It didn't work out the first time. You've got 1 or 2 goes, and then this support duo PVISION's going to have a bit of an answer for it.
Clock is ticking right now. Running out of time, running out of options.
Takali's just playing right up in their face.
Send Satanic up. 3 minutes on this Aegis.
Got a banner, double Siege Wagon.
Dare them to jump.
They're going to have to win the fight outright. Otherwise, it's going to be Megas. Blast after blast. Siege Wagons will stay up because of the banner. Kiritich, you sure you want to hit that one? Hit by the Rolling Thunder immediately. Doesn't get out the BKB. Disruption will bail him out.
अरे Disruptor को पकड़ो भाई.
And save. He already died trying to get out the right.
Shadow Demon को पकड़ लिया.
That's a big boost of heal, but he
कौन है ये? भाई Centaur. क्या सीन भाई? चलो. Call it guys. GG, and we have the winners of EWC Dota 2. PVISION. Let's go. I called it, bro. Satanic. I called it, bro. I called it. What a game, bro. No one. Oh my god, dude. The kind of space that these guys created for their team is just unreal. Satan ने क्या छापा है, dude? क्या पकाया है? क्या मार रहा है इसने? Oh भाई. Oh my god, that was so cool, dude. So cool. Well deserved, man. Satan. Well deserved. Well deserved. Lovely.
As they will claim the first of a world championship for that man right there. Over 15 years in the making.
Yeah, bro. No one has been playing since 15 years. 16 years. मैं जब से देख रहा तब से no one खेल रहा है, bro. Well deserved, bro. Well deserved. Well deserved. Well deserved. क्या बात है? Let's go, bro. Much respect. Much respect. Well deserved, bro.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for your winners.
क्या खुश है? Satanic.
Boys, before we talk, we have to put our enemies to rest. Please, if you could, who would like to take them out? Who's going to be our final crusher?
Satanic बोलता नहीं. मैं नहीं कोई और है. मैं नहीं जा रहा. Hey Sudeep, what's up? Welcome to the stream. How are you doing, bro? इसको तो जमाना हो गया. और बड़े लोग, what's good? क्या बोलता है, bro? कैसा है? भाई कितना मजा आता है होगा ये टूर्नामेंट. अरे बहुत मजा आता है, bro. बहुत मजा आता है.
And the final crushing is upon us. Gather round, gather round. This is your moment. Crush them down, Mr. No One. Here we go. The last defender taken out by PVISION. Woo! There it is, baby! Absolutely, bye-bye, BB. You have done it. Gentlemen, congratulations on crushing the final key. It is time for you guys to put your key into the trophy. The key master is approaching. Gentlemen, who will take the key?
क्या attitude में खड़ा है? पप्पी को देख बाजू में.
Of history. Oh, good choice, Mr.
मेरा रोज क्या है, bro? सब मेरा रोज क्या है, bro? पकाओ मत मेरे को.
Moment is yours. Put it in the trophy. Lift that sucker up. Here we go.
कैसा होता है मेरे को भी देखने का. Oh, पप्पी. Fuck, मेरे को नावी लेके चले गया पीछे. टीए. No one, bro. Beautiful, bro. Beautiful. Well deserved. Superb matches. Satanic. मजा आ गया. मैं कितना मजा आता है टूर्नामेंट. यार बहुत मजा आता है, bro. 9 class. बाप player. Alright guys, I will leave. Thank you so much for tuning in. मजा आ गया मैं देख के भाई. See you guys tomorrow. Take care. Bye bye. And Don't forget to like and subscribe, and don't forget to follow me on my socials. See you guys. Bye 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 bye.
सुपर के ऊपर हर एक राउंड बोले सुपर के ऊपर गेम खत्म हो सकता है नाम ने सुपर के ऊपर